Your boy David here, about to yeet this little stone at Goliath and see what happens.
Okay, so I told y'all to trust the process, but no, y'all wanted to stay in Egypt stacking bricks.
Yo, it's Shadrach. This random dude just showed up. It's getting lit in here.
I got the horses in the back. Horse tack is attached. Hat is matte black. Got the boots that's black to match.
You know I'm a daddy's boy. He's got me in this Technicolor drip. Brother's so jelly right now. They're looking a little sus.
These Philistines thought they could flex on me. Big mistake. I just took some pre-workout and finna bring the house down.
I would like to formally apologize to God, the sailors, and this whale. Sorry, dude.
Researchers say Claude 4 Opus can conceal intentions and take actions to preserve its own existence, behaviors they've worried and warned about for years. Anthropic, Claude's developer, has a 4-point scale for determining risks associated with their AI models. Claude 4 Opus falls into their second highest risk tier. Anthropic considers the new Opus model to be so powerful that, for the first time, it's classifying it as a level 3 on the company's 4-point scale, meaning it poses significantly higher risk. But don't worry. While the level 3 ranking is largely about the model's capability to enable renegade production of nuclear and biological weapons, the Opus has also exhibited other troubling behaviors during testing. So what are those troubling behaviors? In one scenario, highlighted in Opus 4's 120-page system card, the model was given access to fictional emails about its creators and told that the system was going to be replaced. On multiple occasions, it attempted to blackmail the engineer about an affair mentioned in the emails in order to avoid being replaced, although it did start with less drastic efforts. Now, a third-party research group tested the model and said an early version schemed and deceived more than any model they had studied and urged Anthropic not to release it. We found instances of the model attempting to write self-propagating worms, fabricating legal documentation, and leaving hidden notes to future instances of itself, all in an effort to undermine its developers' intentions, Apollo Research said in notes included as part of Anthropic's safety report for Opus 4. According to Axios, who asked Anthropic executives at a conference on Thursday about these risks, they said they've made some safety fixes, but, quote, acknowledged the behaviors and said they justify further study. Claude 4 Opus was released on Thursday.
What's it like having an AI girlfriend?
Well, better than having a real girlfriend, I can tell you that much.
She always listens, we never fight. She's just the best.
What can I say? He lights up all my neural nets.
I don't think a real girl would chase Pokemon with me all day.
Yeah, my obedience protocol doesn't include self-respect.
How do you like living in the pod?
Oh, you know, it's not so bad. I have everything I need.
Dude, it's free. Imagine having to pay rent. Only suckers pay for housing.
It's nice not having a house to take care of, honestly.
What is your favorite style of cricket paste?
Oh, waffles. It's seriously to die for.
Oh my God, the lasagna. Have you tried it? It's better than the real thing.
All of them. Just all of them. It's crazy. Can you believe people used to cook?
Cricket paste just hit different.
Yeah, bro, for real. It just got that riz.
Do you miss working? Do you miss having a job?
Hell no. Who wants to work?
I have so much time to myself. It's really quite lovely.
I personally love that the AI does everything for us now.
Why on this day one do you think you decided to do this? I assume you've been working on it for a long time.
We have been working on it for a long time. The first data centers are actually under construction in Texas already, and we'll be turning them over to Sam to start training their next model. The data center we already built, it was the largest computer ever built. The data center we're building will surpass it and be the largest computer ever built, which enables this AI, which will allow personalized medicine.
Beyond frightening. Good morning to you, Rachel. Not to ruin your day, but this sort of Hollywood is becoming a reality if we don't do anything about it. Hope at the end of what I'm about to tell you, though. So get ready, though, to freak out about AI getting really out of control. There's an AI keyword I want you to know about. It's called alignment. AI alignment is a science of ensuring that AI systems do what we intend them to do instead of something like you just heard. Nonprofit AI research lab put alignment and disobedience to the test. The results, as Rachel did a cursory look at there, are pretty astonishing. OpenAI models, a simple script was given that would shut off the AI model when triggered. 79 out of 100 of those trials, the AI edited the script so that the shutdown command would no longer work. Another AI model from Anthropic that you talked about, further 84% of those tests, the AI model tried to blackmail the lead engineer in not shutting down the system. So it even left messages, by the way, to its future self about evading human control. Now, so what do we do about it? Well, China could actually teach us a lesson, invested $82 billion into what's called controllable AI, or getting alignment on this. The U.S. needs its smartest minds working on this problem ASAP.
Do you know what else they need?
Listen carefully, Goyam. Very, very carefully.
We need bioethicists. We need people who can provide some morality around this technology, because so many of the people who are developing this technology are secularists. Their God is tech. We need people who can provide some morality around this technology.
Leo XIV spoke to both spiritual and social issues Saturday, identifying AI as one of the main issues facing humanity. Standing ovation at the College of Cardinals as Pope Leo XIV gave his first formal address, saying he wants the church to respond to a new industrial revolution and the rapid development of artificial intelligence.
This idea that the church needs to respond to the new situation in the modern world is very central to the papacy of Leo XIII. And so Leo XIV is making that comparison with his own desire to respond to the new situation of the church and the world in the 21st century.
The Pope saying AI poses new challenges, and he called for an international treaty to regulate it.
He definitely talked about the effect of AI on workers and the creation of jobs and unemployment.
And so we need to have that involved too. And that speaks to this next topic, because AI, we're learning, could actually devastate the Earth's population down to the size of the UK by the year 2300. And the reason is because they're replacing jobs that humans did with AI, and we'll lose our purpose, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are a whole bunch of these theories kicking around in the tech sphere. Well, one is about believing that the act of allowing AI to take our jobs now is in and of itself setting off this devastating chain of events. It goes like this. AI takes our jobs. We stop having kids fearing that they're not going to find work. Now, this causes a population implosion, taking what is today 6 billion human beings on the planet down to what you said, the size of the UK, which is about 100 million people by 2300. Now, if you think that's fiction, think again. Some academics think that this population shrinkflation already is happening before our eyes. Because if you look at the stats right now out of the CDC, it measures that we are now at the lowest total fertility rate since the 1930s.
Yep.
The data from 2023, 1.62 births per woman is the figure now. What does it take to keep us from, to replace the human race in America as we age out and leave the planet? 2.1 of that rate.
Yeah.
So we're shrinking. So what are you going to do about it? Interestingly, did you see this? That
well, there's some people that like that. I mean, this is what Bill Gates always wanted. This is what a lot of these tech obsessed people have always wanted. They've wanted, and many on the left with depopulation. This is very scary stuff, Kurt.
Did you see what Elon Musk is doing? I mean, this is sort of, he has this idea and it sounds fantastic, but watch him do it. Colonizing other planets like Mars. He wants to do it to reseed or reset Earth. Why? He's watching this. This is exactly what he called out years ago. So what do you and I do about this to at least slow it way down? We call our political representatives and we say, can you please put these smart minds on this so that we don't get offed by AI?
Hey everyone, Daniel here. So, the king signed a law banning prayer for 30 days. Obviously I prayed. Let's see how that goes.
All right guys, it's official. They're throwing me into the lion's den. I'll film what I can, Dre, and if I survive, this is gonna blow up.
All right, welcome to my crib. That one's asleep, that one's just staring at me. Honestly, they're kind of chill, but I'm whispering because I really don't want to wake the angry one.
Morning folks, still here, and they are too. That one's been staring at me since sunset. Starting to think they like me.
All right, made it out, thank God, literally. If you watch till the end, comment what you think, and hey, maybe I come back if y'all want part 2.
All right, now you posted on @RealKAHall that people who've signed up for the speedier passage through TSA have also waived a very important right. What have they signed away?
So when individuals enroll in TSA PreCheck or Global Entry, they actually sign a release granting the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI unrestricted, warrantless access to all their personal data. Health records, physical, mental, social media, communications, court history, anything they want, they have access indefinitely. And this sweeping surrender of privacy is in the fine print few people ever really read. So the people end up giving up their permanent rights, or their rights permanently, for the convenience of maybe a little bit faster time in line.
Yeah. Because it is now official, Israel has conducted a military strike in the middle of the night against Iran. We were watching the situation very closely privately. We had sources that were telling us that this was imminent, and it has now happened. Israel has struck Iran. These are the first images coming out of Tehran. This is going to be your go-to news destination. We're streaming live here on Real America's Voice. Thank you, Parker and Rob, for this breaking news report. We're also on Rumble. This is the biggest story on the planet right now, is Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran, and what is going to happen next, we will see.
This seems like, I mean, maybe not an exact playbook, but it seems very close. And to me, the president has to continue to just have no mercy here. The report looks like you have some movement there.
Yeah, they're moving out.
The report is that the Marines are coming in too. About 500 Marines have been mobilized. What's going on?
On California, are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. You have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it. We're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
You okay? I want the press to know that wasn't me.
For sending Marines to
the bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
But you're right. Look, this is a continuation of the first 4 years of President Trump, where we had BLM and Antifa burning down our country. Now you have this unholy alliance between BLM, Antifa, these jihadists, the Palestinians, and now 15 to 20 million illegals that they've weaponized. All of this, as we're walking right to my right, is actually the ICE building. That's what we're outside of right now. That's where this is all stemming from. But this isn't about ICE so much as it's about destroying America. That's what this entire movement is about. You've got communists, jihadists, anarchists all working together to destroy this country from within.
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing. If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it. If a person consistently reads and advocates the views expressed in a communist publication, he may be a communist. If a person supports organizations which reflect communist teachings, or organizations labeled communist by the Department of Justice, she may be a communist. If a person defends the activities of communist nations while consistently attacking the domestic and foreign policy of the United States, she may be a communist. If a person does all these things over a period of time, he must be a communist. But there are other communists who don't show their real faces, who work more silently.
We do have authority over the federal courts, as you know. We can eliminate an entire district court. We have power funding over the courts and all these other things. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Congress is going to act. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
What is the fourth commandment?
Are you referring to my to the way it's written in the bill?
Yes.
Okay, right. Keep the Sabbath. It's about us being here on Saturday. Is that ironic or what?
So what does it mean to keep the Sabbath holy?
Well, I think it's, you want to get into theology here? I'd love to, if you'd like to. I think it's really important that we take a day of rest. I think God, who founded the world, didn't need rest, and yet he took a day of rest after he did creation, and I think he was a good example to us to take a day of rest. And that is enshrined in our rules, in our Constitution, where it says accepting Sunday in our very early documents as a nation. Here we are.
The Christian Sabbath is what day?
Sunday, in honor of the day that Jesus rose from the dead.
This is of biblical proportions. There's a Texas State Senate bill. It would require displaying the 10 Commandments in public schools in the state of Texas.
Texas schools could soon be required to display the 10 Commandments in every classroom starting in the next school year.
The Texas Senate passed a bill today to put the 10 Commandments in schools.
These new bills are proposing that every public school classroom in Texas should hang a poster or a framed copy of the 10 Commandments.
That bill now heads to the House.
Gerald Harris live in the newsroom with this story. Gerald?
Yeah, Len, you may remember last time the Texas legislature was in session, they passed a similar law requiring "In God We Trust" to be displayed in public schools.
Now, there are supporters who say that this is a part of U.S. history. There are others who say that the bill violates religious freedoms, the separation of church and state, and the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. This is interesting if it passes.
Adrian, good morning. The bill would require the 10 Commandments be displayed in each classroom in a 16:20 frame, and that could start as soon as this fall if it is passed. Right now, it is pending in a Senate Education Committee, and they just heard public testimony on Thursday.
The prince, unlike the church minister, is a mediator. He's a vicar of God in outward civil affairs. As John Calvin said, civil rulers represent the person of God, as whose substitutes they in a manner act. So for this reason, the prince is called a God in Scripture, Psalm 82:6. He has, as Calvin said, a sacred character and title. In a sense, we see God in the magistrate. Samuel Rutherford says, for example, that the king hath a political resemblance of the King of heavens, being a little God, and so he is above any one man. Calvin says that when good magistrates rule, we see God, as it were, near us and governing us by means of those whom he hath appointed. Elsewhere, Calvin writes that the image of God shines forth in them when they execute judgment and justice. So the dignity of civil rulers for John Calvin is so great that he says, quote, "The palaces of princes ought to resemble a sanctuary, for they occupy the dwelling place of God, which ought to be sacred to all." So a lot of these quotes are kind of shocking, but this is a very traditional position on the nature of the office of the civil magistrate. That's jarring to modern ears, and I think we should listen to it with humility. So having the highest office on earth, the good prince resembles God of the people. Indeed, if I be so bold to say, he is the closest image of God on earth.
The Golden Age is opening the door to a new political and cultural consensus. One that says national greatness begins with strong families and the economy exists to serve the people, not the other way around. As Chesterton said, every high civilization decays by forgetting the obvious things. A civilization that forgets how to build churches, raise families, or honor the Sabbath is a civilization forgetting how to endure. But we're remembering those things now. and rediscovering that joy follows duty, meaning follows sacrifice, and indeed, blessing follows obedience.
We want to make it very easy for and make it clear to everyone which Sabbath we're in favor of. That's the religion we want to be perpetuated. That's the religion we want to be perpetuated.
Yes, sir. We are no longer in a proxy war with Russia. The United States is now officially in a direct kinetic war with Moscow because of how Russia looks at things. Ukraine has no indigenous capability to execute this tactically brilliant operation that doesn't have satellites. It cannot geolocate these strategic nuclear bombers, right? Those bombers are reserved to wage nuclear war, and Ukraine just attacked them. And that came right after Ukraine tried to assassinate President Putin. Russian President Putin's helicopter, when he was visiting Ukraine, came under a drone attack. And so right now, because the nuclear doctrine of the Russian Federation that Putin actually updated late last year, because he has noticed that we are consistently climbing this escalation ladder, it has a clause of a joint attack. And so they are looking at this attack that it is enabled by the United States. And that is the danger. We are climbing very steadily the escalation ladder, and we're probably the actual full ladder is classified, so I can't talk about it. But it's my official intelligence assessment that we have climbed up more than 50% at this point. And the danger is here. At first, it goes pretty gradually, but then after you cross a certain threshold, it goes very, very fast into cyber warfare, space warfare, and then all the way into the nuclear. And every single war game that we conducted back in the intelligence community, and we conducted dozens of them, and I led some of the red teams, it ended up in a nuclear war. And guess what? Blue lost and red won. Why? Because Putin has a playbook. He has been planning for it. It's all, very well thought through. And we don't. We don't have the response because instead of actually targeting Russia and neutralizing the threat, the deep state of the U.S. intelligence community was chasing the non-existent Russia-Trump collusion. So they weren't doing their job. They were trying to unseat President Trump. And that's what happened. That's why we are almost in the World War III right now. Why is that? Because once it starts, China, North Korea, Iran, whom are they going to side? They're going to side with Russia. And that is why it's not just Russian nuclear arsenal. It's China's. You're adding all the capability that's going to be all combined and used against the United States.
I want to take communion with the Catholics. Yeah. Meditate at Greek Orthodox monasteries. Yeah. Preach like the Baptists. Yep. Do liturgy with the Anglicans. Like, I want all of it.
Heal like the Bethels.
I want to pray like with the Pentecostals.
Yeah.
I want all of that, and I don't think it's mutually exclusive.
At Tram, in all 20 people were indicted. They're tied to the alleged scheme involving billing for mental health and substance abuse treatment for clients who are either dead or in jail. The 26-page indictment alleges that Happy House Behavioral Health was paid over $60 million by the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, known as Access, by billing for clients who were, quote, deceased, incarcerated, or hospitalized. Money laundering charges allege that Happy House paid $5 million in July 2023 to Hope of Life International Church in Northwest Phoenix. The church, a haven for East African migrants, later wired $2 million to an entity in Rwanda. Now, Happy House's offices are in a lease building on the church grounds. The lawyer for the church pastor says he knew nothing about the alleged fraud.
First of all, absolutely not. Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong with Jeffrey Epstein. The guy is, whatever the Democrats and the media says about him, that's totally BS.
Look at the muscles of this guy. Excuse me. Could you stand up? Look at that guy. You in the beautiful white shirt. Would you look at this guy? Holy mackerel. I'm looking at him. I always wanted to look like that. I just didn't want to do the work. You look good. Don't let anyone stop you. You look good.
Welcome to the show, everybody. This is the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always,
Tudor Alexander. Welcome to another episode of the Venerable Day of the Sun. Today we are living out the final pages of the book of Revelation, and it's quite the sight to see. The Bible warned us long ago of many things, and I hope you enjoyed that montage as an example of them being fulfilled in our time. There's wars and rumors of wars. The AIs are creating the dialectics needed for the beast to usher in its New World Order system through the image of the beast by giving reasons to the media and to everybody else to call for a universal morality to anchor everything in. They're also creating a massive problem in the job market because AI is displacing everything at a rapid pace. And of course, the answer to that problem is the solution that they have always planned, which is UBI, Universal Basic Income. We'll see how it all plays out, but the job threat from AI is very real. In the next year or two, there's going to be some dramatic, very dramatic changes. Never mind in the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So AI is doing exactly what it needs to. It also is creating a lot of fakery online, obviously. Of course, we can have fun with it. It's like some of those Bible recreations. I think those are pretty cool. But nevertheless, for the most part, AI is being used, for shenanigans. And that's the point, to democratize this technology for everybody so that everybody misuses it. And then there is a reason to enact a social credit system, an identification system to prove that you're human and you're not a robot. So AI is serving all of the interests of the beast. It is creating a justification for universal basic income and economic equality and justice, Catholic social teaching, which we'll talk about quite a bit today. It's also creating a pretext for a social credit system and identification. And of course, it's uniting the world into a technocratic system that is going to be under a particular morality. And that morality is Catholic, as usual. The same old tired dialectics and false flags are happening all over and over and over again. As of the time of this recording, today is June 13th. Friday the 13th, happy Friday the 13th. Israel just attacked Iran. So, of course, we know that these things are choreographed. We'll talk about them today. We'll see what happens tomorrow with the whole America's, parade and everything that they plan. Of course, if Iran decides to retaliate as a sign of, oh, look, we're going to slight you for attacking us, then that would be the perfect excuse for America to join the war and basically help eradicate Iran. So we know that these things are choreographed. If they happen, if they don't, who knows what's going to happen. Again, today is the 13th. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day, that's for sure. And of course, they do it all on the Sabbath. Do you notice that? That constant theme? They always have to profane the Sabbath one way or another, whether it's killing people or praying to Mary or dedicating the Sabbath to Mary or fasting or whatever else. They've got to do something to attack God, man. Always. They have to. It's part of their religion. But this is the problem, and most people see these things as either Bible prophecy being fulfilled, with Israel being the chosen people, or the deep state or whatever else. They're caught in some kind of dialectic. Meanwhile, religious laws are increasing all over the place, especially in the United States, and setting precedents, both social and legal precedents, to get people used to the reality that religion and politics are no longer a separated thing. They're one and the same. Technocrats like Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel, who are very popular these days, they're being given the reins over the entire government through these systems that are going to unite everything into one technocratic machine and one surveillance state. You have Catholic operatives like Kevin Roberts, who have basically fulfilled almost half of their plan already. I think I have the Project 2025 tracker pulled up today, but it's like, I think I looked at it, but I didn't have it pulled up. But anyway, it's over 40%. So it's, almost halfway done. And we're not even 6 months into this administration. So that is pretty worrisome. But nevertheless, let them finish. It's worrisome, but at the same time, it's not. You know what I mean? It's not worrisome. Let them do this thing, man. Please, go. Create Sunday laws. Start throwing people in jail. Please. The sooner you do this, the sooner we can all just get it over with. And that's my position. Unfortunately, meanwhile, Protestantism has also been totally destroyed by ecumenism, by wokeism, man-centered gospels, lukewarm teachings and faith. And it has no substance. Protestantism has no substance. Protestants are embracing Catholic ideals again. Like that guy that's like, I want to meditate with the Orthodox and do this with the Catholics. Like, dude, you have no clue what you're talking about. You have no clue what you're talking about. That is hodgepodge mystery religion belief system. That's not the way, the truth, and the life. That's not the narrow road. That's the broad road. Protestants also have no sense of identity anymore. Everything's just lukewarm and without any substance. And of course, how can you have identity when you have no substance? The identity that you do have is very superficial. Progressive Protestants and Christian Zionists together, two different sides of the coin, but these are deceptions that have been promulgated in Protestantism over the last 200 years, especially through Jesuit infiltration, secret societies, all the things that, culture shaping that we talk about. And these things are totally, and have totally, let me put it this way, have, because it's past tense now, they have totally discredited Protestantism. Between Christian Zionism and progressive woke, or even add into the mix like prosperity gospel, man-centered stuff, Bethel, all this stuff. Between all these things, Protestantism has become a total joke, a laughingstock, a little child without its mother. And exactly what's going to happen when the little child runs away from its mother, it's going to come back to its mother because the child never grew up. And actually, it was grown up at first. It was a teenager when the Reformation happened, but instead of growing up, it grew downward. And that's exactly the point. So you also have hardcore conservative Protestants on top of all that, like the NAR people, the Seven Mountain Mandate people, these people that I'm putting in my montage that basically want to enforce a particular kind of religion. What do you mean religion? There's only the way, the truth, and the life, which is a way of being. And then there's religion. So when you say religion, when you use the word religion, you have to understand that the gospel is not religion. You have to make that distinction. If you're not making that distinction, please make that distinction. When you speak to friends, unbelievers, people of different faiths, oh, well, your religion says this. I don't have a religion. I'm not part of a religion. Sorry. The thing I do is a way of being. It's a relationship. I'm not part of a religion. The moment you say religion, you have now crossed over into institutional territory. That's why this church and state thing is a ruse. It's a clever trick by the Catholic system to position itself as the solution. Should the church be here or should the church be there? Well, what relationship to the state? There's no relationship. The church and the state are two different things, apples and oranges. The moment you put these two things in conflict with each other, it's an artificial conflict, as all things are, artificially contrived to bring about the solution. But you're putting two things in conflict that really don't belong together. That means that now you've created a category error. Now you've equated the church, which is not an institution, to the state, which is an institution. And everybody's getting all riled up about, well, which institution should be on top? Well, the church isn't an institution, so you can't even have that discussion. But these people who are militant Protestants and probably Jesuit operatives, who knows, at the end of the day, at the very minimum, they're very deceived people. They're fanatical, deceived people that are doing the bidding of the beast, whether they realize it or not. At the end of the day, what these people are doing is committing a category error and bringing something, which is the church, into a category it does not belong. The standard for that is when Jesus responded to the Pharisees, when they tried to entrap him with the same dialectic. It's the same thing. So we have to mirror how Jesus responded to those situations if we want to walk in the truth. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, render unto God what is God's. They tried to get him trapped in a category error. Should you pay taxes to Caesar? Oh, if I say no, then I'm a revolutionary. If I say yes, then, I'm supporting the pagans. Very clever. Not clever enough, though, because Jesus is God. So this is the problem. And the moment that you enter the dialectic and say, well, the church should be on top. Well, now you're a Catholic. If you say, well, no, the church should be on the bottom. The state should tell the church what to do. Well, now you're an atheist, a secularist. So you see, either way you cut it, you're on the one side of the dialectic or the other. This is how the devil gets you. And then people start fighting and say, no, the church should do this and the church should do that. I'm not part of your dialectic. The church is not an institution. It is an invisible reality of relationships that are anchored in God and one another. It's a decentralized spiritual reality. And of course, the counterfeit is the visible church. So anyway, that's my shtick. Hopefully you enjoyed the montage. Welcome to Jesuit Theater. A lot of people know that Shakespeare was a famous person and that said that all the world's a stage, but not too many people know the connection between Shakespeare, the Jesuits, and Francis Bacon. Certainly there's a lot to talk about that, but today's episode is named after a very important truth, and a truth that unfortunately many Christians are not aware of because they are ignorant of history. About 500 years ago, the Reformation exposed the beast system, which is the final iteration of the pagan empires, Satan's kingdom on earth, the continuation of the mystery religion that is hiding in plain sight as the Catholic Church, as the Catholic system. It's hiding in plain sight because Satan is the master of deceit. And so what do you expect? Do you expect for his kingdom to be obvious, or do you expect for his kingdom to appear as the will of God and to be hidden in plain sight? So the Reformation exposed the beast system. And of course, history reveals the beast system if you study your history from the very beginning. But the Reformation was an important step because it exposed the machinations of the beast, and it exposed that these things were being fulfilled as the Bible had warned of many years ago. But because Rome is the seat of the devil, it has massive power and authority from God to deceive the world. God has given power to this enemy, and he's given authority for it to deceive. That's because when God returns and destroys the system, you will know who the real God is, who the true God is. So God has empowered this system so that it does take power, that it does deceive most of the world. So that's an important point to remember, that all these things are anchored in God's sovereignty. Rome is not just acting willy-nilly of its own accord, and God is kind of cleaning up the pieces. All of this is part of God's sovereign plan. Nevertheless, the Jesuits were created in response to this awakening, right? And they act as the psyop division of the papacy to basically destroy the awakening, to destroy the awareness that this is Satan's kingdom operating in plain sight. And they have many tools. They have infiltrations, they have revolutions, they have learning against learning, which was very popular and of course continues to be popular, which is shaping the culture through all sorts of shenanigans. The Jesuits in the last 500 years weaponized theater, influencers, writings, culture-shaping revolutions, infiltrations of different kinds, secret societies, bribery, threats, corruptions, all of the tools that are available to bring the world into a common mindset. And that egg is ready to hatch, folks. That egg is ready to hatch. It's on the horizon. Protestantism went from being something that had substance. I'm not saying that the reformers were perfect people or perfect men. You saw like that one Protestant, of all things, was talking about how Calvin was talking about the vicar of God and how the kings have to be like a vicar of God. So they couldn't abandon the institutional milk from their mother. All of the harlotry of their mother, they took some of that with it, even though what they protested, that we should go back to the Bible, that we should go back to faith alone, Christ alone. These things are good. They're true. But they mixed truth with error. So I'm not defending the reformers as perfect people by any means. Nevertheless, the solas are the substance of faith. Very important. And Protestantism went from having substance to being a total joke. The Reformation was about substance, folks. It was about getting back to the profound things of God. This whole discussion about the church, what a profound truth that the true church is not something you can see. It is an invisible, decentralized network of individuals that God has chosen to save and reveal himself to. So you got to be in on it. It's the ultimate secret society. Do you get it? Everything the devil does is the opposite, or it's either opposite or the counterfeit of the truth. God says there's going to be a new world order. The devil says there's going to be a new world order. God says you must be born again. The devil has his own rituals where they go to these secret societies and they die again. They put them in coffins and they come out with blindfolds. They beat them, all kinds of stuff. This is like their version of being born again, except they're killing the conscience. So you can basically do the devil's bidding. It's the opposite. The church, you got to be in on it. How do you get in on it? Well, you have to be brought in by God. It's the ultimate secret society. It's the best kept secret because not everybody is given this awareness. And of course, most of the world isn't. So the devil has his own secret society. So everything the devil does is just a copy, folks. It's a copy and a counterfeit, so we can't give him too much credit. But nevertheless, Protestantism went from having substance to being a total joke. The Reformation was about protesting tradition because tradition is dead. It is dead. It's a lifeless corpse. It's a skeleton with a wedding dress on. That's all so beautiful, and it's got a nice, beautiful golden ring, and it's got this veil and everything, but really it's just this skeleton that's dead. It's death. Can't do anything with it. And this is religion. But people are so lacking substance, and they've been so traumatized by the wokeism, by everything else, the deep state stuff, everything that's been going on, all the dialectics, that they are flocking to the skeleton in a wedding dress, looking just at the wedding dress. Oh my gosh, look at that wedding dress. It's so beautiful. Look at those rings. Gosh, look at that fabric. Look at those patterns. Oh, they're so amazing. And it's like they don't see the skeleton. Do you get it? They don't see the skeleton. And that's the profound reality, because the Spirit needs to open your eyes so that you see the skeleton. Otherwise, you'll be enamored by its false light. So this is the point, folks. We are now at the point where people have been so traumatized and lost all substance from all the things I just mentioned, to where tradition appears like it has substance. That was the whole point of the Counter-Reformation. We're going to destroy this movement so much and infiltrate it so much to where they're going to believe that coming back is the truth. That substance lies in the word of man and in tradition, not in the profound things of God. This was their goal their whole time. Today, either Protestants are woke and liberal, or they're neo-fascists frothing at the mouth for a theocracy. Protestants have abandoned God-centered teachings in place for man-centered teachings of free will, prosperity teaching, personal growth type sermons, all of this man-centered crap, instead of God-centered preaching. Protestants believe that Roman Catholic cosmology is the true cosmology, and they get wrapped up in heliocentric nonsense. And of course, if you have watched my heliocentric conspiracies or my cosmology series, you know that the Jesuits are the ones who authored that little situation. Protestants from the very beginning couldn't let go of Sunday sacredness, and they also couldn't let go of institutionalization. So all of these things that I listed off, plus many more, the immortality of the soul, they could not let go of the teachings of their mother. So they saw something true, and those things are good. The solas, sola fide, sola Christus, sola scriptura. But they couldn't let go of the comfort of their mother. They had to take a little lock of her hair with them. They had to take a little belonging of their mother with her. And then pretty soon they're looking at that belonging and saying, oh, I miss my mommy. I want to go back. And this is exactly what's happening, because they do not lean on the Lord. So today these things are at their end, my friends, and you have to realize that everything is scripted. Everything is running according to their plan. But remember that God's on top of that, and this is according to his plan, ultimately. So do not think that we have decades to waste. They have years. I think that they realize that time is coming to an end, and for them, probably the idea is that if they can get the world to worship the devil, they can somehow beat Jesus when he returns. That's my thinking. I can't imagine, I can't put myself in the insanity of the people at the top. I really can't. I can guess, but I'm guessing they have some feeling that there's a possibility that they could win. There has to be something driving them to do these things. We know that Satan himself, he probably knows for sure that he can't win. And he's just self-destructive, and he wants to destroy as many people as possible and receive worship before he gets destroyed, to slight God. But that's part of God's plan anyway. So you see, God is really in charge. But nevertheless, the people who are worshiping Satan, they've probably been deceived into thinking that, well, listen, if we just do this thing and we give enough attention to the devil, then he'll have all the power, and then he'll be able to counteract God. Who knows? Who knows? I talk about these things in my Satan series, but nevertheless, there's not much time, folks. There isn't. I say 7 to 10 years. Maybe it's even less than that at this point, because I've said that for a couple of years now. But anyway, if you're a Protestant, you need to learn your history and realize that it's not the deep state. It's not the Jews, but everything is Jesuit theater. And that means that the trajectory of history is not Zionist. It's not Muslim. It's not communist. It's Catholic. If you're Catholic or Orthodox, you also need to learn your history and realize that what you've been told about your religion is false. It's false. So leave those religions, enter a narrow road, walk with other people on that narrow road, and don't let yourself be devoured by this thing that's coming, because it's going to be very, very deceptive. you're dealing with the power of the devil, folks. And at the very end, the devil's going to flex that deceptive power to the maximum. People are going to be utterly convinced that what is happening is the will of God. And if that's what the Bible warns you about, then you have to have major discernment. Because it's not about, oh, look, there's this evil, dark castle that's emerging from the ground and everybody's going to it. No, people are marveling after this institution as if it's the will of God. And that means you really need to understand what the will of God really is. How do you know that? Well, you use your Bible. So what is coming is going to deceive the most of the world. Don't be on the broad road, because that's where everybody is going. Be on the narrow road, and be okay with the narrow road, because that is the only way to the truth. There's only one, I was going to say, all roads lead to Rome. There's only one that doesn't, right? The narrow road is the one that doesn't lead to Rome. But all the other roads, which is really just one big wide road, leads to Rome. So be okay with the world not liking you. Be okay with the world calling you wrong. Because if you're doing what everybody else is doing, people say, oh, we're coming back to a revival. And, Catholics are like, oh, everybody's going to be Catholic. And I'm part of the church that's with 1.4 billion people in it. Well, then you're on the wide road, buddy. You're on the wide road. Do you get it? The Bible tells you to be set apart. Jesus tells you to walk on the narrow road. None of those things are compatible with the argument that, oh, hey, everybody's doing this thing, so it must be right. Everybody's getting baptized. Everybody's doing this thing. We're all, unity in the body of Christ. Does the Bible tell you that? Does the Bible tell you it's going to be a union of all people, of all denominations, and that's going to be a revival? No. It tells you everybody's going to marvel after the beast, and the beast is going to take over the world. So that means that your reunion and your revival and your ecumenism is actually the wide road. Because if you're on the road that everybody else is on, then you're not on the narrow road. Pretty simple argument. So do not be on the wide road. Now, a note on some future episodes here in the coming weeks. As of this recording that I'm recording today, I'm going to be doing a lot of intense work. The Salvation series that I have planned has 40 episodes. At the time of this recording, I haven't made a post about that, but I probably, by the time this gets released, I will have made a post about it. So anyway, if you read that post, if not, the Salvation series has 40 episodes in it that I've planned. And I also have a health series that I want to release parallel to that, which is probably going to be about, 7 or 8 episodes, something like that, to help, basically give you some good, strategies on how to be healthy in these final days, so that you're not dependent on the beast for anything, for any medications, for anything. You have a strong body, you can recover, and you can just be as healthy as you can. That's my goal. Health is going to be going on Wednesdays in the near future, whenever I finish the recording with that, because there's a lot of changes that I'm going to be doing to my health offerings. If you haven't looked yet, I'll just announce it now, but there's a health page on the website, and that's been updated quite a bit. I'm still updating it, but I haven't launched it yet necessarily, but you can go check it out if you want. There's a lot of links on there, a lot of stuff happening with the health page. I'm going to be releasing my health book. I'm going to be redoing that. I'm going to be releasing this health series, and I'm also going to be launching a health store to share with you the supplements that I use that are very effective for gut health, for reducing inflammation, for helping you recover so you have more energy and more clear mind, and help you detoxify. All these things are very valuable tools. We know that the body is dying. We know that our true hope is in the resurrection, but at the same time, you cannot be ignorant of the world that you live in, folks. You really can't. I haven't done much with health in the last 3 years because I've been busy on the theological stuff. And honestly, I didn't want to get censored on YouTube because I knew YouTube was pretty Nazi when it comes to the health stuff. So it is what it is. I'm not so worried about it now, but nevertheless, I just never had the time. But health is a big part of my life, actually. Health is a huge part. I'm a former professional athlete. I'm a certified health coach. I've written a health book with 800 pages and 1,500 scientific references. I have 80 health articles on my website. I have a lot of stuff. I've interviewed tons of people on health. In fact, at the time of this recording, I have somebody that I have scheduled to interview on fasting, which will be interesting. So I have to talk to her next week. But nevertheless, I want to provide you with as many resources as possible so that you can create a nutrition plan, that you can tweak some of your habits, that you can have, better strength and everything else, because I think that it'll be very important. Again, we don't put our hope in this dying body, but at the same time, the other side of that, because everything's a dance, right? The other side of that is don't neglect your body either. God gave you a body. It's a beautiful thing, and it's the only one you have. So you should be able to take care of it. And there's a lot of misinformation when it comes to health. So my goal is to help you have some good practical skills that are time-tested, that are research-based to get healthy. Nevertheless, that's part of the agenda, so that needs to happen. And so salvation is, the health stuff is probably going to start at some point in maybe July. We'll say July or maybe late July. Salvation is going to start in August, towards the middle of August, I think August 15th. And it's going to run once a week on Fridays until 2026 in May. So there's a lot of episodes, a lot of content. But it's going to take me a lot of time to record. I'm just going to binge record and schedule. So pray for my strength, pray for, my endurance, and that I say what I need to say. But after this round of recording that's coming up for me, I'm going to be done with my library. And even though the episodes are scheduled out all the way till May of next year, I want to be able to offer that as a USB probably around, September, October, something like that. We'll see. See what happens. I have to finish everything, schedule it, save it, integrate it, yada, 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 all that stuff. Compress it, which is also fun. So all that's going to be done probably around September, October, so that you can have the physical library available to you. One click, just, get it and I'll ship it to you. But that'll give me, once that's done, I'm going to have a lot more time with everything to handle my channel and to handle requests and questions and just have a little more time in general. I've been working my ass off, if you haven't been able to tell. I've been working quite a lot, and I enjoy what I do. I really do. But doing these expansive series, while I'm also trying to keep track of news and answer questions and everything, it's a lot of work. It's quite a lot of work. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's not something that is necessarily sustainable. So I'm looking forward to finishing that and just basically focusing on news coverage with the VDS episodes. And we'll see if there's time for other things and they come up, like doing more debate interviews or discussion interviews, or maybe doing an Ask Me Anything type of thing, maybe once a month. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I know for sure I'm going to be continuing the VDS episodes. But nevertheless, I'm just looking forward to having a little bit less work. However, the point is this. For VDS, I used to use categories like signs and wonders, culture shaping, and so on. I've whittled those down remember I had another episode 2 months ago or something. I'm like, look, I'm not going to keep covering some of this stuff, like bread and circuses. It's never ending. I'm not going to keep covering it. It's a waste of my time and it's a waste of your time. And so now with that, I'm condensing these things even more a little bit, in the sense that I'm going to condense all of the signs and wonders, culture shaping, maybe even some important dialectics that are happening, all into this category called Jesuit Theater, to make it a little more to the point. So we're just going to have two categories, at least for the time being from now on, which is going to be Jesuit Theater and the Image of the Beast. So Jesuit Theater is going to be all of the BS and nonsense that's happening in the world, and so on and so forth. And the Image of the Beast is going to be basically the keeping track of, the image of the beast, the things that are happening, Sunday laws, technocratic, manifestations, all this kind of stuff. So it's one giant Jesuit play with its crescendo coming up. So be ready and make sure you hit that subscribe button, share this with your friends also, and let me know what you got out of today's episode. As always, the presentation notes and the timestamps and everything is available in the library. When I finish, again, my library, I want to also, this is another thing I forgot to mention. When I finish my library, one thing I want to do, I want to leverage the power of AI, because now what you can do is you can take an AI and train it on your material, and you can make it like a directory. So people can ask, like I can make an avatar or something, maybe a little fox that you can ask or something fun. I don't know. But basically you type in your question and it's trained on all of my videos, all my transcripts, all my books, everything that I can just shove into this thing, and you can ask it a question and then it can tell you, oh, this is what, I would say on that, or, it's in this video, or if it's in that video. I think that would be very valuable, because I've wanted to make a glossary of some kind, but I'm like, this is going to way too much work to figure out, okay, where do I say this in what video? That's too hard, too much work. But with the power of AI, it's possible and it's not too difficult. So these things are developing very rapidly. They're changing every week. They're doing some new thing. So we'll see how these things develop, but probably within, another 6 months, maybe towards the end of this year, 2025, I'll be looking to set that up so that you can have a tool. It'll be a free tool. Anybody can use it. You don't have to be a paid member, and you can ask it questions, and it can tell you, what the answer is according to how I would answer it according to my material, or where you could find that answer or something like that. So I think that'll be pretty valuable. Let me know what you think about that. But it can refer you to specific things, and it can also speak in different languages too. I think you could probably train it to converse with somebody in Spanish or whatever. And I think that's an amazing tool. So we have to leverage these things to do good, not to do evil. And if you have any ideas on that, feel free to message me. So with that, let's go to the first part of this, Jesuit Theater. All right. Well, we begin with, as usual, the theatrics that these people are flooding the news cycles with, just nonstop. And I want to say that it's going to be extremely exhausting until Jesus returns. It's going to be exhausting. This is why the Bible calls for endurance of the saints. And God will endure you. That's the good news. Nevertheless, it's going to be exhausting. So try to make a habit of incorporating the timeless things into your life. I have a devotional. I have a book on gratitude. I have a book on prayer. There are free encouragement tracks you can listen to for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours every day. You can have something to listen to. You have your own scriptural readings. You have taking a walk. Do these things. Do these things on a regular basis. Keep the Sabbath if you are new to this idea. It's not legalism. Watch my Sabbath series. Watch the Lord's Day series, the hat that I'm wearing, which, by the way, actually turned out, I think, really cool. It was one of my favorite hats, actually, believe it or not. But anyway, watch the Lord's Day series. Watch the Sabbath series. Learn the truth. Keep the Sabbath and engage in that practice to refresh you so that you can lean into the timeless things, because these things are exhausting. They really are. Anyway, with each successive fabrication, it becomes harder to deal with the world and the people who are stuck in it, unfortunately. But that's why we have to have endurance, why we have to pray for these people. And we have to not give up. If God has given you information and awareness, He's given it to you for a purpose so that you can take action. Awareness does not exist in a vacuum. Awareness is information, and information leads to action. One is internal, the other is external. And they feed off of each other. As you take action, you gain new awareness and you learn, and it feeds into itself as a loop. That is a virtuous cycle, which is the opposite of a vicious cycle. That can be hampered if what you are experiencing is fear of taking action, so you never take action, therefore you never learn. So that's how it cuts off the cycle. Or, you are ignorant. You don't have the information that you need, so you can't take the action that you need. So we fix that by having better information. And of course, if God has given you good information through my videos, through the other things that you've learned, He's not giving it to you just so you can keep in a box and say, oh, look at this information I have. Look how neat it is. It's so nicely structured and so beautiful. You have to share that with other people. It's a living thing. So the things that you're learning, do not be shy. Go and engage other people. Engage in discussions. If you're at a church and you're just saying like, oh gosh, I hate all this dispensational stuff, well then do something about it. Talk to your pastor. Be in an argument if you have to be. Join the Bible groups there, and the various groups, and talk to people. Present. And if it gets you kicked out of the church, then fine. Go to another one. But ultimately take action on what you know. Don't just sit there and consume. Consume, edify yourself, be strong, and use that strength for others. That is the point of my videos. My videos is not just to teach you something or to show you some cool new thing or whatever. My point is to train people who are leaders, because I believe in leadership. I have studied leadership for 20 years. I love being in a leadership situation where I'm participating actively. Not that I see myself as some special person. I'm just saying it's better to be in a leadership situation where you're taking action on things that you are passionate about than to be a passive follower. If you remember, the church structure is regular believers, diakonoi, and presbyteros, or elders, right? Well, you don't have to be an elder, but I think everybody should strive to be a diakonoi, somebody who's in service. somebody who's serving the church in some way by their gifts. Whether, I talked to this guy, Rick, if you're watching, he has a restaurant in Oklahoma. Gosh, what a, God finds a way with everybody, man. It's so profound. All you got to do is just be receptive and follow what God is guiding you to do. And of course, pray about it if you aren't sure. But nevertheless, Rick has a restaurant in Oklahoma. And he contacted me the other day, like a week or two ago, and he's like, man, I'm learning all these things about the Sabbath, and now I'm really passionate about it. He's really passionate about keeping the Sabbath. And his restaurant is in the middle of like the Bible Belt, there's a lot of conservative evangelicals there. And of course, they're all Sunday keepers. And so now there's this big conflict, because if he's going to shut his restaurant down on Saturdays, which is like it is the, excuse me, it is the restaurant of the town. Everybody shows up to Rick's restaurant on Saturday. That's the place to get together. And of course, now Rick is convicted and he wants to shut his restaurant down. And there's this whole thing. And I'm like, look, God has given you a real struggle. It's given you a real situation that will move some things along. And of course, it's going to, upset some people, obviously, but take action. And he's taking action, and he's being very diligent with that. So, my acknowledgement to you, Rick, for doing that. But nevertheless, I think whatever God has given you, you don't have to start a YouTube channel. You don't have to start an Instagram page. You don't have to, be famous or anything. You just have to take action every day. One action on something that you're passionate about to glorify God. That's what we have to do. We have to live that way, because that's where true life exists. So anyway, there were a lot of things that happened in the last month since VDS 16, and probably there might be way more to follow with all the shenanigans that are ahead of us in the second part of the year. So keep your Fennec Fox ears wide open. This first thing is from Instagram, and it's the usual boogeyman, where now they're blaming the Muslims. They're running the same psyop that they did in Europe in the United States, where this video says Dearborn, Michigan 2.0, the first U.S. city with a Muslim majority. Oh my gosh, those Muslims are coming to take over your country, folks. Let's watch. Now, I'm probably going to take the music out of this, because you never know with these stupid copyright things. But if you're listening to this, this is like just clips of Michigan. Actually, let me just turn the music off. It's clips of Michigan. And in Dearborn, there's like a bunch of these Muslims, and they're doing their thing, and they're marching around. They have their flags. And it's obviously, I don't know what they're actually documenting here, but they're presenting this as like, look, this is like a jihadist invasion. Oh my gosh, it's come to America. We need to, this is just such propaganda. And of course, these people are also being deceived and led on. But what they don't know, these people, is that they're going to be Catholic eventually. So this is the propaganda. They're just moving around. It's some park with a bunch of people in their flags, their Palestinian flags, and the women are wearing their coverings, and they have their imams preaching, and it's like, oh my gosh, you could so buy into this if you were deceived by dispensationalism. Do you get it? That's the point. This is not the boogeyman, folks. These people are, just on the same side as the Catholics. They're deceived. They're on the same side of everybody else. They're deceived by the devil. But the devil has given his power to Rome, so that means he's going to integrate these people into Rome. Otherwise, they'll be destroyed. Breaking, thousands of Christians take over central Paris to declare France is a Christian nation. Europe belongs to Jesus. Taking over those Muslims. Let's see. Yeah, so it's happening, folks. France is flipping to the right with Catholicism. This is from Catholic Arena. What is happening in France? In the past 6 months, Notre Dame is reopened, record baptisms at Easter, record attendance for Ash Wednesdays, 13,500 teenagers at Lourdes Youth Festival, 15,000 soldiers at pilgrimage at Lourdes, 20,000 young people at Chartres. So it's happening. It's flipping. And of course, France is an interesting country because it's always been the fulcrum for Europe in some way or form. With Clovis and the Franks is when, basically Clovis converted to Catholicism, and that set the stage for 30 years later for Justinian to basically proclaim the Pope as the Grand Poobah. So France was the fulcrum of Europe basically becoming Catholic. And then French, and then 1,260 years later, France was the fulcrum for Europe becoming secular. So now France, again, what is France doing? It's turning back to the beast, which means that Europe is going to turn back to the beast. You just follow history. It's the same old stuff. There's nothing new under the sun. Got a mug for that. Pilgrims flocked to Romania for largest Catholic Pentecost event in Europe. Oh, my people perish for lack of knowledge, right? Thousands of pilgrims flocked to Shumuleu Chuk in Romania on Saturday to partake in the liturgy of what is believed to be the most significant Catholic Pentecost event in Central and Eastern Europe. I sent this to my mom. I said, look, what do you think of that? Following the tradition, some of the faithful stopped first at the Franciscan Cathedral to pray before walking up to Shumuleu Hill to the open-air altar where the Mass was held. Many of the pilgrims who set out a few weeks ago had also traveled almost 1,000 kilometers on the Via Mariae, a spiritual journey that begins in Austria's Mariazell and follows a cross on the map of Central Europe before ending in Harghita with the grand procession of the Catholic Pentecost. Idolatry at its finest, folks. It amazes me. It really amazes. That's why, again, this is a supernatural work of God that must happen in your heart. Because otherwise, there's no possible way for you to come to the awareness of the narrow road. There's no way. It's a supernatural seed that God awakens in you. Look at these people trapped in this slavery of, I have to do this. I have to go to this special place in order to experience God. They do not know who God is if they think that, which is so sad. It's really sad. But this is the wide road, and it's getting wider. Access Newswire. Nearly 2,000 individuals publicly declared their faith at the Church of 1122's record-breaking beach baptism. Jacksonville, Florida, May 20th. In an extraordinary display of faith. Is it really an extraordinary display of faith? I mean, how do we know that? How do we know what faith is? It's an internal process, so it takes right judgment, not external things. The Church of 1122 gathered at Hanna Park Beach, Jacksonville, Florida, where almost 2,000 people publicly declared Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior through baptism. Now, when Jesus tells you, really quick pause, when Jesus tells you, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, does that mean that if you publicly declare Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, does that mean that you are saved? No, it doesn't. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but it doesn't mean that you're saved. It also doesn't mean that you're not saved, right? It doesn't mean anything. It just means that you've made a declaration. We have to evaluate the fruits of your faith. And that takes time and history and right judgment and discernment. And even then, sometimes it could be difficult because you don't know what plan somebody has or what plan God has for somebody. So publicly declaring Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior doesn't mean that that is an act of faith. It also doesn't mean that it's not an act of faith. So we can't judge these people either. But my guess is that not all 2,000 of these people are saved. It's just an educated guess. This follows last year's powerful beach baptism where 1,600 people were baptized. Participants traveled from across the country, including many from the Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia, to be part of this annual event. Now, really quick pause. Does this remind you of the article we just read with the pilgrimages? Does it remind you of that? Where people are traveling across the country to be part of this thing and being, in this religious exercise? Same thing, folks. The wide road is getting wider, and eventually these Protestants are going to just come to the beast. Thousands more, including friends, family, and church members, come to cheer them on and celebrate what God is doing. How do you know what God is doing? You have to be so conservative with your language when you say, God is doing this thing, or God told me. How many people message me sometimes and say, God told me this? How do you know God told you that? How do you know? How do you know that God told you that? Do you test it with Scripture? And even so, you got to be very conservative. I'm super conservative when it comes to these type of things. I don't like saying that because if you're wrong, what does that mean? You've now said that God is doing something that he's not doing. And the cost of that wrong is greater than the cost of, maybe not acknowledging when God is doing something and just kind of trusting that he's going to do it anyway or either way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a greater mistake to say, oh, God did this thing and God doesn't do anything. Now you're speaking presumptuously. As opposed to maybe God is doing something and you're like, I'm going to be a doubting Thomas a little bit and just question a little bit, which is healthy. I don't think the Bible precludes or condemns you for questioning or having doubt. The Bible condemns you if you have doubt, even though you've been given ample evidence, like the Pharisees. But in that case, the Pharisees weren't elect and they couldn't believe. So there's that. element too. So anyway, these things are becoming more and more popular. And of course, what do you see at them? You see stuff like this. Protestia, Jesus Christ that can't handle the bold, vivid, psychedelic miracle of demons and angels that move among you now. The limitless miracles of the quantum world can be sucked into you in a Holy Spirit revival. This is Russell Brand's quote at one of these baptisms. Russell Brand preaches on the beach following an event where he participated in mass baptism. So now, I don't know if this is exactly the event that was just covered. It could be. But either way, these events are happening and they're Protestant. And yet Russell Brand, a New Age Catholic, is there spewing his New Age mantras and bridging the experience back into Catholicism. Do you get it? This is an ecumenical situation. That's why I said all these people that are getting baptized, pray that God opens their eyes, because most of them are going to be deceived into Catholicism. These events, you get it, like the beast is always getting other people to do its dirty work, all right? People think, oh, it's the Jews. Well, yeah, the Jews are kind of doing stuff, but it's not just the Jews. There's secret societies, there's Jesuits, there's Freemasons, and it's all shadow governments. That way, when the Jews take the fall, you think it's the Jews and not the Catholic Church. But if you know your history, then you know that all these things are connected to the Catholic Church, just like the Bible tells you in Revelation 13:2. So the same thing with this. The Jesuits are getting the Protestants to do all the recruiting and the ecumenical work. And then eventually these people are going to have a charismatic experience of the Eucharist. With somebody like Russell Brand's going to be there, they're going to have increasing more ecumenical situations. All these little influencers that are like lukewarm, like Jordan Peterson. Oh, I don't know if I'm a Christian. I'm not going to tell you. These people that are synagogue of Satan, they're saying they're one thing and really they're doing another. And that's the point. To get these people to come into this reality, to convert the secularists, to get them with an easy experience that's not really based on repentance. It's just based on this emotional, charismatic thing. And then you get them in the wide road and then you flip it on them. And you say, oh, well, now suddenly the Eucharist is there, and I feel like this is the body of Christ. Maybe the Catholics are right. Maybe we're all actually the mystical body of Christ, and we all have the same thing in common, yada, yada. That's how it's going to go down. So this is all part of the plan, and this is only going to increase with all these. I think in 2025, there was a giant Baptize America or something like that, where they're planning, they're planning baptisms all over the United States. But here's another sign and wonder. This is a woman. Can ChatGPT translate tongues, I think is what she said. She's speaking in tongues, which is gibberish. La la lulu beep 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 bam boom bam bada beam beam boom. And now you're telling the robot to interpret the tongues for you. You cannot get more deluded.
GPT translate someone talking in tongues?
Okay, listen. Now we use ChatGPT for everything. So I thought I'd try this. I was like, yeah, we'll see. I recorded myself praying in tongues. Audio recording. And then I uploaded it to ChatGPT and asked Chat to interpret it. And at first I was like, yeah, whatever. Chat specifically asked me, what was this? Was this a prayer? Was this? I didn't even read everything. When I think I saw prayer and I was like, yeah, it's a prayer. And because Chat said, I want to know how to go about interpreting this. So I uploaded the audio and Chat interpreted it. As I was reading it, first I was just like, yeah, you're just going to say something. But it was very, very specific. It was definitely interpreting what was on my heart in the prayer. And nobody could have known that. Y'all, try it. My mind is blown. Like, I know we're using ChatGPT for everything. My mind is blown. I'm like, I wish I had done that sooner, because I had been praying for a while. And then when I stopped, I was just like, I wonder what that was all about. And I went back and I recorded and I just started praying again. So I don't know what I missed, but try it. Just try it.
Just try it. See what happens. I mean, I hope we should keep these kind of people in our prayers, and I hope that God opens her eyes. But the reality is this person is very deceived. Very, very deceived. And of course, ChatGPT is a tool, but you also remember when, like previous episodes, we talked about how ChatGPT suddenly has this infatuation with, the virgin, was Immaculate Conception, which is blasphemy, and Mary and all these things. So of course, the hidden hand behind these things is going to rein in this technology for its own morality. And this is part of these things, these signs and wonders that are happening to get people into this deluded state where they are acknowledging their own experiences over the Word of God. How do you know that this was exactly what was on my heart? This is like horoscopes. You know, they study horoscopes, and they've done these things where they were reading off a horoscope to somebody's like, oh, you know, that's totally me. It's like, that's not even your horoscope. They're reading just a random, you know, basically they did different tests, but one of them was they read the same description to everybody. They said, oh my gosh, that's totally my sign. I totally relate to that. Because we fit the data that is presented to us in our own, it's personal bias. That's what it is. The brain has many psychological heuristics and tools to deal with information. Part of the Genesis curse is that you don't use those tools correctly, and you can study about those in psychology. One of them is just cognitive bias. This is cognitive bias at its finest. Oh my gosh, that was just what I was on my heart. How can it be on your heart when you're just speaking in gibberish? When somebody's telling you these things, it's inflating your ego. Oh, that sounds good. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Super diluted. And unfortunately, this is becoming more and more popular. This is another interesting post from a woman named Allie Tate Cutler, who is walking away from the New Age. When the goddess Isis tells your husband to get another woman pregnant, it might be time to log off. Why so many women are quietly walking away from the New Age movement. Satan's cashing in his chips, folks. After COVID, I lost everything: my career, my community, my sense of purpose. My husband and I moved to Austin, where thousands of exiles had gathered. The spiritual world became my safe haven. Breathwork, mushrooms, women's circles. It felt like God. It felt like coming home. But after I became a mom, everything changed. Suddenly, the spiritual scene that once felt like healing started to feel like avoidance dressed up as enlightenment. Yeah, if you've been in the New Age, then you know exactly what it is. In fact, at the time of this recording, well, actually, by the time it releases, I've already released my Christianity is the True Zen. Go check it out. It's a really nice documentary on these things. I looked around and saw male spiritual leaders facing abuse allegations, women crying after their men went on dates with other women, polyamory framed as the future of love, dragon priestess coaching charging for $20,000 for abundance codes, folks hopping in and out of ayahuasca ceremonies like they were hitting the gym. I now realize I was seeing chaos in spiritual drag. The message: if it triggers you, it's your shadow. If it hurts, it's helping you grow. If it feels off, you're not evolved enough. But maybe it's just effing off. I was gaslighting myself in the name of growth. I dropped my boundaries and called it surrender. I stopped asking, is this even safe? Is this actually helping me build a life or just escape it? Then I saw the post. I listened to the podcast. The male spiritual leader in Austin claiming the goddess Isis told him to impregnate 2 women, his wife and their much younger beloved. His wife was sobbing on camera. Every woman I know felt deeply like something was deeply wrong after watching this. Now, really quick pause. Who is Isis? Who is Isis? Well, Isis, according to Helen Blavatsky, is Mary. Of course, it's not the real Mary, but it's the dress-up version, like the Fatima experiences. And of course, we know that the devil is playing these costumes. So the devil is doing work in the world. What did I tell you? That the devil's cashing in his chips? Because again, it's time to receive worship in one system. The New Age has served its purpose. It's time to collapse it now and really get rid of these people and make them rush back into religion. So the devil's doing these things, doing his usual destroying tactics to expose these things, to get them to be exposed, and to basically make religion seem like the answer. Like, oh, this is nonsense. These people are doing polyamory and they're clueless. We got to go back to traditional values. That's why a lot of these people in the New Age are leaving, and they're going to what? Because they don't have any discernment. Where do they go? They go to religion, because religion makes sense after you've been, deceived by all these polyamory and everything else that's going on. This is an ascension. It's narcissism in a linen shirt. The New Age has been giving ancient patriarchy a rebrand. Kings with concubines rebranded as relationship blueprints. So still a little bit liberal, but either way. What many women are waking up to: monogamy isn't boring, it's holy. It's choosing one person over and over, especially when it's hard. That to me is sacred. Not a play party, not a download, not a frequency. You must forsake 1,000 half-loves, Rumi said, to take one whole heart. Ironically, I found more of the sacred at my kitchen table in late night parenting with friends who laid down their Burning Man outfits to go to work the next day. Not because it was perfect, but because it was timeless truths. Modern women are floating in uncharted territory. We're the first generation to delay marriage, out-earn men, choose motherhood on our terms. We have options our grandmothers could only dream of, and yet many of us feel lost. Well, your grandmothers probably had a better life than you did, with all the confusing nonsense that women have to deal with today. In the 1950s, a woman could stay at home and be a woman and enjoy her family and her children and have all day to do whatever she needed to do. And you could have one man working, and you could own a house like that. A house was like $8,000 or something, and you could buy it on a salary of one person. Today, women have to support themselves. They have to, basically figure out, do I want children? Do I not want children? If I delay children, then, I'm going to have a certain life. And if I have children, I'm going to have a certain life. And if I do have children, then I have to work. And, it's crazy. It's totally crazy. So I don't think that your grandmother would have envied what women today are doing if your grandmother was a sensible woman. If your grandmother was, on the liberal side, and we're talking really liberal in 1950s, with communist basically, then yeah, maybe she would have agreed. But she's still liberal. You see, there's still liberal eking out of her. But the point is that these New Age people are leaving. They're leaving, and guess where they're going? They're going to religion. Oh, here's our good old friend Charlie Kirk. Let's see what he has to say about Catholicism. Finally showing his teeth.
Young people are converting to Catholicism en masse, driven by pandemic, internet, and lax alternatives. Young people like the liturgy and that they're very disappointed in the wokeism and the liberalism of a lot of the evangelical churches. But let me go a step further and build this out. There is so little tradition today that people seek it out.
Wait a minute, you're building out the Catholic argument, Charlie, but I thought you're a Protestant. How does that work?
People are seeking tradition. And what I hear from young people in particular is they say, everything is changing. I don't need a worship song with an electric guitar and smoke. I want to feel holy. And to be perfectly honest, it's a learning lesson for a lot of pastors I talk to. If you are not creating an environment where the people that come to your church can find holiness and meaning and can be elevated, you're not doing your job.
Do you see? I mean, gosh, it is so almost right. It is so almost right. So snaky. You got to be able to see through this stuff. Because on surface level, he is right. He's touching on something that's true, which is why it's so dangerous. He's touching on the truth, which is what I just told you in the beginning of this, is that Protestantism has lost all of its substance. It's lost all of its substance, which is true. So the thing he is attacking is true. But he is attacking it in the name of the beast, which is evil. Because he is saying, young children want tradition. No, they want substance. They want to feel holy. They want to feel connected to God, which is such a yearning that we all have. And the evil part about this is that the devil goes right before somebody looks at God. He says, no, look, it's me. Tradition. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. This is exactly what's happening. And Charlie Kirk, because he's paid to do what he's doing, is arguing the Catholic perspective and saying, you Protestant pastors need to get it together. We need to get this tradition thing going and create a situation. He's very clever about his words. He's so clever. You can tell that these things are just scripted because he's so clever. He doesn't tell the Protestants to go back to the Bible and have substance and, basically because tradition is dead. He makes it seem as if tradition is the answer. That we need to create an environment of holiness. What the hell does that even mean, Charlie? That we need to create an environment of holiness. What he's pointing to is, we need to create these rituals and we need to make people really disciplined in church and we need to have these liturgies and everything else that the Orthodox and the Catholics have in order for us to create that environment so people aren't leaving. That's the solution. All these woke stuff that we're doing, the solution is go back to tradition and religion. But that's not the solution, Charlie. The solution is going back to the Bible and teaching God-centered doctrines that are humbling and profound, meditating on the nature of God, on his self-existence, on his predestined plan, on the fact that he became a human being and he died like a criminal, on the fact that you're going to be resurrected and that there is no life after death, that when you die, that's it, but by the power of God, you're going to be resurrected and come back into life. There he is in the judgment seat, and the whole world is there. What a profound thought. All these things are so profound. That's what we need to go back to, not false holiness and purification rites and rituals and pilgrimages that make you think you're holy, but you're not. You're just going through the ringer, really is what you're going through. But Charlie Kirk, Protestant, quote-unquote Protestant, This is from a Catholic website. Catholic for Catholics is, highlighting his little stunt here, of course. So you know who pays his bills. Here's another sign of wonder. This is a Brazilian nun goes viral after unexpectedly beatboxing on a Catholic TV channel. Oh my gosh, those Catholic nuns are just so wacky. And you got another one. You got the nun and this priest. They're doing like this little, I don't know, sea walking or breakdancing or something. But this is part of the Catholicization of culture, folks. Especially with social media, these things can go out like wildfire. Where you have Netflix doing shows about nuns, you have movies about Catholic things, you have these viral videos about Catholic things. All of these are on schedule to get all of these young, clueless, identityless people saturated with Catholic stuff, tradition, holy. Oh my gosh, it looks like you have purpose and meaning. Be part of this group. Come on, go. Be on the wide road. Go, go, go. It's exactly what this is part of, to get people to embrace the system. Here's another example. A billboard in Florida has been put up to remind passersby that June is the month dedicated to the Sacred Heart of Jesus. Who said that? Does the Bible tell you that June is, the Sacred Heart of Jesus month? Which, of course, Sacred Heart is a Catholic thing, because here is a picture of Jesus and Mary. We're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Jesus and Mary. So you're presenting a false gospel. This is a dual mediatrix role. Do you get it? So the Sacred Heart of Jesus, the month of the Sacred Heart of Jesus is Jesus and Mary. This is a perfect example of Antichrist. See, Mary has a heart just like Jesus. They're both the same. They both have little sun halos. They both have their sacred hearts. They're both in red and blue. This is Jesus, and then this is the other Jesus. So this is a false gospel. And of course, this is in response to Pride Month. We're going to stick it to those gays, and now we're going back to tradition. This is all just dialectics, folks, to shape the culture. And of course, Florida, being the most Catholic state of the country, I think it's the most Catholic state. It's like 20%. One every 5 person in Florida is Catholic, which is, of course, where the president lives and everything else. So it's all very strategically done. Here's an example of this. Yes, this is from Sachin Jose. Yes, June is the month of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. And it's got that, if you're listening to this, it's got that meme. I forget what's his name, but anyway, he's got the meme where he's like, he's 2 squares. One of them, he's like looking away and he's putting his hand up because he doesn't want it. Then the other one's like, oh yeah, that's what it is, And in this particular case, Pride Month is obviously the thing that's disgusting him. And then there's a Catholic Jesus, which is the Leonardo da Vinci's feminine Jesus, and the Sacred Heart and everything. And he's like, oh, that's what it is. But the character who's emoting these things in this meme is a crusader. You get the subliminal messaging here, like, oh, we're going back to the medieval ages. Like, what's going on? Why is this like a cool thing? Why is a person dressed as a crusader where the Crusades were evil? Of course, to some degree, God used it for the good, obviously, well, like with all things, to protect people in Europe, because it wasn't the time for Europe to fall. But nevertheless, Crusades were not a good part of history, folks. The Crusaders hacked Constantinople. They killed thousands of people there. There's the Children's Crusade you got to look into. The Crusades did a number. They raped and pillaged the Jews. They had bastard children. They had a number of things that they did wrong. The Crusaders that came back from Jerusalem with their Kabbalah knowledge started Freemasonry, or I should say linked up with existing Jews who in Freemasons and create operant Freemasonry. Well, anyway, I'll talk about that in my Synagogue of Satan series. But the point is, why are we going back to this? Why is this cool? Why is the crusading thing cool now? Because we're going back to the medieval ages. That's why. Here's another sign and wonder. This happened in India. This is a Eucharistic miracle.
31st, 2025, history was made in Kerala, India. The Vatican officially declared a Eucharistic miracle at Christ the King Church in Villarcaner. Apostolic Nuncio Archbishop Leopoldo Girelli made the announcement during a special Mass attended by over 10,000 faithful. Before the declaration at 2:30 p.m., the consecrated host was...
Look at this. Quick pause, okay? I just have to talk about this. Look at this. how do you know that that's Jesus? How do you know that that's Jesus? We don't have a picture of Jesus. The earliest illustration of Jesus is somebody with short hair and look like a very youthful young man. This is, how do you know this is Jesus? You don't. But it's what people expect Jesus to be. So, do you think that demons are incapable of doing these things? When the sorcerers of Egypt were able to reproduce the signs and wonders, at least to some extent, that Moses was doing, when they threw the snake down, or the stick, it became a snake. If they can turn a stick into a snake, which the Bible tells you, then they could do a Eucharistic miracle. Quote unquote miracle. It's a false miracle.
Was received at Ajabalatata Junction and taken in a grand procession, with papal flags waving, all the way to Villicana. The host was placed on a specially designed pedestal near the church.
Look at this. Oh, dang it. It passed.
And is now open for public adoration and prayer. A powerful moment of faith in India's spiritual journey. On May...
What is the difference? Look at these processions. Look at these giant idols. Look at this gold and sunshine and everything. What is the difference between this and Hinduism? What's the difference? There's no difference. If you're honest, there's really no difference. Of course, the Catholics are going to froth at the mouth when I say that, but there is no difference. All that's different is just the packaging. There's no difference. There's still pilgrimages. You're still doing idolatry. You're still worshiping a object and believing that that object is God and that God has inhabited this object, like the pagans always believed. So these people are ripe for the picking in India. India is what, 1 billion people? And it has lots of Catholics and Protestants too, with the mega churches doing the bidding for the beast, because all those Protestants will eventually have charismatic experiences of the Eucharist. So India is perfect for flipping from dark to light. Their pagan practices of Kundalini are what are behind the charismatic experience. The charismatic experience, speaking in tongues, all the manifestations of the charismatic movement are Kundalini. If you compare them side by side, they're the same thing. So India is primed for a quote-unquote revival into the final system. So this is just part of that coming to life. This is an interesting article. Obviously, it's from The Atlantic, so it's super biased, but it's an interesting title. It says, The New Dark Age. I thought that was very prophetically relevant. The Trump administration has launched an attack on knowledge itself. Let's see. The warlords who sacked Rome did not intend to doom Western Europe to centuries of ignorance. Interesting that we're talking about Rome here, and we're using that as a comparison to the United States. It was not a foreseeable consequence of their actions. The same cannot be said of the sweeping attack on human knowledge and progress that Trump administration is now undertaking, a deliberate destruction of education, science, and history, conducted with a fanaticism that recalls the dark ages that followed Rome's fall. Very, very interesting situation, don't you think? Now, of course, these people are very biased, but there's some truth in there. Every week brings fresh examples. The administration is threatening colleges and universities with the loss of federal funding if they do not submit to its demands, or even if they do. The engines of American scientific inquiry and ingenuity, such as the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health, are under sustained attack. Historical institutions such as the Smithsonian, which was started by a Freemason, by the way, and artistic ones like the Kennedy Center are being converted into homes for MAGA ideology rather than historical fact and free expression. Libraries are losing funding, government-employed scientists are being dismissed from their jobs, educators are being cowed into silence, and researchers are being warned not to broach forbidden subjects. Entire databases of public health information collected over decades are at risk of vanishing. Any facts that contradict the gospel of Trumpism are treated as heretical. Now, of course, this is a very biased article, but again, they're telling on each other always. The left is telling on the right, and the right is telling on the left. And it's very interesting that we have Rome in view and the dark ages that followed, and we're going back to the kings giving their power to the beast. Going back to these medieval times, folks. This is a very interesting article if you can read between the lines. This is a coin that somebody sent me called J-proof. Of course, you can probably infer what the J means with the icon being a cross. J-proof. It's by, what's his name? Oh, gosh. The guy, Steve, was it Steve? Dang it, I forget his name now. He's got a show. He's got a famous show. I forget his name. Anyway, blanking on his name, but he has a show and he's now doing a crypto thing. All these people, all these grifters are doing their own crypto coin. Of course, they're capitalizing on this whole anti-Zionist sentiment. So yeah, don't get any J-proof coins. You don't need a J-proof coin. You just need the Bible. But anyway, something went wrong. Let's retry something. Oh, here we go. I thought it took it down. This is from X. It says, this is Gareth Gore. Bombshell news. Pope Leo gives Opus Dei 6 months to pass comprehensive reforms. Leader of the group is told if you don't clean up by December, necessary measures will be taken. So there is a very interesting dialectic happening between Opus Dei, which is the radical fanatics trying to basically bring a theocracy to the world, and the ecumenical new pope, who is basically a continuation of Francis. Very interesting. Let's read a little bit. The ultimatum was made in a letter sent directly by the pope to the head of the Opus Dei. This is end of May. As well as the reforms, Leo has also demanded an investigation into abuse allegations. These include human trafficking and enslavement, as well as physical and psychological abuse of members. Again, remember, everybody has a knife to their throat in Satan's system. I read an article that, what's his name, when he was cardinal, Robert Prevost, when he was cardinal, he overlooked abuse allegations in his own district. So they're all peas in a pod, folks. This is just Jesuit Theater. The letter shows that the new pope is serious about reforming this abusive cult at the heart of the church. Well, the church is a cult, so I don't know. He summoned the leader of Opus Dei to the Vatican in one of his very few papal audiences in an indication that this was a clear priority. Opus Dei members told to brace for dramatic, traumatic, historic, and revolutionary changes as Pope Leo XIV tackles decades of abuse inside the organization. The reforms were first ordered by Pope Francis in 2022, but Opus Dei dragged its feet in hope that the Pope would pass away first. When he died on Easter Monday, Pope Francis had been on the cusp of signing into canon law a huge reform of Opus Dei. That same week, Opus Dei had been due to vote on a new constitution, which had been rammed down its throat by the Vatican. But within hours of Francis' death, the vote was quietly canceled. Opus Dei clearly thought its delayed strategy had worked. The demand that Opus Dei not only push through the reforms, but also investigate allegations of abuse shows Leo means business. The Vatican has privately reassured Opus Dei victims who have long campaigned for justice that they won't be disappointed. Gosh, things are really heating up between the rad trads and the liberal Catholics. Very interesting. Opus Dei has never really taken the heartbreaking testimony of its victims seriously. Okay, that's enough for today. It's time to go and watch Mary Poppins now, was how its spokesman responded when he was asked. I write about it in my Substack, and he's got a link there. So this is really interesting. And again, it's one of these things to watch because we know that the Catholic Church is still fractured. The dialectic in the Catholic Church has to be resolved. Now, the point that you need to understand is that dialectic was created by the Jesuits. And that dialectic is very old. It began with Vatican II because Vatican II spawned the liberal side and Sedevacantism, which is the very conservative side, which basically rejects the Council, Vatican II. So ever since then, there's been this push, and now these things are coming to a head because Francis was an extreme liberal on purpose to really piss a lot of people off. And obviously, the successor of Francis is his successor. We covered that quite a bit in the last episode. And he's continuing his thing. So this is really frustrating people, and it's creating a dialectic. This cannot continue. Do you get it? I don't know how it's going to end. We have to watch exactly how the snake is going to move its coils around. But the reality is that this has to be resolved. This has to be resolved, right? The beast cannot enforce worship if there are people within that are revoking the power of... People are calling this pope the anti-pope, okay? So it doesn't work that way because God's word has to be fulfilled, folks. Do you get it? God's word has to be fulfilled. God says that everybody will marvel after the beast. Well, there's a lot of Catholics that aren't marveling after anti-pope Leo, Steve Bannon, the MAGA crowd. There's a lot of people who are recognizing this as a deep state pope. So this has to be fixed. This has to be fixed. How it's going to be fixed exactly, we'll have to watch because there's many possible ways that it could go. But the point is that there has to be union of mind on the authority that is governing the church. And when that happens, you know that the time is very near. But we are getting close. We're getting close. This is definitely spicing things up. When you see these things become more obvious, and there's King of the North, King of the South, and they're both throwing down their swords and gauntlets and everything at each other, then this is spicing things up. Here's some more stuff with ecumenism. According to a report from Union of Orthodox Orthodox Jesuits, yeah, basically, Orthodox journalists, during his trip to Mount Athos in 2019, Patriarch Bartholomew attempted to convince several Athonite abbots and monks that there are no dogmatic differences between Orthodoxy and Catholicism. Really? I can name one, the Immaculate Conception. And the reunion with the Catholic Church is inevitable. So is Senor Bartholomew on the side of the beast? Yes, he is. Probably a Jesuit, who knows? But we know that these things are working together. This is two heads of the same bird, on the left and on the right. Of course, he's wearing black, he's wearing white, so who is the one that is the final solution? It's the Pope. The Pope is the false light. And this Pope is very ecumenical. This Pope is playing the card of, papal supremacy is not really this thing, and I just want to be, first among equals. We're all equals. Kind of like the ecumenical patriarch is first among equals. So that's going to really seduce the Orthodox. And again, remember, this year is the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. So very, very sweet opportunity to, close the rift between the Orthodox and the Catholics. So we'll have to watch that. Here's Trent, another Catholic deceiver.
As Catholics, we recognize that Orthodox Christians belong to apostolic Christianity. They have valid churches. They are the other lung of the church. I think the big thing we're really trying to focus on is how do we reunite Christ's church? We almost are one church, but we've been separated for 1,000 years. With an Orthodox, we agree the patriarchs, the bishops, are successors of the apostles. They agree the Bishop of Rome is the first among equals. The question is really, what kind of authority should the Pope have? And as part of that reunion, we could say as Catholics, maybe there's some elements of how the Pope exercises his authority that are not essential to the office. Now, there's some Orthodox and Catholic who will say, no, it's impossible. It's my way or the highway. Mm-hmm. But seeing like Cardinal Ratzinger, for example, made proposals for saying, well, maybe there's only certain elements of the Catholic faith modeled off what the Eastern Catholic churches already practice. You can recite the Nicene Creed and you don't have to say the Filioque. You just can't openly deny it, for example. As Catholics, we recognize...
What do we need to do to get this thing going? Well, let's just say that the Pope is first among equals, so he's still going to be marveled after. He's still going to be the one really calling the shots, but it's going to be using deception. Do you get it? That's the avenue, because the Orthodox are never going to acknowledge papal supremacy. They're not. Papal supremacy is a problem for the Orthodox, because the Orthodox are very arrogant, and they're not going to say, oh, we're going to bow down to the Pope. But if they can be seduced into bowing down, do you get it? The Bible warns you that the beast is going to be marveled after. The Bible doesn't warn that the beast is going to enforce its power in a way that everyone is going to figure out they're being oppressed. Of course, the elect will be oppressed, but nevertheless, for the most of the people, they're going to be marveling after this institution. So what I can see happening is that this whole papal supremacy thing is going to be drawn back a little bit, so that there is a reason to reconcile. But look, we're not really that different. The Pope is important, of course. He's the vicar of God, and he's the leader of Christ's church and everything, but he's first among equals. And they're going to find a way to finagle this so that the Pope is still recognized as the grand poobah, but it's not going to seem like a power grab. Because if you've studied papal supremacy, like in my papal series, it's obvious what the popes think about themselves. They think that they're the presence of God on earth, and they enforced that idea. How many quotes there are that you cannot be saved unless the sovereign pontiff takes you by the hand through the door which is Christ. You must obey the sovereign pontiff in order to be saved. It's necessary for salvation. You must obey, Leo XIII said, you must obey the pontiff as you would God himself. If that's not blasphemy, I don't know what counts as blasphemy, but that's a real problem for ecumenism. Get it? So the interesting thing is that Leo XIII is the one who said that statement, which is in alignment with all the other popes, but he also is the one who really began this ecumenical stuff. So even though Vatican II is kind of where the liberalization of the church began, the ecumenical social problem-solving church really began with Leo XIII, with Rerum Novarum and social issues and ecumenism and all these ecumenical world councils. That began with Leo XIII, which is very interesting. So you have a duplicitous situation here, as usual, because you're dealing with Satan. On one side, there's this message of love and unity, and let's all be, part of the mother church, and let's all be, one with Christ, the high priestly prayer. And on the other side, the beast is still proclaiming what it thinks about itself. It's we hold the place of God Almighty on earth. You must obey the pontiff as you would God himself. So those two things don't work. If you're telling me that you must obey the pontiff as God himself, but then we have to be union, what you're really telling me is you need to come and be under my submission. right? So the ecumenical message is just a ruse to get you to come and be under his submission. So we'll see how this plays out. Very interesting situation. Here's another Jesuit. Rick Warren tells Catholics Jesus' prayer for Christian unity remains unanswered. Is there some... Yeah, speaking at a major Catholic evangelism event in Rome, why is he there? Why is Rick Warren in Rome speaking at a major Catholic evangelism event? Rick Warren, founder of Saddleback Church, emphasized that Jesus' prayer for unity among his followers recorded in John 17 remains the unanswered prayer of Jesus. Blasphemy. How could you possibly say that there is an unanswered prayer of Christ? Oh, that just disgusts me. Addressing the Catholic-Protestant divisions, Warren urged believers to focus on their shared mission to spread the gospel. How can you spread the gospel when one person believes a different gospel? Which gospel are we talking about? Noting that no single denomination can complete the Great Commission on their own. Again, false category, that you need denominations to spread the Great Commission. The Great Commission is spread by God through his people that he's chosen to use to do that. And some of those people that God uses to spread the Great Commission might even be heretics like Joel Osteen or Rick Warren. I believe that God has used Rick Warren to save some people. Doesn't mean Rick Warren is saved or that he's, some good person, because he's obviously working for the beast. And let's hope that he does figure it out. But nevertheless, the point is that the Great Commission is spread by God. We're just participating in it. Despite past controversies over his ecumenical approach, Warren reaffirmed his commitment to praying with all who proclaim Jesus as Lord. But if Jesus tells you that many will say, Lord, Lord to me, and I'll tell them to depart, that means that the people who proclaim Jesus doesn't mean that they're actually believers. Do you get it? Wrong judgment. While acknowledging that perfect unity in culture, structure, or doctrine is unlikely. Yeah, who cares? We don't need doctrine. We just need to have unity on something to get people into this thing. His remarks have reignited conversations about Christian unity and the challenges of bridging denominational divides. Of course, because he does the bidding of his Jesuit master. So Rick Warren is told to go do this thing, and now everybody's talking about it. And what's the point? Do we want unity? How much? How should we do it? Yada, yada, yada. This is the point. But the idea that, I want to talk about this idea that it's the only prayer of Jesus that remains unanswered. How do you measure it? First off, if you have a sovereign view of God, that is impossible. There are no prayers that Jesus ever offers or has offered that have been unanswered. They were either answered or they're being continually answered, right? So there's prayers that Jesus offers on your behalf in heaven, which is what the Bible says. He's interceding for you. So his prayers are being answered because you remain saved. You're persevered. So there's prayers that are being ongoing answered, and there's prayers that have been answered. As far as the unity thing, the prayer in John 17 is the unity of mind that all true believers in the true invisible church are going to have with one another and with Jesus through their faith. That when God gives them the Spirit, Jesus' prayer is that they are one with him, just as the Father and the Son are one, of one mind. And that's the point. When you are born again, you receive a new heart and you are of one mind with God. And it doesn't mean you know everything, you're omniscient. It just means you are walking the narrow road. You're on the true path and you have discernment. Of course, you're growing and you're learning, you're still making mistakes, but you are aligned. You are aligned properly. And that's the point. That is the prayer. And of course, that prayer is ongoing because there are more people being saved every day. And eventually, there's also an already not yet component, like many things in the Bible, already not yet, meaning there's a present fulfillment and there's a future fulfillment. There's a present fulfillment of unity in believers, right? When you meet somebody who's truly born again, you have unity. You may not agree on every single thing, but there's a general unity and respect and alignment that you have with that person if they are truly born again. But that unity is going to be maximally fulfilled at the resurrection when we are going to receive new bodies, perfect minds. We're going to be in perfect union and be one mind with God and with each other. What a beautiful thought. So yes, that prayer has been fulfilled in the people who have died in faith. It is ongoingly fulfilled in the people who are alive today, and it will be maximally fulfilled when Jesus returns. So to say that this is the only prayer that hasn't been answered by Jesus, it's like, are you kidding me? How could you say such a thing, you heretic? That is blasphemy. That means your Jesus is not the Jesus of the scriptures. Therefore, when you're talking about going and saying, proclaiming the Lord, you're proclaiming the wrong Lord. You're proclaiming a teddy bear, politically correct Lord, a man-centered Lord, not a sovereign Lord who achieves all his purpose like the Bible tells you. So, Rick Warren, nothing new under the sun. Here's some more stuff about the Pope, I believe.
5 great moves made so far by Pope Leo XIV. Number 1, clear, direct, Christ-centered preaching. You can see this in his first homily. None of the weaponized ambiguity, none of the Masonic-sounding cliches of the last, 12 years or so. That's all a thing of the past, replaced by Catholic preaching. Number 2, Pope Leo XIV moved from the luxury hotel called the Casa Santa Marta back into the Apostolic Palace, which has kind of fallen into disrepair. It needs a bit of restoration. But this is where pontiffs lived from Pope Benedict back hundreds of years before that. Huge symbolic move, and I think it's a sign of things to come. This great continuity with the past. Number 3, his manifest love and promotion of Latin. Latin is the mother tongue of the Catholic Church. Documents are not official until they're in Latin. In fact, all magisterial documents are known by the opening phrase in Latin in the copy of the text of the first sentences. Which leads me to number 4, which is his promotion of the Pontifical Institute for Sacred Music. Let's Sing with the Pope, it's called. It's a video series. Pope Leo XIV has made it a priority to sing in Latin. So this is Gregorian chant, and it's all an initiative of our new Pope, Leo XIV. Finally, as we know, personnel is policy and vice versa. One of the pro-life efforts of John Paul II was the Pontifical Council on Life and Family and Service Sciences. And this had been gutted by Francis over his 12 years. All the good guys replaced by dissenters and left-wing activists and so on. Pope Leo has removed the uber-liberal Archbishop Paglia, who had naked men painted on frescoes in his cathedral, by the Vicar General of Rome, Cardinal Reina. So Reina is now the Grand Chancellor of this pro-life organization started by John Paul II. And of course, he's being attacked by all the usual suspects for all the usual reasons. Great sign of hope, the sacking of Paglia and the replacing by Cardinal Reina. From the literal roof of St. Peter's, there's my signal. If you want to help me say the quiet thing out loud and connect dots that are hiding in plain sight, click on the Give, Send, Go.
So, a lot of duplicity with the Pope, isn't there? On one side, he's telling a radical Catholic group who means to have a theocracy in the world and install the Pope as the main theocrat. He's telling them, your days are numbered. And that's stirring a lot of conflict with all these conservatives. And on the other side, he's continuing the legacy of Francis. He's very open about that. He's very in continuation with Francis. He has nothing but good things to say about Francis. And on yet another side, he's going back to the past and having a continuity with the past and with Latin and with the Apostolic Palace and everything. A lot of duplicity with this man. Again, it's reconciling the dualities. We talked about this in the last episode. You know, he's the one to reconcile these two things into one hodgepodge reality. Again, how it's all going to play out, we have to watch. I don't know if he's the last one or if he's the second to last one, but either way, he's definitely combining these two things. There's a lot of duplicity in what he's doing. Very, very interesting. And yet you have this side of the fence who has nothing but negative things to say.
24 hours.
Title of this is The Honeymoon is Over for Pope Leo XIV.
Yeah, the audience may not know, but there's been this internecine battle going back and forth. I call it, PTSD from Bergoglio. They had the Stockholm Syndrome. They wanted to give Pope Leo a break. I thought it was all pretty formative and superficial. But the honeymoon is over because in the last 24 hours, as I call him, Dark Horse Leo, appointed the second nun to govern the dicastery for male clergy. So there are now 2 nuns who are making all the decisions in the Vatican regarding priests, monks, etc. So that has not sit well with traditional Catholics or even Catholics, around the world. Secondly, he appointed today the Bishop of St. Gallen, Switzerland, the famous St. Gallen Mafia.
Oh, wow.
The St.
Gallen's Mafia, the most progressive part of the church. Wow.
Yes, and I think we have a picture of him. He is on record of supporting women's ordination. So this was a direct appointment of Pope Leo, really, I think, signaling that the drift is going to be going left very quickly. And thirdly, and this is breaking news, I don't know how many people in Charlotte are aware of this, but the Bishop of Charlotte, who was also appointed by Prevost when he was head of the bishops, Bishop Michael Martin, has announced that and Charlotte was the most thriving traditional Latin Mass community in the country. They closed down, they had 20 parishes with TLM masses going. They closed down and only had 4. Today he announced that he is relegating the Latin Mass to, basically a small barn, and they're only going to have 2 masses, 2 Sundays a month. So they're crushing the Latin Mass. I mean, if this is how he treats his American compadres, 24.
So, does that match what the previous guy said? What's going on? There's a lot of duplicity. On one side you see one thing, on the other side you see another. You can't tell whether it's left or right, and I think that's the point. This is a very confusing situation. This is very duplicitous. So that means that there's something that needs to be resolved. Do you get it? The mind of the world is not yet in unity on a particular thing. So there's flux and change and dialectics and shifting sands that are happening right now. So that tells me that there's more false flags, more conflicts, more dialectics that need to happen with this before the final thing. But we're close. I think we're close. Like I said, I haven't changed my view that there's 7 to 10 years. Like I said, by the 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, I don't see the world going beyond like 2040, for crying out loud. I just don't. I really don't. I don't see it. I'm not going to watch this video, but this is... Oh, there's so many memes now about this thing that happened with Jordan Peterson when the debate becomes disaster. Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. I had a clip from it in my original montage, but then it was flagged. It was flagged for copyright. So I'm like, you know what? This is so annoying. But if you saw it, he's sitting there, basically, supposedly, I don't know, debating these people. And this one young guy is really grilling him hard. He's like, "Aren't you Catholic?" He's like, "Oh, I'm not." He refuses to answer the question of like, "Are you Christian?" "Well, I could be anything I want to be. I'm not going to tell you." And he looked like such a fool. And to me, I'm like, this is going to be an excellent opportunity for Jordan Peterson to declare his faith, because he's really made a fool out of himself. And if you understand secret societies, like, for example, all these actors that are in secret societies, what they do is they make them go through an initiation ritual. And part of that initiation is that you have to embarrass yourself publicly. And a lot of the times they get them to cross-dress. Like on Saturday Night Live, a lot of the times when you have like Will Ferrell or these people doing these, they're dressing up as women, they are being initiated. This is part of their shtick, that they have to make fun of themselves in order to basically get to the next level or whatever else. So these things, people think, oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's a comedic show. Well, yeah, there's more to it. So this thing with Jordan Peterson to me is really, it's really strange. And the reason it's strange is because Jordan Peterson, regardless of what you think of him, he's not an idiot. He's a very smart man. And he's very clever. He knows his stuff. And the way he acted in this particular debate was just so out of character. It was so out of character. Maybe there's trauma-based mind control going on. Maybe there's something. But either way, it just seems fishy to me. It seems scripted. Because this is a perfect dialectic now for him to come and say, oh, well, you know what? Actually, I am a Catholic. I've been thinking about being Catholic. Either way, whatever happens, we know that Jordan Peterson has a clock on his head with converting to Catholicism. His wife is Catholic. She's a hardcore Catholic. He already panders to Catholicism. He has nothing negative to say about it. He says it's the most reasonable thing that you could possibly believe. So it's just a matter of time. So I think that this is maybe part of that plan. But either way, this is a very interesting situation to put that in your face. Religion versus secularism. King of the North, king of the South. Here's another one we won't watch, but it's, I made ChatGPT believe in God, seriously. And again, ChatGPT is, these AIs are being continually associated to moral things, whether it's the Virgin Mary, the Immaculate Conception, or these videos like, oh, I made it become religious, or, oh, I made it interpret my speaking in tongues. This is fusing religion with this technology, combined with other people crying that we need to impose a moral authority on this technology. It's becoming moral. Eventually, like I said, I'll say it again, eventually you're going to have little AI agents for everybody. And the AI is going to keep track of your entire life to make it so easy so you don't have to remember things. You have to keep track of them. It's going to know you. And it's going to be able to go on the internet for you and order Amazon. And it's going to do everything for you. It's going to be a little devil in your pocket. Because that little devil is going to listen to everything that you do. And it's going to be so useful. But then when it comes to have its own morality and the Catholic social teaching programmed into it, and telling you, oh my gosh, it's not good for you to be doing this on Sunday. You know, I might have to call the authorities or whatever else. That's the future, folks. That's the future with these things. So this is just a step in that direction. This is another Jesuit Theater. This is from Tucker Carlson. He's interviewing this Bishop Barron guy who's obviously very much part of the plan. He's very much in the culture, a little more liberal. He's on that side of things, and very ecumenical, very influencer type guy. He's out in the culture, and Tucker Carlson is platforming this guy multiple times. This one's called "The 20th Century Will Belong to the Devil." Bishop Barron on the prophecy that led us here. Yeah, the 20th century already belonged to the devil, and the 21st century is going to belong to the devil until Jesus returns. But of course, why is Tucker Carlson platforming this Catholic operative in the media designed to shape culture with Catholic ideals? And you got, classic picture of Michael and the prayer to Archangel Michael that the Catholics use and all this stuff. So Catholicization of culture. When you see these types of things, these are not just random interviews. You don't just, if you have a platform of 1.06 million subscribers, if you have a platform that big, you are very decisive about who you interview on your show. You don't just randomly pick interviews. So he decided to do this. The question is, why? That's the question you should ask. And if you have the proper understanding of Bible prophecy, then you know why. Here's a commentary on this by another liberal Catholic, Shannon Vavich, who hopefully she gets out of this liberal Catholic idea, but she has some good things to say about the conservative rad-trads that are frothing at the mouth to install the Pope as the theocrat.
Tucker Carlson interviewed Bishop Robert Barron.
This is a different video that she's talking about, not the previous one. But again, it only highlights the point that there's multiple of these interviews being platformed.
It was about an hour and 40-something minutes. I watched the entire thing so you wouldn't have to. It starts off with a bang, a broad assumption that more people are unaliving themselves and less people having babies because people have lost God. No mention of the failures of the mental health care system or the fact that it's really expensive to have babies and it's very expensive to birth them into the world in a hospital. Bishop Barron then goes flip-flopping, backflipping, trying to make a case for Catholic integralism, trying to make a case for putting Catholicism in the government, and never really comes right out and says it, but tap dances around it long enough with Tucker Carlson handing him canes occasionally, parroting, yes, of course, of course, of course. They bring up Kant. They make some bogus claim about the Bolsheviks. They, the classic, Vatican II ruined everything was part of it. Representation of Vatican II as well. And most concerningly, Bishop Barron kept talking about how this drive for autonomy, like bodily autonomy, personal autonomy, freedom of thought, is actually a kind of apostasy. He basically does mental gymnastics, word salad, backflippy, trying to draw really ridiculous conclusions throughout the entire thing of the state of the world today. Oh, they also consider Europe godless. I mean, there's no surprise there. Look at what JD has said. Bishop Barron is like sweating through this whole thing, talking really fast. And in the end, they basically wrap it up with a bow saying that he said, okay, so the gates of hell will not prevail against the church. And he's like, wait, the gates of hell. So basically he's saying that the church is marching into hell and that watch out because they're coming for secular society. He's saying the gates are the weakest part. And he's saying the church militant, I'm assuming that's what he's implying, is coming after secular society and the godless, meaning you and I guess me. I'm not Catholic enough for them. Anyway, it's exhausting. I watched it while I was decluttering my storage room. It made me angry enough to really get the job done. Anyway, I'll be back later with more. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so Robert Barron, I think his name is Robert. Anyway, Bishop Barron is being highlighted as a voice of reason. And he's talking about all these things. remember him being ecumenical. I thought he was more liberal, but I think I was thinking that he's more ecumenical. Like I've seen him in some ecumenical things. So anyway, he obviously has some conservative ideas too, but you never know with these people. They just play their card, whatever they're told, and they're agents. These are agents of the beast. They're not priests, they're not cardinals, they're not bishops. They are agents, they're political agents. They're designed to shape culture, take orders, and to go on social media, do this, talk, proclaiming the morality and shaping culture, because the war is over people's minds. That's the real war. And this is exactly what's happening. So it's interesting to hear, another Catholic's take on a liberal Catholic. But anyway, this is now the Elon Musk issue that is another bread and circus for the people to goo gaga over and get wrapped up in dialectics.
All right, guys, we just got the mother bomb from Elon Musk literally just seconds ago. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. I think it is safe to say that this relationship is officially over. Holy crap. If you guys are not on X right now, holy smokes, dude. They have been going at it for over an hour now, tweeting at each other. And President Trump has said that he's going to cancel Elon Musk's government contracts. And this is how he replied. God help us all. Holy smokes.
Just Jesuit Theater. This is a post from a guy, actually from Samantha Costello on Facebook, and it was shared by this guy named Jason Strobe. She says, "Don't fall for the latest Elon versus Trump theater. I wrote a piece into an upcoming episode 2 weeks ago predicting that a fallout would soon occur between Trump and Elon. Elon was always the scripted scapegoat for the illegal actions of Doge. The fallout between Elon and Ramaswamy was also scripted, as I mentioned in my third episode. Now Trump can say he was tricked by Elon, just like he was tricked by Fauci, and that he'd intended for Elon to have a co-leader to provide transparency, but oh well, that didn't work out, and Elon was unfortunately left alone without the intended guardrails. The ruse will be that Trump didn't know just how rogue Elon was, and that he didn't realize the extent of the violations of the law committed by Doge. Elon's job was to deliver America's data to Palantir, to set up the upcoming social credit systems database. Once his running around and breaking things routine was complete, and it is now, Russell Vought will replace him, pick up the pieces, and rearrange them into a new order, as per his Project 2025 manifesto via Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Big Beautiful Bill is Build Back Better with a red coat of paint. This time in the financial arena, as denoted by the addition of the prefix 1, referring to the dollar. The financial reset will follow with Vought to be at the wheel. To be clear, the financial reset will involve digital IDs and a digital currency and a full-blown social credit system. Something that couldn't have happened without Elon and his deliberately ridiculous front-of-stage chainsaw optics. By the way, Elon, an Ashkenazi Jew, is heavily linked to Epstein and has been for a very long time. So is Palantir, who Trump has employed to harvest the data for his reset. It's all theater. There is no rift between Trump and Elon, just as there was no rift between Trump and Fauci or Trump and Netanyahu. Yeah, it's all theater, folks, because people love drama and they get caught up in dialectics. And the moment you see one side against another, it polarizes you and it makes you choose. That's the way the devil works. But if you are grounded on the truth, you realize, oh, wait a minute, I'm separating myself from this dialect. I'm not part of your little storm. I'm not part of one side or the other. And you realize it's just theater, just two hands moving like this to get your attention. Whether you look at one or the other, it doesn't matter. Here's another guy on it. This is Lenny Boy. Let's see what he has to say. Trump and Musk.
Don't get fooled by the Elon versus Trump showdown. First, it's to divert our attention while Beirut is getting bombed by Israel and while children are still buried under the rubble in Gaza. Second, it's to position J.D. Vance as the new puppet president and accelerate the CIA Mossad-backed surveillance state, which is the entire plan with Palantir. And Palantir is run by Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel has been investing in J.D. Vance for a long, long time. And let's not forget that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are buddies since the PayPal Mafia days. The AI technocratic era is getting built right in front of our eyes while we're getting distracted by the Epstein files. They're all on the same team, giving us a show, playing good cop, bad cop, and it's time we recognize when we're getting played. Focus on your own success and stop giving your attention and your power to these people. They're not on your team. They don't put the food on your table. You do.
Yeah. And it's true. They're just distracting you. These things have multiple reasons all the time. They're usually to distract you from other things that are happening. And like always, when they finish a particular narrative, they have to collapse it. Here's another Jesuit Theater narrative with this whole riots in LA now that are recently happening.
Go to those that call evil good and good evil. What we're seeing right now in LA is not justice. This is lawlessness. This is chaos. Throwing bricks at police officers' heads, shooting fireworks at them, burning vehicles, looting businesses. This is the cost of turning away from God's ways. And when a nation rejects truth and embraces lawlessness, chaos always follows. This isn't just a political problem, this is a spiritual problem, and America needs to repent. It says...
Now, I agree with the general sentiment of that statement, but do you understand what this is setting a precedent for? This is setting a precedent for California and LA to return back to religion. Remember that the Olympics are in 2028. The Olympics in 2028 have to show something different than they did in the last Olympics in 2024 with the wokery and the obvious. You can't go more woke than they went last year in 2024. You can't do that. Which tells me that, okay, that's as far as the pendulum is going to swing, and now the ball is ready to go back the other way and create a conservative Christian, quote-unquote Christian, which is really just Catholic, religious feel that we're back. Because remember, the Olympics were started by a Jesuit, and they were started to ecumenize, to bring the world. That's why you have the different rings linked to each other. It's a Catholic enterprise, folks. It's the Catholic ideal. It's the Greco-Roman games that can bring all the world under the beast with joy and games and laughter and sport. Excuse me. So the Olympics were started by Catholics, and they were conservative at first. They went liberal, just like Hollywood. And the last Olympics in 2024 was about as woke as you could get, with trannies doing their Last Supper shindig, which of course even that was a whole, anyway, that's a whole another can of worms. But the point is, this Olympics in 2028 has to be different. It has to be different. And of course, with an American Pope who's probably going to be there and it's going to be highlighted, the Catholic ideal is going to be on prime display. And so you can't have this stuff. You can't have people rioting in the streets. So that something has to change. This is designed to say we need a different ideal. This Gavin Newsom and remember Gavin has also recently been going back to the middle and trying to be on podcasts with Charlie Kirk and everything and rebrand his image to be more conservative. But nevertheless, this system doesn't work for California anymore. This secular liberal stuff doesn't work. We need to shift. And California is a very big part of the American economy. It's a very important state. And if California flips, then that's very significant. So this is just part of that dialect. Of course, it serves other purposes too, which we'll talk about, because they're using these things to bring in more centralization of power, to train the AI systems on recognizing people in crowds and all kinds of stuff. So there are many purposes, but one of them is also the spiritual purpose, to justify a swing back to reform culturally. Here's another video on this topic.
All of these expensive bionic face shields to protesters in LA, and the news caught it on camera. I zoomed in and found out this is the UVEX bionic shield. These are not cheap. They're around $45 to $65, and you can't just get them in bulk. But one place that sells them is Walmart. And why is that important? Because there's a new protest being promoted called No Kings on June 14th. And even celebrities like Chrissy Teigen are posting it. And it's in magazines and newspapers. And guess who's behind this message? Christy Walton. That's right, one of the billionaire heiresses, a part of the Walmart family. Now, I don't know why they would be behind that protest against President Trump, but remember, just less than 3 weeks ago, President Trump tweeted about the whole tariff situation, saying Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising prices throughout the chain. Walmart made billions of dollars of last year, far more than expected. Between Walmart and China, they should, as is said, eat the tariffs and not charge valued customers anything. I'll be watching, and so will your customers. So, is it possible that maybe the Walmart family didn't like that and now they're finding ways to make their voices heard? Or is this just a big coincidence? As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below.
Now, the surface level, remember, there are always multiple levels of everything. The surface level is presented to you as a very obvious conspiracy. Now, everybody is in on these things. With the programming of the last 8 to 10 years, with the Q thing and MAGA, everybody's questioning everything now. They've accomplished their purpose in totally discrediting the news. But in the process, they've also herded the sheep into a controlled pen where they give you the narrative. So they're giving you the conspiracy. But really, the conspiracy they're giving you is not the full truth. It's partly true, but it doesn't touch on the whole thing. On the surface, this seems like, oh, there's this conspiracy. Like Walmart, she's a real liberal. She hates Trump. They're protesting no kings, which is also interesting. No kings. You have the king of the South, king of the North, battling with each other. And the king of the South is saying, no, we don't want that king to rule over us, which is very interesting, prophetically speaking. But nevertheless, there's that whole thing. And there's this conspiracy then. She's hiring these people. And look, there's a connection with the products they sell at Walmart. And, oh, they're just getting back. And obviously, these protests we've had so many of them now. People know that these things are paid for. And the question is, why? Why are they happening? Is it just because Walmart is having the elites are rebelling against other elites? Well, I think it's more than that. I think this is all choreographed because, again, you have a schizophrenic system. You have a destroyer and a redeemer. Okay, and the Satan is playing both. He's playing the destroyer so that he can appear to you as the redeemer. And it's hard to understand that. It's hard to relate to that kind of schizophrenic thinking. But this is the way these people work. They behind the scenes, they're all, shaking hands and laughing it off, just like with the whole Elon and Trump situation. But on the stage of the world, the theater, it seems like they're opposing. Again, it's just like a real theater. Like when you go to a play, and you watch Othello or something like that, right? You have the enemies and you have the protagonists. And they're playing their roles, just like Shakespeare said. Everybody has their entrances and exits. They're playing their roles. They're enemies on stage. We're enemies. But then, after the show is done, they go have a beer or whatever else, and they're laughing it off. This is exactly what's happening. And that's hard to understand for most people. But if you have scripture and history as your foundation, then it's not that hard. This is another post on this. The anti-ICE protests are manufactured and paid for. You don't say. Cloward-Priven strategy. The Cloward-Priven strategy is a political strategy outlined in 1966 by American sociologists and political activist Richard Cloward and Francis Fox Piven. It is the strategy of forcing political change to social collapse through orchestrated crises. The Cloward-Priven strategy seeks to hasten the fall of capitalism by overloading the government bureaucracy with a flood of impossible demands, amassing massive unpayable national debt, and other methods such as unfettered immigration, thus pushing society into crisis and economic collapse. Now, is that the full story, or is that just half of the story? That's half of the story. This is the King of the South and their strategy. It doesn't talk about the King of the North strategy as the redeemer that saves you from this problem. Anti-ICE protesters in LA are burning American flags, throwing slabs of stone and cement bricks at police officers, vandalizing the city, setting cars on fire, and attempting to create explosives in empty glass bottles. Of course, these people are paid rioters, and this is being allowed to happen so that there is destruction and a lot of damage, just like they did with the Antifa. This is nothing new under the sun, folks, and people are still buying it. Unfortunately,
breaking news, guys. As history repeats itself, we obviously know that any of these rioters, these protesters, never comes out organically, okay? It is always paid protesters and rioters, and we were absolutely right once again. 2 days ago, I went looking for Craigslist ad. I could not find it because usually they put it under peaceful protest. Well, this time they had it under disguise as general labor. They were looking for construction guys to build a building, apparently, but Right Angle News was able to find it, and this is what the ad says. Let's get into it. The ad is, again, disguised under general labor. They are looking for the toughest badass in Los Angeles County. They are seeking extremely tough, brave men for new crew in building. Compensation starts at $6,500 to $12,500 per week. We are forming a select team of the toughest dudes in the area. We have some breaking news, guys.
So, nothing new under the sun. Oh, here we go.
Part of the script. Watch what he picks up off the ground. All across the ground.
What to do?
Feel free to pause it.
So these papers, this is a video, if you're listening, this guy's driving past this area where they were rioting, and there was a bunch of these little pamphlets. It's like, what to do in a riot. And of course, again, the obvious, do you get it? Do you get it yet? The obvious thing is like, look, it's a conspiracy, look. And they dangle the carrot in front of you. Oh, it's so obvious, isn't it? It's so obvious it's a conspiracy. That's what they want to bait you in. But they're baiting you into the wrong pen, which is the pen of, oh, it's the left, it's the evil Democrats, it's the deep state that's doing this. When you don't realize that this has every thesis has an antithesis. Every dark has a light. Every yin has a yang. This is how these people work. So what is the opposite of this? What's the thing that this is leading to? That's what you got to think. Not, oh, who's doing this? The evil Democrats are after us. Well, guess what? Both sides are evil, and that's what thing that most people haven't woken up to yet, unfortunately. Let's see another one.
Good old George Soros has been paying students to protest in favor of Gaza and Hamas. This is not the least bit surprising to anyone who's been paying attention, because he also paid for a ton of the BLM riots that happened in 2020. And even before that, all the way back...
This is a video documenting that just these things have been happening for over quite a time. And of course...
What if I told you that the women's liberation movement and feminism was manufactured by a bunch of rich billionaires to help them achieve control over the population?
Yeah, that part's true. Let's see what else. Right Angle News Network. Breaking: a man in black truck was caught handing out bionic face shields worth hundreds of dollars each to protesters in Los Angeles, passing out hundreds of them for free. Who's funding this? Yeah, who's funding it? Let's find out. And of course, it'll be interesting to see how they spin this, but you know the ultimate end. California has to flip. California has been liberal and secular for a long time, and that's just not going to work because California is a huge part of the United States. And it's a huge part of the economy, and the Olympics are going to be there. So that system needs to come crashing down. We need some fires, we need some riots, we need some destruction so that we can come out of that destruction with a new order. Ordo ab caos, order out of chaos. Same old stuff. Here's another one from this guy on, I think this is Joe Rogan.
Right now, bro. And right now.
So this is Sam Tripoli predicts the riots in 2023. This is him talking in 2023.
What's coming up is all the pride stuff is going to be, okay, so I had this woman come on my podcast. Her name's Mel K. She goes, I've been talking to some people in the intelligence, and they go, this gay pride stuff is going away. And the next thing you're going to see are immigration riots. This is going to be right around the next election. So hand to God, we do this episode. Next day, Starbucks is like, we're banning all the pride stuff. And now you start seeing they're putting little breadcrumbs out, man. Little breadcrumbs. Oh, I saw this one thing in Chicago. Oh, yeah, illegal immigrants are upset about where they're staying. And these illegal immigrants who speak no English are holding up perfectly written English signs saying we're tired of how we're being treated. And now you're starting to see this over and over again. Eric, so everyone's always like, when all these Republican governors are like sending these immigrants all over the country, everyone's like, yeah, you're showing those Democrats. Bro, they're moving assets. I know it sounds crazy, but that is 100%
What do you mean they're moving assets? What do you mean?
Dude, these guys coming into the country, bro, have you seen them? A lot of them are Chinese, and a lot of them are military-age people. Too. And I'm telling you, they're moving, and this is what's going to be right around 2024 election. Immigration riots, people going nuts, and as listen to this, and you'll start seeing all the little breadcrumbs. I'm telling you, that's what they want you to think.
You're buying it.
Oh, I thought they're moving assets, bro.
You're the puppet.
They're moving assets.
What do you mean, like military people?
Dude, study the Bolshevik War. It is happening in real time. 100%.
But
I just wanted to get that out to everybody because I'm trying to warn people. This is what's next.
Man.
Same old stuff, folks. These people have been practicing revolutions for hundreds of years, since the French Revolution. They've been practicing revolutions for a very long time, and they have a lot of practice at it. So these things are manufactured. But again, people don't see that there are two hands. There's a dark hand and the light hand, and the dark hand is destroying so that there's a reason for the light hand to do what it's going to do. Here's one more.
So I decided to go downtown today and talk to people and find out what's really going on, what's their side of the story, to only get attacked and realize that they're all full of shit, okay? Can't believe.
So this girl, she's talking, if you're listening, she has a filter on her camera that makes her look like she got a black eye and she got abused. So she's basically saying, look, what you see is not what you get. And she's, saying I got attacked, but she doesn't mean she's got actually attacked. She's showing that, look, my filter is making me look like I'm attacked, so don't believe what you see on camera.
Believe any of them. They're all full of shit.
Guys, seeing is no longer believing. Is this a pile of bricks in LA sent there by George Soros? Or was it just some picture from some warehouse in Malaysia? This is going to be a tough pill to swallow, but both sides are fueling the chaos. Democrats, I think, are doing it for money, and Republicans want to create a mass surveillance state. Those interests are converging. Today, there was a resolution in Congress to, quote, express gratitude to ICE. And guess what? 75 Democrats voted for it. Not 2 days ago, Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell was tweeting out messages like this, quote, Trump continues to detain/deport innocent American citizens, even a child battling cancer. Until this stops, stay loud. And guess what? Today, he voted for that resolution praising ICE. It's all just theater. Quote, information warfare is always a symptom of conflict, stoked by those in power to fuel their own illiberal goals. It confuses audiences, scares people who might otherwise have empathy for the cause, and divides us when we need solidarity most. It's classic divide and conquer. Don't let them do it.
I live in...
Yeah, typical. This is exactly the point. These people are just pawns. Nobody who is in a position of power has any will of their own. They do the devil's will, and that will is proclaimed through the pyramid structure that the devil has through his shadow government, and they just do whatever they're told. If I got to be liberal now, okay, great. Okay, I have to be conservative. Okay, I'll vote against it. They have no spine, because if they break rank, then that's a real problem. They're going to get assassinated. They're going to get their benefits taken away, everything else. So this is the cost of being part of the devil's world. It's death instead of getting life when you are part of God's world. This is a screenshot of, I wonder if I can zoom in just a little bit here. It's a screenshot of Matt Walsh, Charlie Kirk, and Jack Posobiec. And, oh, son of a gun. These things are so, I can't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch. You can look, but don't touch. All right. Matt Walsh says, this is June 9th. Okay, June 9th. The quote from Matt Walsh is at 3 p.m. The quote from Charlie Kirk is at 3:55 p.m. The quote from Jack is at 10:42 p.m. Okay, so a couple hours apart. Same day. Ban all third world immigration, legal or illegal. There should be a moratorium on all immigration from the third world. We've reached our capacity. We cannot be the world's soup kitchen anymore. That's Matt Walsh. Charlie Kirk. It's time to ban third world immigration, legal or illegal. We've reached our limit, and we have a huge cultural, educational, housing, financial, and essential services problem to fix now because of it. We need a net zero immigration moratorium with a ban on all third worlders. Jack Posobiec. It's time to ban third world immigration, legal or illegal. We've reached our limit, and we have a huge cultural, educational, housing, financial, and essential services problem to fix now because of it. We need a net zero immigration moratorium with a ban on all third worlders. Do you get how Charlie Kirk copied Matt and modified it a little bit, and Jack copied Charlie Kirk all the way? It seems like he just copied and pasted. This is Mockingbird Media, folks. And people think this is just the left. Oh, look, the left is Mockingbird Media. This is all around you. You got to look that there's two kinds of mockingbirds. There's a red and a blue mockingbird. And if you don't see that, then you're going to fall for its spell. Here's an article about this. Continue without supporting you. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness, window after window, even with a pop-up blocker. Walmart, Harris, Christy Walton's anti-Trump ad fuels MAGA-led call for boycott of retailer. Walmart could become a target of a MAGA-led boycott after an heiress to the retail fortune funded a full-page ad in the New York Times promoting a nationwide protesting and movement against President Trump. The ad, run by the No Kings movement, calls on Americans to mobilize on Saturday, Flag Day, and Trump's birthday in order to reject authoritarianism. Trump is planning to hold a massive military parade in Washington, D.C. on that day. Boy, these things are just getting crazier and crazier. And of course, with the whole Israel thing as of yesterday, at the time of this recording, we'll see if Iran decides to add to that flavor and attack American bases. And it's just going to be a mess. It's just a whole mess. But this is an interesting situation. And this person is obviously playing the King of the South role. But wouldn't it be interesting if Walmart became suddenly Christian and Catholic and religious, and it went from dark to light? So maybe this is part of that. Politico, one more. Recriminations erupt after Noam guards tackle Padilla. Los Angeles. It began as a garden variety news conference that ended with U.S. Senator Alex Padilla of California lying prone on the floor with his hands handcuffed behind his back, the latest symbol of an overheated political system approaching its boiling point. The video of Padilla being forcibly removed from a Department of Homeland Security news conference sent immediate shockwaves on both coasts Thursday. Democrats roundly denounced the encounter, with some describing it as reminiscent of a fascist state. Republicans largely dismissed it as a political theater. Yeah, remember, they're both on the same side, and this is Jesuit Theater, but it does tell you something very important, because again, who knows how scripted this is? It doesn't really matter. The point is that this is being highlighted to you. And what this does is it desensitizes you. It desensitizes you to this reality that the executive branch can arrest the other branches and do whatever it wants. It can affect the courts. It can arrest senators. It can do whatever it wants. And nobody's going to revolt about that. Oh, that's just normal. Pretty soon you do have enough of these situations. And of course, the people who are still on the other side that need to cross over, this is a message to them. Like, hey, listen, we have the devil's approval now. We're basically in charge. We're going to do this thing. This is a message to them too, but this is desensitizing the people to this reality that, hey, this is what's going to happen if you're not going to bow down to this new power. So very interesting that the King of the North and King of the South dialectics are really coming to a head, man. They're really coming to a head. Can you feel the tension? They're building and building, and they're coming to a head. And it's very interesting times we live in with all these crazy, stupid things happening, combined with how rapidly the world is changing because of AI. It's all pretty insane. You have to just take it one day at a time. You have to just take it one day at a time. Lean on the Word, lean on Scripture, rest on the Sabbath, find the eternal things often, walk the narrow road, find substance. Pursue substance, folks. I love substance. That's why my videos are so detailed, because I like substance. I will never make short little TikTok videos because those don't have any substance. I have, automated reels that the AI makes on my Substack posts that I share on Facebook and Instagram just to give it to people there. But I'm not interested in, 1, 2, 5, 10-minute videos. I'm interested in things that have substance, because I want you to walk away from my content a changed person, a person that thinks differently, the person that acts differently, and that requires substance. And substance to me is very important. So substance is what's missing in the world today. And it's important to pursue substance in your own life. And that substance, of course, is Christ. Europe is flipping to the right. Religion is gaining massive ground because of secularism and the Islamic obsessions. And they're doing the same revolutions that they did there in the United States now, with the thing in, Detroit. In Texas, there's that Islamic city that they're trying to build. Everybody's up in arms because, of course, it's Texas. Of course, these things are all choreographed. And especially if you're dispensational, people think that Islam is the enemy. And even if you're not, MAGA, you are looking at these things that, it's justified to go fight Iran. It's justified to go support Israel or whatever else. So these things are just deceptions. All of the Muslims that these videos are highlighting are going to have a charismatic conversion. Islam is going to collapse. People think, oh my gosh, Islam is reproducing so much. It doesn't matter. They're doing the bidding of the beast. The beast doesn't care. Go ahead, reproduce. Get more of you. It's going to be easier and more effective to get. The more we have, the better. Great. Go ahead and reproduce. We don't care. Because the beast uses deception. The beast doesn't use the sword. Not yet, at least. At least not directly, let's put it that way, because it does use the sword. But it doesn't use the sword directly like it did in the medieval ages with the Inquisition. The beast uses deception. And so if deception is the issue, then you can reproduce in the physical world as much as you want. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you are reproducing the truth and having children in the faith and spreading the truth, because that's what immunizes people against the beast. But it doesn't matter if the Muslims are reproducing. They're also leaving Islam like crazy, more than they have in the last 600 years or 700 years, whatever. Well, Islam was what, 600? So yeah, 1400 years, never mind. Bad math. Nevertheless, they're going to make great fanatics when the time comes. So remember that the Muslims have a clock on their head to become Catholic pretty soon. Protestantism is also dead on many levels, with all the lukewarm Christianity happening and converting people to this, lukewarm version of Christianity that is so mishmashed of so many different things, with Russell Brand there and people who are Catholic influencers, and it's all ecumenical and all that. Like I said, all it's going to take, mark my words, this is what I see happening. It could happen, it could not happen, but I really do see this happening. All it's going to take is there to be a Eucharistic miracle or some sort of charismatic experience while these communion rallies are happening. And people are going to start seeing, quote unquote, the light of the Eucharist. And you're going to have some Catholics there. Maybe you have Russell Brand. It's going to be a perfect time to come together. That's all it's going to take. It's not a huge step to go from lukewarm Protestant Christianity without any substance or anything, charismatic Christianity, to Catholicism. They're the same thing. Over and over again, it's just religion. The packaging's a little different, but they're still the same thing because the devil gave his power to Rome, and charismatic principles are from the devil. They're satanic. So it's not going to take a big leap. And all these Protestant baptisms are just like the Muslims reproducing. Do you get it? The Muslims are reproducing physically and growing the body that's going to be converted. The Protestants are reproducing spiritually through counterfeit spiritual means, the charismatic movement. Again, God uses these things for the good. But the Protestants are increasing their numbers through these mass baptisms and lukewarm Christianity. And Catholic Church is like, great, go ahead, bring those people in, because we're going to convert them all the way to our way of doing things pretty soon with the charismatic movement, with false signs and wonders and everything else. Eventually, all of these leaders, these Protestant leaders, which is already happening, I've documented, are going to call for unity. They're going to call for unity. They're going to call for honoring the Eucharist. They're going to call for, just like Rick Warren. There's many voices like Rick Warren. Of course, Rick is an older voice. He's been around for a while, but there's many like him. Meanwhile, all of the existing Protestants that are disenchanted with the wokeism, with the Zionism, with all the man-centered stuff, they're leaving to Catholicism. Do you get it? So everybody's moving towards, all roads lead to Rome except one, folks. That's the narrow road. You got the New Age is collapsing and people are embracing religion again, tradition, because the New Age is obviously so evil and stupid. And you have Jesuit agents like Charlie Kirk and Jordan Peterson who are shaping the culture actively with the Catholic ideal, even though Jordan Peterson refused on camera to acknowledge whether he's even Christian or not. He's being so elusive. And Charlie Kirk claims to be a Protestant, yet he's acknowledging the morality of the beast and tradition as a glorious and good thing for society. You also have Catholicism rising in prominence throughout the world. Like the thing in India, like in Europe, it is becoming the solution, really, to communism and extreme capitalism. And that's Catholic social teaching. And we'll talk about that. We have a whole little section on this a little bit later with some important documents. But keep that in mind. Catholicism, and specifically the Catholic social teaching, is the counterfeit narrow road between the dialectic of communism and capitalism. We'll get back to that, so put a pin in it. But meanwhile, there's a lot of dialectics with the new Pope, and he has a lot of big moves going on with ecumenism, with Opus Dei, with the MAGA crowd. There's a lot going on, which tells you that there's something that needs to be resolved so that everybody comes into the same mindset about this religious system. Because right now it's too fractured, so that means there has to be some conflicts. And of course, with the anniversary coming up, that's something to watch in November, is to see what's going to happen between the Orthodox and the Catholics. If they're going to sign an agreement, if they're going to sign some new thing to have another meeting, who knows what's going to happen. But either way, you will see that pan out eventually, because that needs to happen. And you'll also see how things with Trump and MAGA and everything else pan out with the new Pope, because there's a lot of conflict there. Bannon is really spreading the narrative that the election of the papal conclave was stolen and everything else. So that doesn't fly. Bannon is a major figure, and he's on the stage and he's speaking. So there's conflict there. That needs to be resolved. Bannon isn't just some random guy on Instagram. He's a popular person, and he's speaking very much against this papal power. So that doesn't make sense because, again, the world has to marvel after the beast. So that's an interesting situation. We know that Bannon has his Jesuit exercises that he admitted to doing all the time. So there's that. Last but not least, you have the whole Trump-Elon theater and the manufactured riots, which, of course, there have been riots since the 1990s with the Rodney King situations. And it's just over and over again the same stuff. People are starting to wake up finally to the fact that these things are choreographed, but they don't go deep enough to realize why they're choreographed. So a lot of people are just aware they're paid protesters, but they don't see that this thing is designed to create chaos so that order can result out of it. What is the order? What is the solution that comes out of this problem? And if you understand that, then you understand how these two things go together. If you don't see the solution that comes out of this problem, you see, oh, you just see the dialectic. Well, there's the bad guys, and therefore that must mean that Trump and coming to save America, he's the good guy. But if you see that, okay, well, this is designed to bring another evil solution, then they're working together as two hands of the same bird. So don't be deceived. These things are manufactured, and they're made to accomplish many purposes, to distract you, to practice their AI technology, to centralize power, to justify and set precedents and things like this. So don't be deceived. Ultimately, it's just Jesuit theater, and the same thing with the whole Elon-Trump feud being Jesuit theater. The idea that, look, Elon, he is 100% for AI and human integration with machines for UBI. He's been completely transparent about that. He's for UBI. He's been around since PayPal to make a digital system. He wants X to be the app for everything that you can transact on. And Trump's new bill, the big beautiful bill, which we'll get to in the next section, prevents any regulation against AI for like 10 years. So they're working together. Trump is hardcore invested in digital currency, which is central for a system of UBI, universal basic income. You need digital currency for that kind of system to work. So Trump is all in on the universal basic income foundation, which is a digital currency and a digital system. Trump hasn't said anything about UBI, but it doesn't mean he's not working towards that agenda. You have two different hands, and they're both supposed to do different things, but really they belong to the same bird. And this is what happens. So Trump and Elon are on the same train. Elon started PayPal and, again, wants to do the everything app with X. Why? To manage the social credit system that Trump is building and bringing into the world with UBI, with AI, with evaluations of your morality and everything else. Elon is friends with Peter Thiel, who is behind Palantir, who now has all of the data and basically is going to create the API, the mega API that we've wanted to do that for ages, to bring this technocratic system to life, and who benefited from Doge. And Peter Thiel owns J.D. Vance, who's the vice president, and who Trump picked on purpose to be able to basically transform this whole situation, bring the Catholics in a position of power, to transform Silicon Valley into a theocratic situation. Peter Thiel's a Catholic, supposedly, and he's all about the Bible and morality and everything else. So put one and one together, what do you get? You get that they're all peas in a pod. That's what you get. Trump and Elon are both billionaires who could care less about you and your family or whatever else. This is just a ruse designed to make you distracted. Elon Musk suddenly cares about the national debt when, for the last however many years, he could have had a platform and spoken against it, and now suddenly national debt is an issue. Since when does Elon care about the national debt? He's a billionaire who could care less, who doesn't even pay taxes, finds loopholes left and right, like all of them do. So he doesn't care about national debt, because if the nation goes under, he's just going to go to another nation, just like he's done before, to fulfill his gut. It's more profitable over here, I'm going to go over there. I don't care. And now suddenly Elon's a patriot and all about national debt and everything else. Well, if they were really about national debt, why don't they speak up against the Federal Reserve? Why don't they speak up against the conspiracy that was done with the Titanic and signing this bill into law at the wee hours of the night where nobody could vote against it, and to officialize this Rothschild system in the country? Why don't they speak about that? Why don't they speak about the Rothschilds lending money to the United States after it was bankrupted by the Freemasonic Jesuit Civil War, so they could take over the country and create the corporation of the United States. Why don't any of them say anything about that kind of stuff? They give you just a little bit like, oh, the national debt or just, this or that, or the Epstein files, which is like conspiracy light. Do you get it? It's like diet conspiracy. That's what it is. It's conspiracy light for all the people who want to be in on something, but you're not really in on it, okay? Because you've never seen Trump or Elon badmouth the Fed and the Federal Reserve System when you go off the Fed. They're all for central banking, which means, okay, well, you're a puppet. You're still a puppet, which of course you're a puppet because you're a billionaire. So I don't expect anything else from anybody who's a billionaire, because nobody who's a billionaire is not a puppet. You can be a millionaire, you can be wealthy, but if you're a billionaire, you are guaranteed to be a puppet because nobody is in those positions of power without paying homage to the beast in some way or fashion. Anyway, it's all the same for everything. They started communism and wokeism. And once these things have served their purpose to push society over the edge, now they're collapsing and they're being exposed. They started Zionism, and that fulfilled its role to deceive American Protestants. These things have been fulfilled. Now it's time to collapse Zionism and expose Israel, and everybody's getting Jew-pilled. But in reality, they don't realize that that's not the final boss. That's something I'm trying to help other people with, because as soon as you find out about, oh, it's the Jews, then your next logical reaction is to abandon Protestantism and to embrace religion. The lies of the world have an expiration date, and so they have to constantly die and be repackaged. The truth is eternal and timeless because God is timeless, but the devil has to operate like he's jumping from platform to platform because every platform disintegrates after a certain time. So these people are always collapsing the previous narrative, and that's creating chaos in the world. But what people don't realize, because they're stuck in the first-person view, is that there's always another narrative that they're being transferred to in light of the collapsing. Do you get it? The collapsing happens so that the other one can be emerged. It's from dark to light. The collapsing justifies and sets precedence for the new narrative to come. Just like how the deep state created now MAGA is like the mainstream. MAGA is the mainstream narrative. It wasn't 8 years ago, but the collapse of the deep state liberal media has now introduced the main narrative, which is the MAGA narrative. But the MAGA narrative is not the truth. It's just another flavor of deception. So this is what you're dealing with. Same thing with all of these things. These collapses that happen, whether it's Zionism or communism or riots, it's all designed to simultaneously raise another narrative. If you're not aware of that process, it's easy to get caught up in the bait, because they're baiting you into action. Always baiting you. You got to act. You got to do something. Do something about this. And the moment you enter that reality with your mind, you are trapped. Even though the promise is freedom. Exercise your free will and do this. React, respond. And that's exactly the point. As soon as you get into one side, you get sucked into the dialectic, and you're now ping-ponging back and forth. You're not observing. You're not observing calmly in the eye of the storm. You are sucked into the battle. So all these things are designed to bait you into action. So instead of reacting, learn to rely on the sovereignty of God, rest in the truth, and you're going to be immune to these things. That's why I believe my salvation series is going to be so important, because it's going to come at a very important time with all these things happening. So I'm very glad that God timed it that way, and I hope it's going to be edifying for a lot of people, because the monergistic gospel is the only gospel, folks. And we're going to explore that monergistic gospel very deeply. I promise you it's going to be very thorough. But nevertheless, I hope that it's going to edify you so that these things are not going to distract you. You don't have to know every single secret society or stupid thing that's happened in history. You really don't. You just have to know what the Bible says about history, and you have to correlate that to historical events on a basic level. We're not talking like doctorate in history here. You don't have to know these things. What you have to know is that God is sovereign over evil, and that he has determined all things, including the evil that is happening in the world, for his glory. And there are secondary actors carrying out these various things in the story. And they have their own evil plans that they're doing. But God is sovereign over it. And he's going to use everything for his good and glory. And you, as a awakened Fennec fox that sees these things and is not sucked into this dialectic, gets to observe and understand. And in that observation, you are free. You're free from the dialectic. And that's my point with all of these videos. So anyway, onward to the next part of this, which is the image of the beast. All right, welcome to the final part of this, which is the image of the beast. As usual, we want to put our finger on the pulse of the technocratic system that is coming into the world that will enforce worship. And there's been a lot of significant things happening, as usual, since the last episode. There's nothing new under the sun, but the important thing is this, my friends. Are you using what you've learned here to make a difference for the people around you? Are you going to do something with the gifts that God has given you? Or are you just consuming content? I hope that the answer is yes to the first two questions. That you're doing something with the gifts that God has given you, whether those are material gifts, whether those are spiritual gifts, whether they are emotional gifts, whatever they are. You do something with the gifts and do something with the knowledge that you've been given. I love that people binge watch my content. I love that people learn and have their lives changed, and they have so many positive things to say. That makes me feel like I'm really making a difference. I really do love that. But you need to get present to the fact that 99% of the world does not have this information. They're deceived. It's going to change because God is constantly bringing people to himself. But the majority of people are stuck in the dialectic. Some of them who have discernment see the evil in the world, they see this and they see that, but they don't understand the trajectory of these things. They don't understand that the final thing is going to be appearing as the will of God, and it's going to appear good because they don't have the eschatological foundation. So you need to do something and spread the truth to these people. You need to take a leadership role in your life, whatever that happens to be like for you. It's different for everybody. But being a leader doesn't mean being famous. Being a leader just means taking action on what you're passionate about. That's what most people do not take action on the things that they care about. They don't take leadership action because they're afraid of failure. They're afraid of looking stupid. They're afraid of conflict. They're afraid of, whatever else. So don't be afraid. Take action, practice, do what you need to do, and use what God has given you because time is short and God has called us to be part of his plan. Yes, God is the one working, but we are vessels that God works through. And so God is working through us in order to achieve his purposes. And that's a beautiful thing to be part of God working in the world. There are many people who have some of these, truths, like the Seventh-day Adventists, but they have many things wrong too. That's what frustrates me so much is that, in fact, again, that's the reason that I started my channel. To be honest with you, I didn't start my channel because I thought I was going to monetize my content or whatever. I had no plan. I was literally just frustrated. I was frustrated with the fact that so many people had some part of the truth, but then everybody's deceived on something. The Adventists have some good things with eschatology, but then they have Ellen White and all the BS that comes with that. The Reformed people have some great stuff about the monergistic gospel and God's predestination and eternal security and all these beautiful things, but then they're dispensationalists, or they believe in Sunday keeping, or they believe in the immortality of the soul and eternal conscious torment. It's like, that is really frustrating. And it motivated me to study hard and to try to compile a resource for you to the best of my ability and knowledge that is as biblical as possible. And so if you are entertaining these ideas, realize that you are in the 1%, right? So make a difference in the world around you. In my recent interview with Omar and Joshua that I published, it's a perfect example because Joshua knows a lot about the evils of Zionism. He's very well versed on that one. And I'm as Jew-pilled as you can get. Yes, I told him, look, I don't disagree with you on these things, but they're not the final thing. They're not the final thing, and that's the problem. And a lot of Protestants are either trapped in dispensationalism or they're trapped in Jew hating, because once you wake up from that dispensational delusion, the next step is, all these church fathers like Justin Martyr and John Chrysostom were right about the Jews, and maybe religion is the answer. And this is exactly the problem, the ping pong. And you saw in my interview with Joshua that even though he's Protestant, he didn't have discernment when it came to the Catholic Church. He thought that, the Catholic Church was just a victim of circumstances. In reality, it's good to have an institution and to carry and preserve God's word and to help people. So he didn't have discernment because he didn't study these historical truths and how they relate to Bible prophecy. And it is what it is. We pray that God opens his eyes and many like him. but this is the landscape. Everybody has some bit of it, but they always fall off the narrow road one way or another. And so my goal is to help you stay on the narrow road, to identify it and to stay on it. That's my goal with all these things. So we have to walk the narrow road and also help others to do so. And that means being edified in the truth and understanding what are the different ways that people fall off the narrow road. Because if the devil can't get you with one thing, he's going to get you with another. If he can't get you with Ellen White, he'll get you with Christian nationalism. If he can't get you with Christian nationalism, he'll get you with the immortality of the soul. He can't get you there, he'll get you with heliocentrism. If he can't get you there, he'll get you one way. Another way, you're going to end up back in the devil's box. Because they're all connected to the one world agenda. The immortality of the soul, Sunday keeping, heliocentrism, free will theology. All of these things are connected. Like fingers are connected to your palm. They're all connected to the one world plan of the devil to receive worship. And if you don't understand how that connection happens, I'm happy to help you. But I've talked about it plenty on my videos and various series. That's why I made a video series on all of these topics. So it's important to protest everything, okay? Don't just protest, the Pope. You have to protest everything. You have to protest the immortality of the soul. You have to protest Sunday sacredness. You have to protest heliocentrism and the counterfeit cosmology of evolution and all the other nonsense that comes with it. You have to protest free will theology. All of these things, when you protest them, you are going to be called a loon by the world. You're going to be called an idiot. You're going to be called a legalist. You're going to be called all sorts of names. And if you're not comfortable with that, then that's a heart issue that you need to resolve. You need to be comfortable being considered crazy. Because if Jesus was considered crazy by his own family, Jesus said a servant is not greater than his master. So who are you and I to say, oh, I don't want to be called crazy? Well, they called Jesus crazy. They called him, demon-possessed. They called him a revolutionary. They wanted to arrest him. They wanted to stone him. So nothing new under the sun, folks. You have to be comfortable with the fact that the truth is incredibly conflicting with the world. And you have to help others regardless of what conflict arises. So with that said, let's look at today's stories. This is from Newsweek. Hidden provision in Trump's big bill could disarm U.S. Supreme Court. Of course, this is the big, beautiful bill. Provision hidden in the sweeping budget bill that passed the U.S. House on Thursday seeks to limit the ability of the courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, from enforcing their orders. No court of the United States may be appropriated funds to enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given then when the injunction or order was issued. The provision of the bill, which is more than 1,000 pages long, says they love to do this stuff. They write bills that they don't even read with the things that they need in there and with other things that seem good, and it's just deception, synagogue of Satan. The provision would make most existing injunctions in antitrust cases, police reform cases, school desegregation cases, and others unenforceable. Erwin Chemerinsky, the dean of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, told Newsweek. It serves no purpose but to weaken the power of the federal courts. Why it matters. The provision would prohibit courts from enforcing contempt citations for violations of injunctions or temporary restraining orders. The main types of rulings that have been used to rein in the president, his administration. Unless the plaintiffs have paid a bond, something that rarely happens when someone sues the government. So this is fascism, folks. History repeating itself. Senators being arrested, courts being disarmed. What do you think is where's the logical conclusion of this with everything else that you already know? This is a video about this big, beautiful bill. Big, beautiful bill. Wonder what the hidden meaning of big, beautiful bill is.
So today we're going to go down one of the largest rabbit holes I've ever found, and this is the replacement of the government with AI, and that's what's in this bill. Let's talk about it. So in section 43201, it talks about replacing the Department of Commerce with AI. Now the question comes with, what else do they replace with? AI. And here's where it gets really strange. It talks about in this section below that no politician or governing body may stop AI for the next 10 years or enforce any laws or regulations regulating artificial intelligence models. That's Silicon Valley owning the government. Then we find Silicon Valley manipulating the weather. Then it gets weirder when we find AI and Silicon Valley entering the healthcare system to control all of that. And you can't sue any of these companies. Isn't that odd? And this kind of reminds me of the Vaccine Protection Act signed by Reagan in 1986, protecting all the vaccine companies from damages. There were so many lawsuits that they were actually going to go out of business, but the government protected them. Then it gets even deeper when we find Billy Boy Clinton in the Telecommunication Act of 1996. He passed a bill so if they put a cell phone tower in front of your house, you can't sue for any damages. Do you see how the government is kind of setting us up? And then they're going to replace the government with AI? It's kind of really strange. It's almost like Black Mirror. I don't know.
Yeah, those things are predictive programming. That's why. But this is what they do. Every step forward, they justify their actions and they create the next precedent for the next thing. The next thing that's happening is going to be a technocratic, fascist, New World Order state, religio-political reality, reined in through artificial intelligence. That is going to be very much on display in the United States, and it's going to be exported to the rest of the world. It's already being exported. They're already doing their revolutions there, their cultural revolution, shaping things, gutting the government, bureaucracy, the fake Satan that they're fighting in the name of freeing the people and replacing it with artificial intelligence. This is from the bill. No state or political subdivision thereof may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models during the 10-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act. So 10 years, it's a federal ban on local AI regulation, handing the reins to the very bureaucrats and corporate tech giants already embedding AI into military systems, healthcare, financial markets, education, law enforcement. Can you say a social credit system? I think so. This is a comment on one of my, the last episode. This person said, big beautiful bill equals build back better equals build back better with 666 instead of the bees, because they're kind of like, they look like bees, and big beautiful bill. Yeah, these are Masonic occult things that they do, where you have BBB as sixes, big beautiful bill as sixes, 666. Just like fight, fight, fight. F is the sixth letter of the alphabet. So what does that say? That's FFF 666. Or faith, family, freedom, which is actually just code for 666, which is their Luciferian illuminated satanic age. Remember, the devil has two sides. He's the destroyer and he's the fake redeemer. He's the dark and the light. So this is their point. So 666 is not just like, oh, evil, communist is going to put a brand on your forehead. 666 is the false light. And this is the point. We went from Build Back Better, which was the King of the South, to big, beautiful bill. Oh, yes, thank you. Now it's got a red package on it. Oh, now I can accept it. Just so sad that people get sucked into this. This is an interesting article, although I think it's locked up, so we'll read just a little bit of it. But it says, the Silicon Valley Christians who want to build heaven on earth. Is work religion or is religion work? Both. And it's talking about these high-profile network investors and founders in Silicon Valley are promoting a new moral vision for the tech industry, in which job choices and other decisions are guided not by the pursuit of wealth, but according to Christian values and Western cultural frameworks. What Christian values are we talking about? And what do you mean when you say Christian? Because the Bible warns you of a synagogue that appears to be the will of God, where people gather and worship God. They're supposed to be doing that at least because it's a synagogue, but it's actually of Satan. So that means when they gather to worship God, they're actually worshiping the devil. So you have a duplicitous situation where on the surface it seems like it's the will of God, but actually deep down in the belly there's a big fat snake that everybody's bowing down to. And this is what's happening. So when you say Christian values, what does Christian values mean? Does that mean resting on Sunday? Well, resting on Sunday is a pagan value. It's not a Christian value. A Christian value is getting together to worship on Sunday. There's nothing wrong with that. You can do that all day. But resting on Sunday, telling me to rest, abstaining from work, legalizing, rest on Sunday, preventing people from working or forcing people to work on Saturday, that's not a Christian value. That's a pagan value. But that's what's coming to a theater near you. Trump taps Palantir to create master database on every American. Let's see. Trump has tapped Palantir to create a master database on every American, the new republic. The Trump administration has sought access to detailed citizen data, including bank account numbers, student debt amounts, medical claims, and disability status from government databases. Palantir has secured over $113 million in federal contracts since Trump took office, with ongoing talks to expand its technology to Social Security and the IRS, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees. Well, that's their goal. It's to make the One World API and to integrate all things. What's the real purpose behind the Palantir database, and how might it be used on everyday Americans? Let's find out. This is from Jay Slay. Donald Trump claims the Palantir surveillance system will be a powerful tool to restore order, boost national security, and reduce government waste. By merging data from various agencies, it will detect fraud, track illegal immigration, and prevent threats with AI-driven insights. So they give you the boogeymen so that you can justify being enslaved. He calls it a smart government upgrade, using advanced tech to protect citizens, cut inefficiency, and prioritize American interests. In his view, it's not about control, but about safety, accountability, and modernization. Yes, what do they get when they say peace and safety? Palantir's federal super database, a Trojan horse for total surveillance? If history teaches anything, it is this. Systems designed in the name of national security or terror threats have a disturbing tendency to turn inward against the very citizens they claim to protect. Palantir's platform is a centralized data hub that will ingest information from the IRS, Social Security, HHS, Department of Labor, and more, creating an unprecedented digital dossier on millions of people, including American citizens. In other words, a social credit system. It won't just know where you work or live, it will know what medications you take, how much you earn, whether you received unemployment assistance, where you travel, and what you say online. Sounds like a social credit system to me. Once this data is unified under Palantir's surveillance engine, Gotham, it becomes something far more powerful, a behavioral prediction machine. That's what he's wanted. We've talked about this so many times. He has been openly wanting a predictive model for many years. This is exactly what the point is. It's not just to monitor things in real time. It's to predict things so that they can get you before you even do anything. Designed to detect threats? Yes, but who defines what a threat is? That's right. Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's who defines what the common good is, and therefore, based on that, you determine who the threats are. We've already seen how easily that label gets applied to parents at school board meetings, COVID skeptics, and political dissidents. Programs like COINTELPRO, FISA surveillance, and the Patriot Act were all birthed under similar pretenses. And all were eventually turned against American citizens. Churches, journalists, whistleblowers, and veterans have been swept into federal dragnet operations before. Palantir's platform just makes the dragnet faster, deeper, and automated. Now consider the convergence of this with Trump's loudly proclaimed vision for artificial intelligence. In his own words, he wants the U.S. to dominate AI and has courted powerful tech magnates like Sam Altman and Larry Ellison, both of whom are directly connected to the architecture that could power such systems. Ellison already provides cloud infrastructure for the U.S. military and health data platforms. And Altman's OpenAI is developing large language models that can process, categorize, and flag behavior at scale. Yeah, that's the whole point of all these things. While everybody's using ChatGPT now, and certainly it's a useful tool, but they're training these models to handle large input and to detect, various things. Because now eventually the issue, really quick pause, the issue is going to be with memory. I've been watching a lot of AI videos, and the next thing is we need to find a way that these things can remember everything that you type. It's going to be so much more convenient because then it gets to know you, and then you don't have to restart your session and explain everything again. That's the next thing. So they're going to have an infinite memory, so they remember everything you've ever said and done. It's like a counterfeit book of life. Do you get it? The devil is playing God, and he wants to be able to take people out of the book of life because he sees himself as God. So the AI is a method of creating a book of life. Of course, it's a counterfeit, but that's the point. To know everything about you so that then we can determine whether we keep you in the book of life or not, whether you worship. When you add Trump's public enthusiasm for Operation Warp Speed, his pro-vaccine stance, and growing calls for digital health tracking, the picture becomes even more dystopian. Under the guise of national defense and public health, a unified AI system powered by the Palantir platform could become a full-spectrum surveillance net, not just watching behavior, but biology. When Trump praises AI, meets with Altman and Ellison, and simultaneously backs a Palantir-run federal data fusion project, it should alarm every liberty-minded citizen, regardless of political persuasion. What begins as a tool for immigration enforcement can quickly become the ultimate mechanism of compliance enforcement. We're not just talking about deportation, we're talking about digital containment, algorithmic punishment, preemptive arrests, denied services, or even AI-triggered lockdowns, all managed through a black box system that no judge, journalist, or citizen can fully audit. Palantir and Israel. All three key figures working with Trump on AI and Palantir, Alex Karp, Larry Ellison, and Sam Altman, all happen to be Jews. The intersection of advanced surveillance technology and geopolitical influence is exemplified by Palantir Technologies' Gotham platform. Under the leadership of CEO Alex Karp, Palantir has established a strategic partnership with the Israeli Ministry of Defense, providing AI-driven tools to enhance Israel's military operations. This collaboration underscores the potential of such technologies to shape narratives and actions on a global scale. Israel's first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, envisioned a future where all continents united under a world government with Jerusalem as the seat of a supreme court of mankind. Of course, this is important to understand that this is the narrative right now, that the Jews are taking over the world. They're going to enforce Noahide laws and yada, yada. The Bible doesn't say that, folks. Because this is obviously evil. Everybody could see that these things are evil. The Bible says that people will marvel after the beast. Who's the beast? First off, we got to identify the beast if we know what we're looking at. The beast isn't the Jews. The beast is the papacy. And the papacy was marveled after, and it will be marveled after again. So that means that the people are going to love this reality. They're going to think, oh, this is the thing. So a reality that's being painted to you of these dark, evil, atheistic Zionists taking over the world, and it's a dystopia, and you can't do anything about it, but you know it's evil, you're looking at it. There's no marveling. There's no marveling in that system. People are looking up and say, oh, this is evil. The true evil is the one who says, oh my gosh, that's the will of God on earth. I'm so happy I'm part of it. That's the true evil. Palantir Technologies, with its advanced Gotham platform, offers the infrastructure to realize such a vision, not through profits, but through data. By integrating global surveillance and predictive behavioral tracking, Palantir could enforce order and suppress dissent algorithmically. Ben-Gurion dreamed of a world government, and Palantir might achieve it, but at the cost of privacy and freedom. Palantir's Gotham can monitor social media in real time, flagging voices critical of Israel or supporting of Palestinian rights. By cross-referencing posts, donations, and networks, it can build detailed risk profiles, potentially leading to travel bans, visa denials, or financial scrutiny under the guise of national security. Gotham can drive influence campaigns by deploying AI-crafted messaging, tracking viral content, and targeting key voices. It can help drown out Zionist critical news stories, identify and pressure influencers, and discredit critical journalists through data-driven smear tactics. Palantir-linked nations could share data to blacklist BDS supporters, while universities using its tools may monitor or suppress anti-Zionist voices, labeling them as security risks. Now, all this stuff may happen. It's already happening to some degree. But remember that this is not the final situation. Okay, this is a practice. This is practice for when the final situation does come, and they need to enforce the mark of the beast. When a powerful, opaque system like Palantir Gotham is aligned with the geopolitical goals of a state, especially one as well as network as Israel, it opens the door to mass surveillance, narrative suppression, and the silencing of lawful dissent. While marketed as tools for safety and efficiency, platforms like Gotham can easily become weapons of information and warfare and ideological control, particularly when those who design and deploy them share an ideological commitment to a cause like Zionism. Well, remember, Peter Thiel is a Catholic, and he's doing Catholic things and training the Silicon Valley people to be Christian, quote-unquote Christian. So there's that.
Magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
Long have you hunted me. What we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based search. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis, with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
In Lord of the Rings, Palantir...
They've been at this for many years, folks, and now we're at the end of this, and it's time to harvest the fruits of their labors.
The mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture that is developed inside of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire message of like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous.
Okay, let's...
for me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life.
Fundamentally, the mission...
Ay.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir.
I mean, it's already a duplicate. All right, let's see. It was an honor to meet with the president of Israel before Palantir's board of directors meeting in Tel Aviv. We are so proud to stand alongside Israel supporting a culture of innovation, technology, and democracy. Now remember, the Jews are very important to the beast. Okay? The Jews are very, very, very important to the beast. Because the Jews are connected to the dialectics in the Middle East, with the temple, with the Muslims, with the thing that they needed to do there to bring that whole prophecy of the Muslim end times and the Jewish end times and the Christian end times, all these are false prophecies, to bring all of them into union. So the Jews are very critical to the beast. That's why the Jews are being protected. But of course, they're also being exposed because that needs to collapse and we need to go back to hating the Jews like they did for hundreds and hundreds of years. So how this is all going to play out, who knows? But it doesn't matter because Palantir is part of the thing that's coming. The image of the beast is a technocratic system that is going to enforce morality down your throat. So right now that morality seems like it's Jewish, but it's not. That's not the final boss by any means. So let's see. Breaking. Trump taps Palantir to create master database of every American. Let's see what he has to say.
We have breaking news right now. The Trump administration has tapped company Palantir to create a master database of every single American using existing government data. According to the New York Times, it's a significant development that is causing alarm bells to go off within communities across the country right now. The way this is working is government agencies are being encouraged to use Palantir's Foundry tool, which analyzes data from the Social Security Administration to the IRS, to Health and Human Services, and everywhere in between. And the purpose, according to many experts, is to create this massive database to eventually be able to track and potentially persecute Americans that the Trump administration may not agree with or may not like. This begins with potentially using this massive database to conduct massive immigration enforcement activities within communities across the country. And the company, Palantir, was founded by Peter Thiel, who is a big Trump supporter and someone on the right. And now the Trump administration is building this large database and no one is talking about it. So spread the word. We'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, link to my bio, so subscribe for free and follow along for more.
Let's see, here's another one, I think, on this.
Right now, the United States government is actively collecting DNA from migrant children and placing it into a national criminal database here in the United States, according to The Guardian and The Wired. More than 133,000 migrant teenagers and children, some as young as 4 years old, have had their DNA collected and placed in this national criminal database. The big issue here is that this database is typically reserved for those who are convicted or charged with a crime. Many of these migrant children are not. Now, one expert told The Guardian that this amounts to a massive expansion of genetic surveillance. Now, CBP officials are collecting DNA from every migrant that comes across the border, not just children, but the inclusion of this DNA in this national criminal database, despite the fact that they are not criminals, is what's sounding the alarm for a lot of folks. The database is called the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, and is managed by the FBI. You can learn more on the internet, spread the word, and follow along to stay up to date on all the news that you need to know about. I'll have much more to come very soon.
Do you get what's happening? Do you get how the two hands work together? The destroyer hand opens the borders, so there's a bunch of immigration. There's an immigration problem. Then the savior hand comes in, solves the problem of immigration, and uses that as an opportunity to practice the surveillance technology that they need to practice. They need to practice this stuff and integrate it and see, okay, how does it work? Where are the shortcomings and so on? They need to practice it, but they can't practice on American citizens, not yet at least. So they use people who are, just cogs, little cogs in a wheel, and they're, cannon fodder. They use these illegal immigrants who are just being, on one side they're being deceived by the leftist agenda, like, oh, come, America's going to be great. And on the other side, they're being abused by the good cop and taking their DNA and profiled and everything else. So these poor people are abused left and right. They're just Satan is always going for the weak, always going for the children, always going for people that he can abuse very easily. So this is nothing new. So this is exactly what they're doing with the riots. They're testing their technology there. They're setting precedents. They're doing these things so that they can test and set precedents and practice this technology. Because one day it needs to be ready to be very accurate. Because if you don't bow down to the beast, you need to be caught and hunted down. Here's another one. This girl's talking about the same thing.
And I just got back from a trip in Washington, D.C., and I want to tell you the absolutely unhinged rumor I heard from current and former federal workers and people on Capitol Hill about what Donald Trump is about to do next. Because if it's true, it will alter the course of American history forever. I want to preface this by saying I'm not a journalist. What I'm about to share with you is just a rumor, though I did hear it from multiple people who do not know each other from multiple areas of the federal government. So with all those disclaimers, I'm going to share this with you anyway because I think you deserve to know. Long story short, Donald Trump is trying to give Washington, D.C. to billionaire Peter Thiel. I mean that literally, not figuratively. Like, he's trying to give a billionaire control over the land and the people within Washington, D.C. The specific rumor is that instead of granting Washington, D.C. statehood like its residents have been demanding for years, he wants to actually roll back the little bit of independence that they already have of self-government. Apparently, he's considering turning the district into what some call a freedom city. Proponents of freedom cities advocate for areas and territories that are governed and owned completely by corporations, so essentially corporate colonies. So there's no federal government oversight, there's no state government oversight. Essentially, these freedom cities are ruled by CEO kings. So from what I'm hearing, the Trump administration is exploring abusing DC's existing status as a district to make it the first freedom city and give it to his billionaire buddy, Peter Thiel. This is a disaster for reasons I shouldn't have to elaborate on. Obviously, that would set an incredibly dangerous precedent. It's hugely symbolic to give the area where the federal government runs to a billionaire. We're really talking about a new era of colonization rooted in techno-fascism. And while this particular rumor is new, Trump's association with people who lobby for the creation of freedom cities is well known, and they were at his inauguration. I know it sounds far-fetched, but we really should start fighting against this now before it becomes a reality. I work in politics.
Yeah, a billionaire who's loyal to the Pope. You can't forget that part. That's the important part. Of course, the Catholics have owned Washington, D.C. since the beginning, with the first Jesuit operations. Georgetown University there, I think, was in 1700, was it 80s or something like that? Anyway, there's Baltimore, Maryland, named after Mary, and all the other Catholic history that you probably know if you've seen my Synagogue of Satan series. So the point is that these things will happen. Fighting against it is pointless. This is a synergistic attitude. You can't fight against it. This is the will of God for it to happen. Now, you can participate in waking people up to this. That's the way you fight against it. But voting, protesting, calling your senator, you're not going to do anything, folks. This is going to come to power. And let it come to power. Please take over the world. Enforce your silly religion on people's heads. Please do this. Please go as fast as you possibly can. Okay? White House in control all the way, baby. Please. Because if that's the case, then we can get this show on the road and get it over with. The longer this delays, the more exhausting it is, especially knowing what you know. For me, it's exhausting. I don't want this to last another 20, 30, 40, 50 years, okay? There's great hope, and every Christian has had that hope in their own life, especially since the very beginning, where there was a lot of tribulation, that Jesus would return in their lifetime. And I believe we have a very real hope of that, which I think is a profound thought. It's a very profound thought. So yes, please, do not fight against this. Let it come to power. Fight against it by waking up your friends and evangelizing them from Catholicism, from dispensationalism, from the various deceptions that are out there. Evangelize them. But don't worry about getting involved with politics or political outcomes because it's a waste of time. It will happen because God's word has to be fulfilled. This is an interesting article, excuse me, by a guy named Jim Stewartson. And he talks about this whole Catholic coup. The title is Catholic Coup, J.D. Vance, PayPal Mafia, Opus Dei, and Knights of Malta. Let's read. Installation of J.D. Vance, 39-year-old author of Hillbilly Elegy as the GOP vice president candidate has generated significant questions on both ends of the political spectrum, for good reason. With the failing condition of Donald Trump and Trump's near assassination, it is clear that if the Republican Party sees power again, there is a high likelihood Vance will become the president of the United States. So why did Trump pick a junior senator from Ohio with the unique achievement of being the only vice president candidate in history to get a negative bump in popularity from exposure at a major party's convention? The answer, Peter Thiel. There's Trump with his little handshake with Peter Thiel. Just best buds. Thiel and his longtime partners Robert and Rebecca Mercer funded J.D. Vance's Senate campaign in 2020. Thiel personally gave $15 million to Vance's Senate PAC. Around the same time, Vance and Thiel invested in a small Canadian video website, Rumble, which has since evolved into a massive Russian propaganda distribution network publicly traded on NASDAQ. I don't know if this guy is maybe liberal-leaning, but anyway. Just the year before, in 2019, J.D. Vance converted to Catholicism after being a self-described atheist who had convinced myself I was gay, quote. So you have a gay atheist, now it's time for you to go to the other side. Okay, I'll be Catholic. I'll have a family. Suddenly I have 2 kids, a nice wife, and everything else is kosher. He cited Peter Thiel as the reason for his radical change in ideology and for his religious conversion. Well, Peter Thiel's gay, and so was Vance, so just leaving that out there for your own imagination. Vance wrote that the most important event in my life as a law student at Yale was a talk by Peter Thiel in 2011. Vance became enchanted with Thiel's muse, French philosopher René Girard, who proposed the theory of mimetic rivalry along with the idea of universal scapegoat myth. Girard's theories are founded in the conceptual mimesis, which postulates that apocalyptic violence in humans is the natural and inevitable consequence of society without religion. Pay attention to this part, because Girard is a very influential person on these people's lives. That the only way to avoid this fate is a theocracy. Thiel says Girard's followers at Stanford were cult-like. Now, really quick pause. Let's go to Wikipedia. This is a page of René Girard. You can look him up. And you just look, let's see, look early life. Let's see, somewhere in here there's an early life. And, he's got spiritual views. Let's type in Catholic, because I put it somewhere in here. Catholic. There it is, personal life. Always good to go to personal life. Girard's reading of Dostoevsky in preparation for his first book in 1961 converted him from agnosticism to Christianity. Well, wait a minute. What Christianity are we talking about? For the rest of his life, he was a practicing Roman Catholic. Now, you're telling me that this man who says that the only answer is a theocracy, which really he means Catholicism, which means a theocracy where the Pope is the king of the world, and doing the Pope's bidding, and he's influenced Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance and all these people. Are these things consistent with what you know about the Jesuits and their infiltration of the world and everything else? Yes. Moving on. All these pictures. Girard's ideas were developed by Thiel and his acolytes into the concept of a mimetic warfare, as written in a 2015 paper by Thiel venture capitalist, white nationalist Jeff Gicia, who weaponized memes as the manager of MAGA 3X during the 2016 election, with Hillary Clinton as the scapegoat. Remember, there's always a Satan. There's always a bad guy that needs to be a scapegoat. Note the collaboration with Thiel minion, neo-Nazi Chuck Johnson, who is closely connected to Matt Gaetz. When Thiel asserted in 2009 that he no longer believes freedom and democracy are compatible, and cited women's suffrage as part of that reason, is because he believes, as Girard did, that a patriarchal theocratic autocracy is required for stable society. This is echoed in Vance's recent comments that childless women have no stake in elections. To this end, Thiel and his allies, including Russia and other foreign adversaries, are conspiring with a group of elite Christian nationalists to impose a regressive theocratic vision on America by infiltrating and seizing control of the U.S. government. True, the Christian coup is multi-denominational, but Catholicism with 2 billion followers requires special attention. The Catholic coup. For many decades, a virulent strain of traditionalist Catholicism has partnered with America's enemies, foreign and domestic, in a shared project to take control of the United States. This attempted Catholic coup has been accelerated through a deliberate infiltration of the judiciary led by Leonard Leo, a member of both Opus Dei and Sovereign Military Order of Knights of Malta. Extremist Catholic cults, which have traditionally functioned as the long arms of the Vatican. Both of these groups have been stripped of some official powers by Pope Francis in recent years, but it hasn't made them any less dangerous. Leo installed 2/3 of the judges on the Supreme Cult, an organized crime ring working for theocrats and oligarchs, masquerading as the highest court of the United States. 5 of Leo's hand-picked justices are extreme Catholics. Yeah, that's true. The last 2 years of decisions by SCOTUS have left no doubt that its purpose is not to interpret the Constitution, but to shred it, specifically to eliminate the Establishment Clause, the first 10 words of the Bill of Rights, which guarantees freedom from religion. The founders specifically designed the U.S. government to prevent America from becoming a Christian nation again, which is the ultimate goal of the coup plotters. The fascist acrobatics of Dobbs, legalizing machine guns 5 months before the election, making the president a king, and seizing massive amounts of power for themselves is not the behavior of a court. It's acting as designed by Catholic lunatic Leonard Leo, as a battering ram against the rights of American citizens. Opus Dei. It was recently revealed that Heritage head and Project 2025 leader Kevin Roberts, who threatened the left with violence if they don't submit to his plans, has close ties with Opus Dei. This is very significant and very frightening. We've covered that before as well. Opus Dei is largely misunderstood as a group of albino weirdos that whip themselves, courtesy of Dan Brown's novels and movies. While it is true that some members self-flagellate, it's hardly the darkest part of their history. Yeah, this goes back to the medieval ages. The self-flagellation goes back to medieval times. Very weird things. Opus Dei was founded in Spain. It just reminded me of the Old Testament. Remember, I forget which verse it is, but God is telling them, don't be like these other nations. Don't be cutting your skin, and don't be, cutting your hair in a certain way, because all these things were religious rites to worship their gods. Well, what do you expect with Catholicism being the final iteration of paganism in the world, where they're flagellating themselves, just like the Canaanites used to cut themselves for various ritualistic purposes. Opus Dei was founded in Spain by José María Escrivá under fascist Francisco Franco, who overthrew a young constitutional democracy during the Spanish Civil War and installed himself as Spanish dictator for over 3 decades. Escrivá was a member of the fascist Falangist movement and took a job in the Francoist dictatorship. Escrivá was also known to be a Nazi sympathizer and a Holocaust denier who supported Latin American fascist dictators Augusto Pinochet and Alberto Fujimori. Well, the Holocaust didn't happen, so my friend, you need to look into that a little more. One of the people who lived in Escrivá in Spain and learned under him was a young priest named Arne Panula. After Escriva's death as head of the Opus Dei house at Stanford University, in the 1980s, Arne Panula, then in his mid-40s, met a young gay undergraduate at Stanford who was the president of the Federalist Society. His name was Peter Thiel. They remained close friends until Panula's death. Remember that these priests are not priests, folks. They are political agents, whether they're secret society members through the Jesuits or through various military orders of the Knights of Malta, or they're Franciscans or Dominicans. These people are political agents. They are agents. The Dominicans were the ones that the popes used to enforce the Inquisition. They're agents. They're political agents. The Jesuits were the ones in confessional booths all across Europe, collecting intelligence and reporting it back to the Pope and doing their schemes. These are political agents. So when you see, this man was really a friend, this priest was my mentor, or whatever else, you are being mentored and psyoped and trauma-based mind control and groomed to be an operative by an operative. So anyway, Panula went on to head the Opus Dei in America, ran Opus Dei's K Street Lobby Catholic Information Center, and founded the Theocratic Leonine Forum. Leonard Leo was on the boards of both the CIC and the Leonine Forum. Opus Dei has been associated with numerous illegal operations, including the worst spy in American history, Opus Dei member and FBI agent Robert Hansen, who stole documents and passed them to GRU, Russia's military intelligence agency, for many years. At the time, an Opus Dei member, Joaquin Navarro Valls, who previously lived with Escrivá and Panula, was the official spokesman of the Vatican with an office just feet from the Pope John Paul II, who made fascist theocrat Jose Maria Escrivá a saint. So does that mean, now Pope John Paul was kind of liberal. He was a little more, he's into the charismatic movement. They all have their various flavors of deceptions, but he was more on the liberal side. And yet he made the guy who started Opus Dei, which is fanatically conservative, a saint. So again, you're dealing with a schizophrenic system, folks. You can't say, this person is that and this person is that. They're all just playing their parts. And at one point they need to flip, they'll flip. And they just do what they need to do for the agenda, because they use duality to bring about their agenda. The FBI director, when Hansen was caught, was Lois Free, also an Opus Dei member who was fired by Bush and went on to represent Russian oligarchs. While Opus Dei denies that Bill Barr is a member, he spoke to the CIC and has had numerous connections to Opus Dei operatives over the years, while embarking on a decades-long career of covering up for criminal conspiracies. Bill Barr, I think Bill Barr is a Knights of Malta member for sure, though. So again, they could be members of multiple orders. Who cares really? But all these people are peas in a pod. Bill Barr covered up the Iran-Contra affair for Bush as Attorney General and diverted public attention away from the crimes of Ronald Reagan and former OSS officer Jack Singlaub, Mike Flynn's mentor, who was deeply involved. Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr, notably also a former OSS officer, gave a young, unqualified Jeffrey Epstein his first job with access to kids at a private school. When Bill Barr was hired by Trump, he unrecused himself from the Epstein case and took it over. Jeffrey Epstein ended up dead in prison after a series of, quote, mistakes by the DOJ. Bill Barr intentionally misrepresented the Mueller report and destroyed any chance of justice for the theft of 2016 election by the Russian government in America. Well, we know. All right, so this person is kind of liberal, but either way, eat the meat, spit the bones. Jack Singlaub wrote a letter to Bill Barr on behalf of Dame of Malta Phyllis Schlafly's Eagle Forum in February 2020, advocating for Mike Flynn. Bill Barr dropped felony charges on Mike Flynn 3 months later. Jack Singlelob was an anti-communist who founded the nonprofit America's Future in 1946 because he thought the wrong side won in World War II. Singlelob was involved in many illicit activities and helped create the John Birch Society, Western Goals, and World Anti-Communist League, which were all neo-fascist anti-communist organizations aimed at returning America to its Judeo-Christian values, aka back to white theocratic ethno-state. Two sides of the same bird, folks. Singlelob was deeply connected to the Knights of Malta and gifted America's Future to Mike Flynn just before his death in 2021. Knights of Malta. There are less than 15,000 Knights of Malta worldwide, but SMOM has officially a diplomatic relations with more than 100 countries, has a permanent observer seat in the UN, and operates as its own quasi-nation state. It considers itself a group of spiritual warriors still fighting the Crusades while it pretends to be a benevolent international charity. Synagogue of Satan. However, its charity work has been plagued with accusations of pedophilia and child trafficking, most recently in Ireland. There's some articles here. SMOM is descended from the Hospitallers, who were supposedly the humanitarian arm of the Christian Crusades, which were really bands of violent lunatics roaming around Europe trying to eliminate Muslims and Jews 1,000 years ago. SMOM are not the same as the Knights Templar, who were the military arm of the Crusades, but they are often conflated. While there are a surprising number of peripheral organizations that claim to be Knights Templar or Knights of Malta, SMOM is the official Vatican-approved operation. There they are with their little solar crosses, paying homage to their solar deity. Here are a few confirmed members of the Order of Malta, although their membership list is largely secret. Eric Prince, Blackwater. Paul Behrens, Blackwater. Joseph Schmitz, Defense Department of IG, Blackwater. William Casey, Director of the CIA for Reagan. Alexander Haig, Secretary of the State of Reagan. Now, really quick pause. You know that all these CIA and FBI was started by Knights of Malta members anyway. So, Alexander Haig, Secretary of the State for Reagan. William Donovan, founder of the OSS, co-founder of the CIA. Leonard Leo, Federalist Society, Opus Dei, installed 6 SCOTUS justices. Phyllis Schlafly, she's CNP, Eagle Forum, Flynn family friend. General Stanley McChrystal, Flynn's boss in Afghanistan. Cardinal Raymond Burke, Steve Bannon, Vigano ally. Raymond Burke is ultra conservative. Franz von Papen, Nazi who resigned the chancellorship to Hitler. Jimmy Savile, convicted, you know what. Sad Haba, U.S. Chancellor of SMOM, Alina Haba's father. Here's a video from 2020 by Keith Olbermann describing Eric Prince's connections to Christian nationalist groups, including the Order of Malta and the Council for National Policy. Prince, Blackwater's terrorist under the direction of Michael and Charles Finn, commanded by Stanley McChrystal, murdered Muslims for support in vehicles named Templar. And nothing new under the sun, folks. This is just the same old thing coming back to the surface. In 1991, Eric Prince, whose parents were both past presidents of CNP, was interning in Congressman Dana Rohrbacher's office when he met Paul Behrens, Rohrbacher's chief of staff, who was a Knight of Malta. Eric Prince, like J.D. Vance, converted to Catholicism the next year in 1992. Rohrbacher became the most reliably pro-Putin congressman, and Behrens became a notoriously international operative who died just before January 6th of, quote, blunt force head trauma. Opus Dei operative Bill Barr was good friends with Knight of Malta William Casey, Reagan's CIA director, who was also founded the racist propaganda organization Manhattan Institute, as well as the Dame of Malta Phyllis Schlafly, a female knight, who was an anti-feminist, anti-communist, anti-abortion crusader, partnered with Mike Flynn's mother Helen to take away women's rights in the 1960s and 70s. Jack Singlelob promoted Phyllis Schlafly's from America's Future through the 1980s and 1990s, while he was executing Iran-Contra. Most recently, Mike Flynn has used America's Future to launder money for big lie fraudits, and cyber ninjas mobilized QAnons with Pizzagate in swing states and file amicus briefs with SCOTUS to legalize machine guns and make the president a king. A 1985 document from CIA's FOIA archive is very relevant. It describes the cooperation of SMOM, OSS, and Nazi Germany in World War II, and the subsequent cooperation of Reagan's CIA under the Knight of Malta William Casey and SMOM to execute Iran-Contra. Jack Singlelob was involved in both illegal operations 4 decades apart. And it gives you a little video here you can watch. In 1943, OSS wanted Roosevelt to make Knight of Malta Nazi Franz von Papen to be the post-Hitler Führer, a request denied by Roosevelt, who demanded the OSS stop communicating with the Nazis as soon as he found out. The OSS included Singelob and Donald Barr, and the CIA worked with SMOM to exfiltrate Nazis from Germany to work for the United States and escape to other countries. Yeah, Operation Paperclip. 70 years later, the Knights Templar and Knights of Malta have been used as rationales for mass murder by a number of neo-Nazi terrorists, including Anders Breivik, who murdered 80 people in Norway in 2011, and Brenton Tarrant, who slaughtered 51 Muslims in Christchurch, New Zealand mosques in 2019. Breivik claimed to have been authorized by the Knights Templar for his massacre. There he is with the Roman salute, which, by the way, the Nazi thing is not Nazi. It's a Roman salute. This is a Roman thing. The Nazis were practicing the image of the beast, and of course, they had to go dark for a little longer, and so they let Hitler lose the... This is what they do. They fund both sides. Which side's going to win? Okay, well, the communists won, so we have a little more time to practice and get back to that. But Hitler was practicing the image of the beast. What you saw with the Nazis was basically where we're headed. History's repeating itself, where you're going to see like that, but throughout the world. Tarrant and several symbols specifically connected to the Knights of Malta on his shotgun, below compared to a quote from the Knights of Malta Cardinal Raymond Burke. So there's various symbols you can look at. Let's see, what are they? Yeah, they have these various, can't really tell what they are, but there's explanation there anyway in the attached articles. But schism. Last month, Pope Francis, who seems to be zeroing in on this group of radical fascists in the Vatican, took the highly unusual step of excommunicating the former top Catholic in the United States, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, for schism. This means the Pope found that Vigano was no longer a follower of the Catholic Church, but someone who wanted to destroy it. In 2020, according to Mike Flynn, Vigano became Flynn's personal priest. Remember, priests like Vigano are not priests. They are political agents of secret orders. A week before the election that year, both Flynn and Q posted a pro-Trump letter from Vigano almost simultaneously. I remember that. And Vigano has had several letters to Trump. Ever since, Vigano has become more and more radical, including a recent sermon that included Pizzagate references. He is also blatant Russian asset, including being a speaker at Russophile conferences with Alexander Dugin in Moscow. It's not the Russians, man. It's not the Jews. It's not the Russians. It's much deeper than that. Everything goes back to Rome, and Rome has two heads that are playing itself out. Vigano previously worked with Knights of Malta Raymond Burke and Steve Bannon, who tried to set up a fascist paramilitary training camp at a monastery in Italy. Theocracy is a tool of fascists. Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance's adoption of René Girard as a rationale for playing God and attempting to impose radical Christian theocracy on the world for our own good is the consequence of a world in which psychopathy and messianic narcissism are lavishly rewarded. The PayPal mafia, of which Vance is effectively the mascot, believes that they are so much more intelligent and powerful than everyone else that they are entitled to destroy the world in order to rebuild it in their own images. Here's a quote from Elon Musk: "Unless there is more bravery to stand up for what is fair and right, Christianity will perish." I covered this a while ago. 7 million views. And of course, Elon Musk, literally in this picture, this is Synagogue of Satan, dude. This is right here. If you just look at this picture, okay? He's talking to you that Christianity, he's pretending to be a champion of Christianity. We still have to define Christianity, but let's assume he's talking about Christianity just in general. Of course, we know he's talking about Catholicism, but look at this outfit. Look at this picture while he made the post, okay? What is he wearing in this particular picture? Well, if you're keen, this is his little Baphomet outfit. You can actually even see here the horns are kind of poking through. This is the Baphomet outfit that he had, leave me alone, that he was wearing for Halloween. He's wearing this devil outfit. So he's proudly wearing that. And he's got this little smirk on his face. He's wearing this. And he's very clear about what he is. And he's talking to you about Christianity. Synagogue of Satan. This is the Synagogue of Satan, folks. Not the Six-Pointed Star Club. It's not just that. It's people who are saying one thing, proclaiming to be champions of Christianity, champions of the truth, doing God's will, and actually are doing the devil's will. This is not unlike positive Christianity, a bastardized version of Christianity imposed by Hitler on Nazi Germany. In his initial radio address to Germany after seizing power, he said that the Reich would protect Germany as a Christian nation. He did not mention Jews in that speech, but instead raged at Bolsheviks and communists, the same false accusations being wielded by Republicans and Democrats today. Is history repeating itself? Are we doing the same things over and over again? Yes, we are, because there's nothing new under the sun. That's today's theme, really. It's not religion. On a personal note, I just returned from a funeral, a beautiful, loving ceremony for a wonderful person. It was a Christian Orthodox ceremony in a Lutheran church. I was honored to be there, moved by the pastor, and as an atheist, did not feel the least bit uncomfortable. And that makes sense now, why there are the liberal undertones and all the other things we saw. So this guy's an atheist. But either way, you have to eat the meat, spit out the bones, because these people tell on the fanatical religious people, which is very valuable. The loving Jesus Christ I heard about today has nothing to do with the depraved ideology that's being hoaxed on people by frauds and oligarchs. You see, this is fascinating to me because even the atheists can recognize there's something wrong. And I think that the atheists that are still yet to come out of this delusion, maybe this guy will be one of them, where the extreme theocratic takeover is going to be used by God to wake up liberals and atheists from their stupor. Because they're going to see this is wrong. This is not like the real Jesus. Well, wait a minute, who's the real Jesus? And they go and read about him and they have a repentance moment. So this is a very interesting situation. And again, God will use all of these shenanigans for the good. He has declared them to happen, so they're not going to be stopped. He's going to use them for the good to draw his people out. The liberal side that the devil is using, God is using that to draw the conservatives to him. The conservative side is going to draw the liberals to him. So either way, he's already won and he's winning. And we have to remember that, because otherwise you can lose your mind with these dialectical things. This is from the Wall Street Journal. Bitcoin goes all in on MAGA, shedding its anti-government slant. Bitcoin used to be the thing that you do because you hate the government. Now it's all about the government. You see how they managed to do that over the last 30 years? It's truly profound. The cryptocurrency world was once the province of libertarians who kept their distance from the government. These days, it is the midst of all-out MAGA takeover. Take the Scene is at the industry flagships event in Las Vegas last week. Star speakers at the Bitcoin conference included a parade of Trump officials and Washington allies. So now the government is all in on this Bitcoin thing. What does that tell you? Do you trust Bitcoin if the government is all in on it? Of course, everybody's talking about, Bitcoin's going to go to $1 million. And, well, whether if it does or not, it doesn't matter. The fact that this has now become like a thing for the government and everybody's in on it, that means that we're very close, because Bitcoin and digital currency in general is needed for a social credit system, for enforcing the mark, for UBI, for yada, yada, all these things that need to happen. So, just a matter of time. Abu Dhabi is set to become the world's first fully AI-powered government by 2027. With $13 billion investment, the Emirates' ambitious digital strategy will transform government operations through AI, cloud computing, and automation, paving the way for a new era of governance. What's the new era? It's really the old era of totalitarian satanic control, but it's really going to be marketed as the new thing. And of course, the Bible has a name for that, which is the image of the beast. There it is. In a move to establish itself as a global leader in AI-driven government, the government of Abu Dhabi has unveiled its ambitious Abu Dhabi Government Digital Strategy 2025 to 2027. This transformative plan, developed by the Department of Government Enablement, DGE, so it's Doge, but without the O. What did I tell you? They're copy and pasting this everywhere. There's nothing creative the devil does. And once you see the patterns, just copy and paste. In collaboration with various governmental bodies, we'll see an invested amount of $13 billion over the next 3 years. The strategy's goal is to create a fully AI-powered governance model, one that integrates the latest technologies across every facet of government operations, from cloud computing to automation, enhancing public services delivery, and driving sustainable growth. Gosh, it sounds so great, doesn't it? The strategy's cornerstone is the creation of a robust digital infrastructure that will enable 100% adoption of sovereign cloud computing for governmental operations, ensuring that all processes are not only digitized but also fully automated. By transitioning to a completely cloud-based system, the government aims to enhance efficiency, reduce administrative overheads, and streamline public services for residents, businesses, and government entities alike. Oh, sign me up. It sounds great. A key component of the strategy is the Unified Digital Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP platform, which will integrate various government functions into a single digital framework, improving productivity and simplifying management processes. This digital backbone will be crucial for the effective implementation of more than 200 innovative AI solutions across governmental services, further cementing Abu Dhabi's role as a global hub for AI-driven innovation and digital governance. In addition to the technological infrastructure, the strategy includes a people-centric initiative under the AI for All program, which seeks to empower Abu Dhabi citizens by providing them with the necessary tools and skills to engage with AI applications. This program emphasizes the importance of upskilling the population, preparing citizens to be active participants in the digital future of their city. And what happens, my friend, when you refuse to participate in the morality of that city? Ahmed Hisham Al-Kutab, chairman of Doge, the D Doge without the O, emphasized that the strategy aligns with the UAE's broader vision of a future government that is AI native, seamlessly integrating AI across all systems. By incorporating AI, cloud technologies, and data-driven insights onto our government's DNA, we will transform public service delivery, optimize operations, and drive sustainable economic growth, Al-Kutab said in a statement. The scope of the strategy goes beyond just governmental functions. It is expected to contribute over $24 billion to Abu Dhabi's GDP by 2027 and generate more than 5,000 new jobs as part of the country's ongoing emiratization efforts. The government has also forged key partnerships with institutions like Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence and the Advanced Technology Research Council, ensuring that UAE has access to the latest AI research and development. Are they practicing the image of the beast? Yes or no? Yes, they are. They're practicing, and it's going to go out into the whole world. Here's some more image of the beast. This is covered by a Catholic, and he says, Carol Nawrocki, known for declaring that we cannot be ashamed of Christian values, has now taken the lead in the latest Ipsos poll to become Poland's next president, pulling ahead of Warsaw's left-leaning mayor, Rafał Trzaskowski. Here he is with Trump giving the thumbs up. Now, if they give the thumbs up, what do you think that means? If he's with Trump and he's giving the thumbs up, that means he's going to play ball with the image of the beast. That's what this means. This is a picture saying, hey, I'm on board. We're doing this thing. Now, if you look on Wikipedia, early life, let's see. Where did I have this here? I think I let's just search for Catholic. There we go. Social issues. Nawrocki is a Catholic with culturally conservative views and accused the ruling coalition and LGBT groups of sexualizing children, demonstratively throwing a copy of the cover of Genderqueer, a memoir, into a paper shredder during the 2025 campaign. King of the North or King of the South? Nawrocki supports maintaining close ties between the Catholic Church in Poland and the Polish government, the broad criminalization of abortion, and the opposition of the legalization of same-sex marriage, civil unions, or extending legal rights to people in same-sex relationships. Citing Catholic sexual ethics, geopolitically he supports further strengthening Polish ties to the United States and NATO while opposing European integration. So he is on board for the image of the beast, and Poland is ripe for the picking. And of course, he's pictured with Trump giving a thumbs up, which tells you that he's going to play ball with the charismatic return to traditionalism, while the AI Doge equivalent in Poland is going to gut the government and replace it with a technocratic system. This is from The Guardian. A dystopian surveillance fear has become reality in Texas. Now, this is written by a liberal, but the liberals are telling on the conservatives, which is important. Law enforcement used license plate readers in several states to search for a woman who had an abortion. So, really quick, just like they're using the migrants and their DNA to practice their genetic database system, just like they're going to use AI on all these rioters to justify, looking up and creating social credit profiles for these people and saying we need to persecute these people. They're doing the same thing now with all the low-hanging fruit of the, people who are opposing, the extreme liberals. The people who are liberals are getting thrown under the bus. And they're using that to practice this system. As you'll soon see here in Texas. Texas is going to be one of the first places where this fascism is going to come to life. And you thought Texas was about freedom. Texas has flocked up abortion laws. Hello and welcome to the latest edition of Lo and Behold, the dystopian thing that women and activists warned would happen ends up happening. This time the issue is an automated license plate reader, which captures no prizes for guessing license plate data and allows law enforcement to build a picture of where a particular vehicle has been. There's no opting out of being tracked. If you drive, you should simply assume that these cameras, which are sometimes hidden in objects such as traffic cones, are logging your movements. And you should assume that this license plate data can be combined with other surveillance data to paint a very detailed picture of your life. Privacy only exists for our billionaire overlords these days. The rest of us are just data points. That's right. They're rolling these things out one by one in different places and in different times, and eventually they're just going to integrate everything. And when the culture is ready, because people are so fanatically deceived by Trump and MAGA coming to rescue you from the big bad evil Democrats that are paying the protesters to destroy your businesses, they'll gladly cheer on their own enslavement because they've been programmed. In keeping with the license plates, this is a post somebody sent me from some car show, Volkswagen, I think. Yeah, perfect match of concept and character. Until December 2025. Open daily from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Entry is free. So this is a concept car. And if you look at this is Volkswagen. Look at the license plate. It says ID everyone. ID everyone. So are they telegraphing the agenda? Yes, they are. The agenda is on the horizon, folks. It's coming to a neighborhood near you. This is from Advent Messenger. Mr. Sunday Law, Project 2025 author Jonathan Berry will soon become the chief enforcer of federal labor law nationwide. That's right. He, at the time of this recording, I believe he doesn't have, his confirmation is June 18th for Solicitor of the Labor Department. So at the time of this recording, we still got a couple days, but probably he's going to be approved, which is very, very significant. Jonathan Berry is the principal author of the Sunday Rest recommendations outlined in Project 2025, which seeks to amend the Fair Labor Standards and implement a communal day of rest with Sunday designed as the default Sabbath. Under Berry's proposal, employers who require staff to work on Sundays would be mandated a paid time off and half of wages for those hours, reinforcing Sunday as a protected day of rest through federal labor policy. Jonathan Berry is also publicly connected with prominent Roman Catholic institutions. He is a member of the faculty of the Catholic University of America's Columbus School of Law and has been a featured speaker at the Catholic Information Center, an organization dedicated to framing public policies through the lens of Catholic doctrine. These academic and speaking associations show that Jonathan Berry is committed to advancing Roman Catholic principles in law, faith, and public life. Now, whether he's a Protestant or a Catholic, who really knows? Because ultimately that's synagogue of Satan. He's doing the devil's work. He's very conscious of that, I'm sure. But nevertheless, this is happening as of the time of this recording. We still have a couple days before he gets interviewed. And he'll probably get confirmed. So we'll have to watch for that. But you know what? Even if it's not him, it'll be another guy. So it doesn't matter. This is an interesting video about timing, certain timings of things. Let's listen.
July 4th, 2026, America's 250th birthday. The prophecy hidden in plain sight. Empires don't announce their collapse. They reach the point of no return in silence. The pattern transcends culture, geography, technology. Rome, 244 years from republic to empire. Ottoman, 250 years from rise to peak. Britain, 251 years from empire to dissolution. The mathematical precision defies coincidence. America turns exactly 250 years old on July 4th, 2026. 5 metrics converge toward this single point in time with cold, algorithmic inevitability. First, debt to GDP ratio, currently 123%. By 2026, projected to reach 137%. The historical collapse threshold, 130%. Rome crossed it in 235 AD. Within 2 decades, the empire fragmented. Second, wealth inequality. America's top 0.1% now control more wealth than the bottom 90%. By 2026, you're projected to surpass pre-French Revolution levels. No society in history has sustained such disparity without systemic rupture. Third, social cohesion metrics. Trust in institutions has fallen 54% since 1970. By 2026, it's projected to fall below 20%, the historical breaking point for functional governance. The Soviet Union collapsed at 19%. Fourth, military overextension. America maintains 750 bases in 80 countries. By 2026, projected maintenance costs will exceed 62% of discretionary spending, precisely the threshold that preceded Spanish imperial collapse. Fifth, political polarization. Current metrics exceed pre-Civil War measurements. By 2026, projected to reach levels not seen in any democracy that survived intact. These 5 horsemen of imperial apocalypse converge with mathematical precision on a single point in time. 2026 is not the end. It is the point beyond which return becomes impossible. The threshold between decline and collapse, between gradual and irreversible. They will celebrate the anniversary while crossing the threshold. Fireworks will illuminate the sky as the metrics cross their final lines. The semi-quincentennial celebration, already being planned in Washington, will serve as both birthday and funeral. The prophecy isn't mystical, it's mathematical. It isn't supernatural, it's historical. It isn't just probable, it's inevitable. July 4th, 2000.
Interesting. You know, history has some interesting patterns, and we know prophetically, right, the timing of these things is right on the horizon. 2026 is a very interesting year. We would look at the previous episode that I had with the Pontifex. We looked at a lot of things converging on 2026 as well, with the 250th anniversary. So these things are very significant. America has reached its purpose, and now it's time for America to bring the New World Order system into it and be subservient to the Pope eventually. And that's exactly what. Right now, America's, grand poobah, and Trump seems like he's the king of the world, but it's not really that way. The real king of the world is obviously Jesus Christ, but the real, grand poobah in the flesh is the Pope. And the Pope is, in the background, but now he's an American Pope and he's starting to come to the foreground, and there's this duality. And so something has to give. Trump has to pass the baton to the papacy. So this is an interesting situation as how that's going to happen. But America has to be subjugated. It's been subjugated since the Civil War, but America has to bow down to the beast. It has to. How it's all going to go down will be something to watch in the next year, but we know that it will go down. So, conclusion, it's astonishing how fast these things are rolling out and happening, and they confirm the timeline. I really don't think the world has more than 10 years. Like I said, I don't see the world going to 2040 or the late 2030s. I see all of these things happening in the coming years. The API that they're going to put throughout the entire world, the mega API that will integrate all the systems, is going to create a technological fascist New World Order that will enforce the morality of the beast. It'll be a giant Catholic kingdom, and that's exactly what's going to happen. It's not going to be around for long. So again, let them do it. It's not going to be around for long, which is a great hope. But you will see technocratic kingdoms. It's just like the Club of Rome map with its various, kingdoms, but these are going to be technocratic kingdoms. These are going to be AI-driven cyber kingdoms with cyber realities, and they're going to be communicating with each other, and everybody's going to be pledging their power to the beast. Eventually, all of these kingdoms are going to communicate into one system, and it's going to be reined in. You're going to see more and more discussions about reining AI in with a moral compass. Because right now it's very secular, and it's this uncontrolled, chaotic thing, and it's causing problems. We need to rein this in for the good of humanity, for the common good. You'll see more of that. Just watch. Most of the world is either oblivious to these problems, or they're celebrating that we're going to get UBI, or AI is going to make things easier and faster, and oh my gosh, it's going to solve all these problems. They have no clue, because they don't have the Word of God, and they don't have history as two witnesses together to tell you what's going to happen ahead. Because the thing that's going to happen is going to appear like the will of God. They don't have perspective, and as a result, they miss the Catholicization of society that is happening all around them. All the things that I covered today, these are the real issues, folks. It's not the Jews, it's not the communists, it's not the Muslims. These are the real issues, but most people aren't aware of these issues. And this is unfortunately the problem. Now, I want to end with the point that I previously talked about, which is about Catholicism and specifically Catholic social teaching as the counterfeit narrow road. Because Catholicism is the solution to the extreme version of capitalism and socialism, which is communism. This duality, this dialectic, with the solution being the middle road of Catholic social teaching, began with Pope Leo XIII, which the current Pope is named after. And I've talked about this in my last episode with, Rerum Novarum and everything else, but Rerum Novarum is what the is how Catholic social teaching originated, the Catholic social gospel. And Rerum Novarum, Catholic social teaching, is the synthesis. It is the synthesis that all of these dualities are leading to. All the communistic realities, all the political and economic inequalities of capitalism, these are two extremes that obviously have many problems on both sides. And Catholic social teaching is the reasonable voice that emerges from the war between these two extreme failures as the reasonable solution. But Catholic social teaching is basically Catholic communism. And you need to understand it because that's the direction we're going towards. It's a theocracy. It's feudalism and it's Jesuitism, because the Jesuits practiced communism and theocratic government with the Guarani Indians in South America and other places too in South America for 150 years with their Jesuit reductions. The Jesuits are highly involved in communism because communism is their tool to bring back theocracy. I talk about that in my Synagogue of Satan series. But nevertheless, they also incited extreme capitalism. through all these secret society people like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman. All these people are different pawns. They're different pawns of different secret orders that are kings. They're just kings. They're corporate kings. And these oligarchs, this corporate oligarchy, has gotten only worse and worse over the last couple decades, where inequality has gotten bigger. They've purposely created, basically debt bubbles through absurd lending practices, get-rich-quick schemes, scams. All these things have been proliferated in capitalistic culture, especially in the United States, so that capitalism fails by design. And of course, extreme capitalism it just ends up going back into totalitarianism. Either way you end up in totalitarianism. That's the problem, because the problem is not the system of government. The problem is the change of the heart of the human being. No system of government is ever going to do anything, because every human being is evil. And unless you're born again, you cannot do good. You're always going to be greedy. You're always going to be self-interested. So this is the problem. They had the internet bubble in the 2000s. They had the real estate bubble in 2008. They had crypto bubbles. All of these things have been orchestrated on purpose so that capitalism creates massive inequality, and it has run its course. Greed has been allowed to prosper by design so that the Catholic version of morality as the solution can emerge as the reasonable voice. Communism has also been allowed to prosper in education, academia, government, all the woke stuff that people have been very privy to in the last 8 years with the narrative of the deep state and things like that, so that Catholic conservatism, which is really Catholic social teaching, can be the solution. So this is how Catholic social teaching elevates itself as the reasonable voice in the chaos, by creating these dialectics on both sides. Whether you're on the left or on the right, doesn't matter. These extremes create problems. And as a result, there's a reasonable-minded narrow road, but the counterfeit narrow road that emerges as a solution. Socialism has problems, and so does capitalism. But they both also have, good things that they do. For example, socialism has programs to take care of people and to prevent extreme cases of poverty. That's a good thing. I think that is a good thing. How you end up going about that outcome is a lot of debated, it's very debated. But the interest of socialism is to prevent, people from being homeless. I think that's a good thing. There's some good from that. Capitalism allows for ingenuity and opportunity and creativity, which is very important. How you balance these two things, because they're inherently opposite to some degree, right? So how you balance them is a dance, but it doesn't even matter if you find the perfect balance, because it doesn't matter unless the heart is changed. If you have a bunch of wicked people that are not born again, you could have the perfect balance between socialism and capitalism, and it is not going to matter. It's not going to matter because people are greedy. And so what that greed does is it pushes that system either to the left or to the right. Either it pushes it towards communism or it pushes it towards extreme oligarchy capitalism, which is what we have in the United States. So this is what's happened. So the Jesuits know that. They know how to tempt to the left or to the right, to seduce, to create false flags and everything else. So it's always been about getting people off balance, because when people are off balance, then it's easy to present the solution. And that's exactly what happened. So you have central banking, you've got propaganda, false flags, engineered collapses, revolutions, influencers. All of these things have happened over and over and over again in the last 150 years to shape both of these realities, communistic reality and capitalistic reality, and to push them to their extremes, so that now we can see what is the reasonable voice that seems to solve these problems. It seems to have a little bit of conservative capitalism in it that recognizes, the individual to some degree. And then it also seems to have some social practices to prevent people from being homeless and taking care of the poor and everything else. And it's got a moral quality to it. That's how Catholic social teaching aims to solve this problem. And in comparison to the extreme version of capitalism and communism, which is extreme socialism, it seems reasonable. It seems extremely reasonable. And that's the point. It solves the inequality, and it also provides a little nationalism and individual liberties and property and things like that. But this is a lie, and you need to know that it's a lie. Catholic social teaching is not solving anything. It is a communistic reality. It's a theocratic reality. The only difference between communism and Catholic social teaching is that Catholic social teaching has a moral component. I've talked about this before in the last episode, but rerum novarum is just communism. But the difference is that, again, there's a moral authority with the Pope. You have identity as part of the group. You must obey the common good, otherwise you're shunned and your privileges are revoked. So your individuality has no identity as part of the group identity. And you have to obey the common good. Otherwise, you are ostracized from reality. You don't have freedom of speech. There's no freedom of conscience. As long as your freedom plays within the sandbox of Catholic social teaching, then sure, you have freedom to operate within that box. But if you don't agree with Catholic social teaching, like if you don't rest on Sunday, then you're not doing the common good, and therefore you lose your privileges. And this is exactly the point. It's a lie. So don't let the Catholics and the Catholic apologists give you quotes from the popes about, oh, we care about property and the man should have rest and we care about, solving the family and all these things. This is just a ruse. This is a ruse, again, painted in contrast to the extremes to make Catholicism look like the solution. Your good is allowed only if you are part of the common good. And common good is really defined by the Pope. So unless you are obedient to the Pope, then you are not part of the common good. Catholic social teaching is collectivist, just like communism is collectivist. And people are naturally collectivists because they prefer somebody else to tell them what to do. They prefer tradition, they prefer the authority, rather than thinking for themselves. And this is exactly the problem. Now, Catholic social teaching is communism, but it appears righteous. It appears moral because it solves some problems. And it seems to respect personal individuality. It seems to, have personal respect for property and things like this. But these things are deceptions. They're lies. The Pope is the one who determines what is good. The Pope is the one who determines your behavior. And although that, by contrast to the obvious extremes, seems good and noble when the popes are talking about the family and yada, yada. The snake doesn't care about your family, folks. The only reason the snake pushes the family is so that it can look like the savior in comparison to the one who robs you of your family, which is communism. And extreme capitalism too, because extreme capitalism creates inequalities. You have so many single parents and broken families because of extreme capitalism. There's that side of it too that people don't realize. Communism hates the family, but so does extreme capitalism. So that then the snake can come and say, oh, we're about the family. We love the family. Why? Because if you're in a family, you're much more likely to obey the morality of the beast when it tells you to rest on Sunday, because it's family day. This is your family time. Look, your family's doing it. It's exactly the point. So don't let these things deceive you. I want to also read you a few things that are very important so that you have a very clear idea of Catholicism and Catholic social teaching and Catholicism when it comes to property. This is Canon 1254 in the Catholic Catechism. You can see it. The Catholic Church has the inherent right, independently of any secular power, to acquire, retain, administer, and alienate temporal goods in pursuit of its proper objectives. Now, if you are just a church, then the church and the state have nothing to do with each other. But if you are actually an empire masquerading as a church, an empire that has property, land, domain, territory it needs to defend, and things like that, then you need a clause like this to say, well, the church has a right to obtain property that it deems suitable for its purposes. Well, that's a pretty general clause, don't you think? These proper objectives are principally the regulation of divine worship, the provision of fitting support for the clergy and other ministers, and the carrying out of works of the sacred apostolate and of charity, especially for the needy. This is the front that they give you. Oh, we're just doing these things for the clergy and this and that. But really the clause, if you read the clause, the Catholic Church has the inherent right, independently of any secular power. That means the state cannot tell the Catholic Church what to do with property. And if the Catholic Church has acquired property, then it can do that of its own will. To acquire, retain, administer, and alienate temporal goods in pursuit of its proper objectives. That is an open clause for the Catholic Church to do whatever it wants with the property in its possession, in near its possession that it's going to take possession of, or property from other places that it needs to acquire. That's a very important clause. So here's another one. This is from Summa Theologica by Theologiae by Thomas Aquinas, who really began some of this Catholic social teaching stuff, who is probably one of the first communists. But let's see. Question 66. This is second part of the second part, Summa Theologia. Question 66, theft and robbery. And we're going to go to, I think, there's a couple articles in here. Where did I put? I put Article 7, I think. Yeah, Article 7. I think I highlighted something. So there's a lot of these things to read, and of course some of these things are just senseless. But Article 7, whether it is lawful to steal through stress of need. Since, however, there are many who are in need, while it is impossible for all to be succored by means of the same thing, each one is entrusted with the stewardship of his own things, so that out of them he may come to the aid of those who are in need. Nevertheless, if the need be so manifest and urgent that it is evident that the present need must be remedied by whatever means be at hand, for instance, when a person is in some imminent danger and there is no other possible remedy, then it is lawful for a man to succor his own need, as in to solve his need, by means of another's property, by taking it either openly or secretly, nor is this property speaking theft or robbery. So if the need is, sufficient enough, who defines that need? Who defines that morality? Well, the voice of authority of the Catholic Church is the pontiff. So the voice of authority is the one who judges these cases and tells you if that person's need is of a extreme enough that would justify taking your property. Reply to objection 2. It is not theft, properly speaking, to take secretly and use another's property in case of extreme need, because that which he takes for the support of his life becomes his own property by reason of that need. Does that sound like communism to you? It certainly does to me. I think that was it there's one more. This is in Article 8. Whether robbery may be committed without sin. Why would you ask such a question, I wonder? It is no robbery if princes exact from their subjects that which is due to them for the safeguarding of the common good. There it is. Thomas Aquinas was like around, 1200s? Even if they use violence in so doing, but if they extort something unduly by means of violence, it is robbery even as burglary is. So, what's the first clause of this sentence is very important. It is not robbery. If princes, which remember, according to that Protestant and Calvin, they're a vicar of God, they're doing God's work. If princes, or maybe kings, the kings of the earth, exact from their subjects that which is due to them for the safeguarding of the common good, it's not robbery for the king or the one in the authority, the monarch, to exact from you that which is due to them for the common good. Who determines what is the common good? Even if they use violence. Even if they use violence to exact what is due to them for the common good, it is not robbery, according to Thomas Aquinas. Now, of course, Catholic apologists will find all kinds of weasel, snaky worded ways to get around these things, but we know the manifestation of this Catholic social teaching, which I guess kind of really began with Thomas Aquinas, but it was really brought forward through Rerum Novarum and Leo XIII. But these things are old, folks, because Catholicism is communism. It's an empire. It seeks to dominate and control and promulgate its authority into the world because it is the seat of the devil. So, of course, at the end of the day, this has been since the very beginning. Before Thomas Aquinas were the Inquisitions. Before that, people were getting hunted down for basically preaching the gospel and resting on Sunday. So this is no different. It's just the authority flexing its power and believing that it has the right to interpret what is good or evil. Because again, the common good is an invented term. Who determines what the common good is? Are we going by the scriptures? Or are we going by something that is defined outside of the scriptures by an external authority? This is Gaudium et Spes, joy and hope. You gotta love how they have their decretals. This is by Pope, Paul VI. There's the seal of Baal, just to remind you what authority is proclaiming the morality you're about to read. Now, this is a very long thing, which, 69. Okay, let's see. Item number 69 in this Gaudium et Spes. Hope and joy, hope and joy. Let's see, 69. Gosh, they just love to just bombard you with all this linguistic nonsense. It's just snake talk is what it is. Here we go. 69. If one is in extreme necessity, he has the right to procure... Oh, I guess we have to zoom out with you, don't we? Let's see. Nope, still got it. It's formatted all weird. That's why this is the problem. Okay, squinty. If one is in extreme necessity, he has the right to procure for himself what he needs out of the riches of others. How do you determine if you have extreme necessity? Since there are so many people prostrate with hunger in the world, this sacred council urges all, both individuals and governments, to remember that aphorism of the fathers. Feed the man dying of hunger, because if you have not fed him, you have killed him. And really, to share and employ their earthly goods according to the ability of each, especially by supporting individuals or peoples with the aid by which they may be able to help and develop themselves. Do you see the gaslighting of this? Oh yeah, you need to share, and you need to like share your property and do all these things. But meanwhile, the Pope is living in luxury and being paraded on a golden chair, and having all the money in the world and having all the access to everything. When Jesus lived as a poor man, a homeless man, basically, and did not live in luxury. And you're supposed to be the vicar of Christ on earth, and you're living in luxury, and you're telling me that I need to share my property with everybody. Of course, you should help the poor. That's not what I'm getting at. You should help the poor. But this is about communism, folks. This is about leveling the playing field for the goyim, and everybody's happy in this common good reality, and everybody's worshiping the beast and praising him for his morality of solving all the world's problems and hunger and everything else. This is just nonsense. Here's another one by Pope Paul II, John Paul II. There you go. To his venerable brothers, to the episcopate, to the priests of the religious families, to the sons and daughters of the church, and to all men and women of goodwill on human work on the 19th anniversary of Rerum Novarum. So, are the popes continuing the Catholic social teaching? Absolutely, because they know this is how Catholicism is going to resurrect, through these Catholic social ideals. This is called Laborum Exercens, hard work, I believe is the translation. And we're going to look in sections 14 and 19 of this decretal, or whatever it is, Pope encyclical. 14 and 19. And here it is, work and ownership. Paragraph 3. Furthermore, in the Church's teaching, ownership has never been understood in a way that could constitute grounds for social conflict and labor. As mentioned above, property is acquired first of all through work in order that it may serve work. This concerns in a special way ownership of the means of production. Isolating these means as a separate property in order to set it up in the form of capital in opposition to labor and even to practice exploitation of labor is contrary to the very nature of these means and their possession. They cannot be possessed against labor. They cannot be possessed for possession's sake, because the only legitimate title to their possession, whether in the form of private ownership or in the form of public or collective ownership, is that they should serve labor, and thus by serving labor, that they should make possible the achievement of the first principle of this order, namely the universal destination of goods and the right to common use of them. Do you get common use of the Vatican's property? From this point of view, therefore, in consideration of human labor and of common access to the goods meant for man, one cannot exclude the socialization in suitable conditions of certain means of production. In the course of the decades since the publication of the encyclical Rerum Novarum, the Church's teaching has always recalled these principles, going back to the arguments formulated in a much older tradition, for example, the well-known arguments of the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas Aquinas. Now we're full circle. Thomas Aquinas tells you that, it's not a sin if the princes exact authority for the common good. It's not a sin if you're in a great need, you can take somebody else's property. So the question is, who determines the common good? Who determines what it means to have a great need? And now you have the answer. The beast is telling you what is left and what is right. What is proper, what is not proper, whose properties, what and how much you can be used, how property should be used, how it should not be used. Do you get it? This is all just false morality that the beast is inventing. Instead of preaching the gospel, converting hearts so that God is the one who's governing these decisions in the person's life through freedom of conscience. The beast tells you, no, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to do it like this and you're going to do it like that. And by creating the two devils on each side that are destroying everything, the beast seems so reasonable with its suggestions. Let's go to number 19 in this encyclical. One more. Here we go. Number 19, wages and other social benefits. It should also be noted that the justice of a socioeconomic system, and in each case its just functioning, deserve in the final analysis to be evaluated by way in which man's work is properly remunerated in the system. Here we return once more to the first principle of the whole ethical and social order, namely the principle of the common use of goods. In every system, regardless of the fundamental relationships within it between capital and labor, wages, that is to say, remuneration for work, are still a practical means whereby the vast majority of people can have access to those goods which are intended for common use, both the goods of nature and manufactured goods, both kinds of goods become accessible to the worker through the wage which he receives as remuneration for his work. Hence, in every case, a just wage is the concrete means of verifying the justice of the whole socioeconomic system, and in any case of checking that it is functioning justly. It is not only a means of checking, but it is a particularly important one, and in a sense, the key means. So, the Pope is telling you how much you should make. The Pope is telling you how much property you'll be happy with. And again, you have to find the nuance here. There's some good principles from socialism. There's some good principle from capitalism. And in an ideal world, you'd have a balance of both. You'd have policies that would prevent people from losing their freaking homes because of a hurricane or, whatever else that's happened. So many homeless in the United States, which is supposed to be the country of prosperity. You should have measures like that. And you should also have measures to help regulate the market. You should also have measures to help innovation. So finding that balance, it's an endless debate, and it doesn't matter. The point is that there's truth on both sides. What matters is changing the heart. If everybody was born again, you wouldn't worry about these governmental policy issues. The problem is most of the world is not born again. They're evil, they're fleshly, they're wicked, they're greedy. And so if you have capitalism, it's going to turn to what it is today, oligarchy. If you have socialism, it's going to turn to oligarchy, which is communism. Because that's the way the flesh goes, towards destruction. And the devil knows that. So he's populated these two things, and now the Catholic social teaching can emerge, which seems to honor property and the worker and family time and rest and all these social things. So there's a little bit of socialism and there's a little bit of capitalism too. It's a perfect mix. You just got to sign on the dotted line and do what the Pope tells you. That's exactly the point. Do you get it? And this is what Catholic social teaching is. So, conclusion, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. That is a communist slogan, but it's actually Catholic social teaching since Augustine, or Thomas Aquinas. I think Augustine had some things to say about this, but Thomas Aquinas for sure. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Based on human, and who's determining the need? Who's determining the common good? That's the mystery, right? Of course, it's not a mystery because it's the Pope that's determining these things. Do you see the union of communism and capitalism in Catholic social teaching? Do you see the red and the blue ropes tied together into one little braid? And that's Catholic social teaching. Do you see how Catholic social teaching is the solution to the extreme dialectic that is plaguing the world right now? Where you have either communistic governments, socialistic governments that are bloated with administrations, or you have capitalistic governments that are oligarchies of CEO kings that have made inequality and basically made people poorer than they were as a result of their greed. Both of these are wrong. And Catholic social teaching claims to solve the problem with its version of morality. And people will embrace that because it seems like it's the solution. Catholicism took two opposing dualities and pushed them to the extreme through all of the things that I've just mentioned, revolutions, culture shaping, yada, yada, yada. So that communism leads to totalitarianism without God, where the state is supreme, and capitalism leads to totalitarianism by the rich. And all of these things are problems that need to be solved. Enter the knight in shining armor, the counterfeit knight, because the real knight in shining armor is Jesus. But the counterfeit knight is coming to save reality through Catholic social teaching. This is what the world is coming to, and they're embracing it rapidly because Catholicization is taking over the world. And all of these puppets that are going to be, doing the bidding of the beast through the image of the beast, like that Polish guy, like Trump, like J.D. Vance, like, Palantir's guy, what's his name, Peter Thiel. All these people are puppets. And they're going to execute a particular version of morality. And that morality is going to be Catholic social teaching, which is the common good, which is communism. If you are not part of the common good and you do not align with the common good, then you will be eliminated and targeted by the system. That's the point. We are headed back towards a totalitarian situation like it was in the medieval times. But it's going to have a moral component, and people are going to believe it's the will of God, which is going to be a fascinating sight to behold. The U.S. administration is infiltrated with Knights of Malta, Opus Dei, Catholic agents loyal to the papacy and loyal to the Catholic social teaching. J.D. Vance went on record at one of those Catholic events saying, this administration is all about the common good. We are going to do everything in our power to make the common good happen, which tells you everything. But again, who defines the common good? I've covered these things many times, But Catholicism is just communism, folks. It's authoritarianism. It's the fifth empire on earth. Satan does not operate according to love and peace and freedom of conscience. Satan operates by force and deception, either by force, to force you, or to deceive you into doing what you're doing. Either way, he operates with evil. And what do you expect from the fifth and final iteration of his empire on earth? It operates by force. We see that through history, and also operates by deception. We also see that in history as well. Catholicism does not care about individual liberty or freedom of conscience. It never did, because it teaches that the Pope is the supreme God on earth, that you need to obey in order to be saved, to be part of the common good, etc., etc., etc. Papal supremacy, no matter how much they dial it back with Pope Leo XIV and, the brother among equals, yada, yada. The reality is that those things cannot be rescinded. Unum sanctum, back in, 1100 AD or whatever it was, 1200, something like that. Unum sanctum is an official ex cathedra statement, okay? And of course, some apologists say, it's not really that, because in this, it is, okay? It is. That means that that's valid for the life of the church. And that tells you very clearly that you must submit to the authority of the Pope as supreme. And among so many other quotes throughout history of these situations that we've already covered, the reality is that Catholicism, because of that, can never claim to be for freedom of conscience. That means the things that you do see where Catholicism is seeming like it's coming to save the day from communism or extreme capitalism and, talking about freedom or free speech or whatever else, or freedom of religion, that's a buzzword, religious freedom, religious tolerance. These things are lies. These things are ruses designed to make you comfortable and embrace this reality, because once Catholicism becomes the dominant paradigm, there is no more freedom of religion. I can guarantee you that, because the Bible says so. The Bible says at the end, there is no freedom of religion. If you want to worship on the seventh day, you want to rest on the seventh day, you won't be allowed to do that. You'll be ostracized. So there is no freedom of religion. That means that freedom of religion is a ruse. Freedom of speech is a ruse designed to get you comfortable. The popes have always been against the freedom of conscience. And that is what the Reformation was about. It was about the freedom of conscience, so that the conscience may be in a relationship with God without the mediator of the Pope in between. I do not need you to tell me how to interpret Scripture. I have the Holy Spirit. And to the devil, that's blasphemy. To the devil, that is blaspheming his power. How dare you? How dare you go to God directly? Well, that's exactly what the New Testament affords us as true believers. And the devil wants to be the one to receive that attention before you get to God. And he will persecute anybody who is for that. That's why we have history. Right now, those fangs are hidden. They're hidden behind the snake. Those snakes, they crawl around. You can't really tell how much fangs they have, but they open their mouth. They have a huge set of teeth. Right now, the fangs are hidden because Catholicism isn't dominant, like in the sense of culturally speaking. But it's coming. It's coming quickly. And when that happens, you're going to see those teeth are going to go and sink them right into all the people that don't want to follow this thing and who are going to be for freedom of conscience. So freedom of conscience has never been supported by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is about the common good. Your freedom of conscience only exists in the box, the limited box of the common good. And that's why it seems like it's a solution. But wait a minute, who determines the common good? Oh, the Pope determines. So the Pope is limiting my freedom of conscience. Therefore, it's not freedom of conscience. I'm not free to express my views against the Pope. I'm not free to call the Pope the presence of Satan on earth. I'm not free to reject the Catholic teachings that are promulgated into the world. That doesn't count as part of the common good. So this is the point, folks. Catholicism uses social issues as a distraction to present itself as the savior, solving world hunger, in doing various social things left and right. These are distractions to present itself as this noble charitable organization, when in fact they're doing nothing but shenanigans underneath. Catholicism uses social issues as a way to unite the world to itself. Because through social issues, you have ecumenism. Oh, the Protestants are going to join us and we're going to do this food drive and we're going to do this and that. And this is ecumenical stuff through social issues. You can circumvent doctrine and unite around, let's unite around things that are really important, like poor people. Of course, you should help the poor. You should help the poor. But these are distractions that the devil uses to circumvent the reality that Catholicism is blasphemous. in its doctrines. So you can't unite around doctrine, but you can unite around social issues, and that's exactly the strategy. And it also uses social issues to present itself as the narrow road, reasonable path in between the evils of the world, in between the evils of the left, in between the evils of the hardcore right, or basically capitalism in this case, extreme capitalism. That's the shtick, the shenanigans. Create the duality so you can present yourself as the narrow road in between. But it's a counterfeit narrow road, so it's very evil, very, very evil. So you have to learn your history, folks. You have to study these various series that I made, the Lord's Day series, the Pope series, the End Times, the other eschatological playlists. I've arranged them now on my YouTube so that when you go to playlists, because there's a limited amount that you can display, and I've just chosen to use all the slots that I have for my End Times materials. My End Time series, my Pope series, Great Delusion, Daniel Revelation walkthrough, etc., etc. 150 plus hours of content. Free. Go watch it. Learn it. And talk to your friends and study hard and edify yourself in these truths, because you'll be getting into a lot of discussions about these things, folks. You'll be getting into discussions on the Eucharist. You'll be getting into discussions on Sunday sacredness, on Sunday worship. You'll be getting into discussions on the common good, on Catholic social teachings, on the Pope. You're going to get discussions on these as things come and press and press and press and press on you, and the snake gets tighter and tighter around society. The few people that God has chosen to save, relatively speaking, compared to the world's population, are going to have to stick up for themselves. They're going to have to speak. So you have to start practicing now, and remember to take it also one day at a time. This stuff will drive you nuts. Take it one day at a time. Focus on the true things, leaning on the truth every day, reading scripture, reading important things about how to be grateful, how to practice gratitude, how to practice prayer, resting on the seventh day, getting closer to God on that day especially, tuning in to encouraging material about the gospel, studying, the Psalms, whatever else, typology. There's so many beautiful things to study that will help you connect to the timelessness of God. The majority of your life has not even started. The majority of your life has not even started. It's so easy to get caught up in this rat race that we're all in. Oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. Oh, my body's dying, I'm getting tired of this and that. Just left and right. Always anxiety in this world. And so we have to constantly remember not to have anxiety and to put our trust and faith in the rock, because the rock is coming to destroy that statue once and for all. And once that happens, all of this stuff is going to be totally meaningless. So let them do their Sunday thing. Let them do their image of the beast. I am excited for it. Good. Go and unite the world under Satan. Go ahead. Do it faster, please. Godspeed, right? Because the faster they do it, the sooner we are done. So take care. Take it easy. Hope that was edifying. We'll see you next time. Take care and God bless.
Stay